Okay, I think we're good to go. Coolbet Open finally back after more than a year, but we are in a new country, new city, and new venue, Jason.
It's absolutely amazing to be here staying at Banco Casino, the new home of the Coolbet Open. Coolbet Open has a nice history going for it, dating back to now 6 festivals. Looking forward to seeing how the main event plays out with a 300,000 guarantee.
Yeah, we're on day 3 of the official schedule. There has been crowned 2 champions earlier on this week, one on Monday and one on Tuesday. We're going to come back to that, but now it's the main event day 1A we are going to focus on.
85 entries there were already on day 1A, so well on the way of meeting that 300,000 guarantee with bigger numbers expected tomorrow and Friday.
Yeah, this is the first of 6 flights, and there are unlimited re-entries every single flight as well. So with 85 so far today, there will probably be more. I'm guessing 110.
110, okay, we'll see. Did our Swedish and Estonian friends enter? That may be good for a few re-entries today.
Yeah, we're not going to mention any names. This is going to be our first feature table this week. We are broadcasting every single day until we have crowned a new champion on Sunday. There's lots of stuff happening. Parallel to the main event. Today we have PLO tournament. We have satellites. We have also the turbo flight to day 1B. In the main event, which starts at 9 o'clock. If you are here in Bratislava, you can, maybe you're in bed in your room, maybe a long night yesterday. You still have time to make that one. You can make the regular flight with 45 minutes long levels as well, and late reg until, I'm
12 levels.
Yeah, I'm bad at math. It's like 45-minute levels times 5. I don't know. So we actually managed to get one of the few tables in the tournament that, Jason, you followed European poker for years now. And it's kind of strange that we actually have a table where you don't really know any of the players personally.
Yeah, I do know one of the players a little bit, but that's the extent of it, being that we have, let's say, some Americanism both in us. That's really our main connection there, but we've both lived in Europe for quite some time, and that would be Brandon in seat number 4, Mr. Milfsud. Besides that, though, it's a bunch of newcomers for me as well. I did learn that Gudjon Johansson did qualify, a player from Iceland, so when you see a flag you may not recognize, there are a lot of players in from Iceland, and a couple players from Poland, and Simeon Rajewski and Lukas Frajek also in the mix, and 2 players waving the Austrian flag. And the table chip leader, Rudolf Kosa, who will come in with almost 118,000 in chips, and Roland Kosmich in seat number 8. So we will be starting off 7-handed, so I believe we did cover everyone. I imagine that we're going to see new players flying in or out. Although players are still deep, they did start with 30,000 in chips. You can see that not everybody's had the momentum that they want on a day 1A. So I do expect to see some fireworks, but regardless, I expect to see some nice poker action, even if we don't have those kings versus aces types of hands.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's not every day when you play day 1 that you almost quadruple your stack on the first 6 levels.
And even when you do, that's not necessarily a recipe for success. We've seen way too many day 1 chip leaders not even make the money. It's very rare that a day 1 chip leader is the one to win the tournament. And if they are, they will tell you some moments where perhaps they were at risk during that tournament as well. So to go from coast to coast like that is quite the feat. Everybody has a story if they played enough tournaments of when that's happened, but it is a very rare thing.
Yeah, I can tell. We were talking about Kosa. I can see on screen. It's Adolf. That's put up as his last name. I think that's his middle name, actually. But that's the guy we're talking about, 118,000. No one underneath starting stack at our feature table so far. So I guess we know there's been a lot of knockouts, a lot of players that have come and gone from this table.
Yes. And in general, there's been quite a few re-entries, quite a few players during the dinner break, which we're just coming off of, basically said, yeah, I'm hoping to run better on my second bullet, or I'm re-entering as soon as I have something to eat, not even wanting to wait to one of the future flights. They want to move on day 1A. That's the goal, so that they can focus on all the side events and then come back on Saturday for day 2 in hopes of winning the Coolbet Open 2023 championship and trophy on Sunday.
But it seems like we have a couple of minutes until they're ready to start. So you talked about side events. We've already crowned 2 champions. We had a Norwegian champion in the first one, where Ole Jonny Carlsen won the warm-up on Monday. And yesterday it was Deep Singh from Austria who took the victory in the Poker Listings Deep Stack tournament, which was actually a great tournament. I mean, I played it. I unfortunately did not make the money, but yeah, I know, and that was kind of my last chance as well during this championship. But for the other players, there are plenty of chances to get yourself a trophy with a really good schedule. Go into coolbet.com and you'll find the schedule for this festival.
6,315 euros, Sing won. I had to look up just to see the exact amount. I knew it was over 6,000, so that's quite a nice first big payday at the Coolbet Open. I know that there's some cash game players that probably have numbers that are in that range, being that they've been running 24 hours a day. I was behaved, played a little bit of cash games last night, but was in bed nearly around midnight like Cinderella. But yeah, even though you said you're done, I don't think that you're actually done playing tournaments today. I see on the screen here something about a free roll, and I believe you can actually play at Coolbet.
Absolutely,
So
you're
talk about that.
Yeah, because there is a free roll starting at 7 o'clock Central European time, which is open to everyone who has a Coolbet account and can play on Coolbet. Free to enter. There's, there's added money.
Yeah, I mean, it's free, absolutely free. So there's really no reason. And then there's also some deposit offers relating to casino and sportsbook that we'll talk about as well. So quite a number of different offers. There's going to be a free roll every day. Stig is going to try to play some of them. I don't know if you're playing today's, but in general, we're going to root him onto, or you could try to see if he could take his chips.
I think actually I promised Thomas that I would play today, and I think there might be a bounty on my head. I have to get that confirmed, but I think there was talk of that, so I'm going to try to do it. And it's going to be easy money because we are going to focus on the tournament, and I'm going to try to play the free roll on the side, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I have a feeling you're just going to have either an all-in button or a full button in this free roll, like no playing post-flop poker in that one.
No, well, that's the way I usually play, Jason, so, I mean...
Changes nothing.
Nothing. No. I don't pay attention when I play anyway, so it's going to be fun, and you can get in on that one. I think you can already register in the Coolbet client, so get it done. I'm going to get it up myself in a little while. Still waiting for the players to start. Blinds are going to be 400, 800 with 800 big blind ante. And
we'll get the names a bit cleaner the next time around. We're our first broadcast here at Banco Casino, so we have a mix of first names and middle names in there at the moment, but we'll see how it looks on the main graphical screen. But hopefully after the next break, we'll certainly for tomorrow, we'll have it looking as we see it as well.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to address most of the players by their first name, at least for now, and we'll get that fixed later on today or tomorrow. So back from a dinner break, I mean, have you ever been in that situation, Jason, where you've gone to dinner break and then you came back and realized, oh, I'm on the feature table?
No, I'm usually busted before the dinner break, so we don't have those issues. No, I've had that happen only one time, and it was even before I was like in poker media, so it was purely as a poker player, and yeah, it was kind of like a shock, you know, being on the first time. But now, if it happens, you just go and play. You don't even know that you're on a feature table or not.
No,
I mean, you know, but you don't pay attention to it. Maybe it would be different for a tournament, because I would say out of like the 30 times I've been on a TV table, it's been probably 90% of the time for cash games, not for tournaments.
The problem with the tournament is that you, like Jason said, you don't really know, and then you come to your table and the table is empty, and you're like confused. Where is everybody? Where's my chips? What am I going to do? And then a guy finds you, and I mean, if you come back late for dinner, so that's why we had to wait. But now we are gonna play the first hand after dinner break. As I said, blinds 400, 800 with 800 big blind ante. And I can already see now, Jason, that we. I mean, how's your eyesight?
Yeah, if anybody's listening to us on the graphical team, we cannot make out the cards at the moment.
No, we are either too old or too. Yeah, no, let's leave it at that. Okay, but anyway, gets folded quickly around here, which well, it's not always like this. Piotr wakes up with ace-3 in the small blind. No, we have actually a raise from Roland. Raise from the cutoff, I think it says. And Pavel with the king deuce in the big blind does not defend.
Stig, maybe I hop out real quick to see if we can.
Yeah, do that.
Somebody.
Yeah, because this was kind of, I mean, had to go like this, and that's going to be a long week if we have to do that every single time. So this, like I said, it's going to be interesting for the first few hands. You have to excuse us because this is going to get fixed, but right now it's kind of impossible, at least with my eyesight. So, but we have Rudolf Kosa in seat 1. We have Szymon Radzewski in seat 2. We have Lukasz Wracek in seat 3. We have Brandon Mifsud in seat 4. Chad Freund in seat 6. We have Gudjon Ivar Jonsson in seat 7. And we have Roland Kosmic in seat 8. King, queen, no, king 6 for, and he folds, of course. 10-9 suited for Piotr. He's gonna open it up. Ace deuce for Charles. And he defends the big blind. 8, 3, jack, 1 heart. But an open ender for Piotr. Also got the backdoor flush draw. Nothing there for Charles. He checks bet from Piotr. And Charles calls. King of diamonds on the turn. Charles checks again. Piotr takes a free card with his draw and with the river. So actually Charles is best right now with ace high. They check it down. Piotr just gives up. And takes down the first one. So Jason has been on the mission and he's back. Are we going to get this fixed, Jason?
I was told it should be fixed the next hand.
Okay.
So maybe a hand or two. And if it's not fixed after that, then I will pop out again. But this is natural to have a little bit of this at the beginning of a stream at a new location. This is one of the reasons why we started Day 1A. A, was to give you a flavor of the tournament from beginning to end, which is quite important. This tournament does tell a story. And B, if we have these small technical things that we can work them out. So when the money counts, that everything is running perfectly. And here we go. We had it, and it went back.
But I can see it's ace-10 suited.
Yeah, you're going to have to announce the action.
Yeah.
Because my eyesight's worse than yours even.
And that's Roland who opens. And oh, Piotr with the kings. He's 3-bet to. I can't see the bet sizes. I'm sorry, but
it looks like it was a raise to 2100 by Roland. Okay, we have our technical guy here, so we'll hold off on guessing.
6.4k was the 3-bet, and it was just folded.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
think that
pretty
was the action.
standard. Once your opening size is 2.1x, 2.5x, then the 3-bet sizing needs to be bigger too. So I think basically that's how the hand is going to play by a lot of players. Pretty standard to be opening and pretty standard to be 3-betting your kings. But we may be another hand or two. We're a little bit slow on catching the cards in the action, but we'll do the best that we can. This looks already much better.
Yeah, now we're good. Folded all the way around to Charles on the button. He's got 10 deuce suited, and he raises.
This is one of the players that's in with his middle name. That's Brandon.
Yeah, but I think we have to go by what's on the screen, so otherwise the viewers are going to be confused. So we just go with the name on the screen right now, and when it changes, we'll adjust. Gets called by the big blind, Ivar, with 8-6 suited. He hits the flop. So does Charles with second pair and a flush draw. That's 1.5, and the quick fold from Ivar with his pair of sixes.
It would have been interesting to see how Charles would have played that if there was a call there, whether he would have slowed down or tried to rep the ace to get better tens to fold. You know, it would have been interesting on both players' part. You know, does he then lead out as well after calling from the blinds? But I think we're going to see right now players playing things more on the safer side, being that we are still not even halfway done with day 1A.
Still, you also want to try to maybe build the pot in case you hit the flush, or it doesn't at least hurt to when you have a pair and a flush draw. It's like if you get called, you're like, okay, well, it's fine. And one thing we can say about these players is they play fast, and that leads me to believe that we have with experienced players, well, they are experienced, Jason.
Yes, that you can tell, both on the speed and the fact that they're not basically, they're understanding the speed and position, right? So out of position, these cards are not even being thought about. But here we go with a 3-bet.
Yeah, ace-8 from Aaron.
Does put Charles in a weird spot, even though he's ahead on this flop.
He calls with his pockets fives and 2 overcards to his pair, but he still got the best hand. Checks. Aaron continues. 7,000. And Charles was considering a call, but he lets it go.
It's interesting calling off that stack size as well. Like, it was a decent sized 3-bet and didn't waste any time in calling. And then if you're going to play your fives only as a set mine and not see multiple streets and see where you're at, see if you can plug it away, then I like a fold better there pre-flop personally. But once again, you don't want to chunk away a good portion of your stack with fives either when you didn't hit your sets. So that's it is what it is. But it's an adjustment you make as you're not as deep stacked. So in the very beginning of the tournament where you're hundreds of big blinds deep, a play like that, calling a 3-bet, becomes very standard because of the implied odds, but not as much as when you get down to a 50, 40 big blind stack.
Piotr, he opens Jack 10 off under the gun to 1.6, just goes the minimum. Gets folded around to Aaron. It's Oad Aaron Freund, actually, a player from Israel.
Yes.
He calls with 9-8 suited.
And he didn't travel the furthest to get here. We know there's several players from Chile.
Yeah, there are. A lot of South Americans. We'll come back to that tomorrow when we show the Nations Cup final table. Adolf, he has Jack 9 in the big blind, already has 800 out there, and calls. a lot of domination here, and Piotr, he's doing his bit of domination, so he's Adolf on Aaron, but the flop for Queen wasn't really that exciting.
It's still a good flop for the under the gun opener, but he chooses to not rep a strong pocket pair there. It's still now a good turn after it checks around, especially when the big blind checks there.
Piotr, he agrees with you, Jason. He bets 2,000 and gets both players to fold.
So Stig, I randomly learned that you actually have some Coolbet success under your belt. Am I putting you on the spot with that, or is this rumor true that you may have won, not one, not two, but 3 trophies in the opening Coolbet Open?
I think it was just 2, but I was lucky enough to get a couple of final tables as well. It's so long ago, Jason, I can't even remember. But the one thing I've never done is make it to day 2 of the main event. I'm not good enough to do that. I do better in, these like side events with a bit faster structure. Main event, I have still not made it to day 2.
I guess that's why you're in the comms booth with me. I don't necessarily make it to dinner break. You don't make it to day 2, so here we go. We can talk some poker instead.
I bought into day 2 once. Does that count?
I mean, considering you can't do that this year at the Coolbet Open, I guess it would count, but it probably didn't count the year that you did it.
Roland has raised with King 7. Gonna get looked up by Adolf here with King Jack, and that is a 3-bet to 7,000. It's folded back to Adolf. No, Roland who lets it go fast.
Nice aggressive play there, maybe sensing a little bit of weakness from his opponents there, picking up some free chips. This is something you don't always see beginning on the TV table on an opening day, is players typically, let's say, tighten a little bit rather than loosen, but then you have the experienced players that have been on TV tables before recognizing that fact and perhaps going the other way around and opening their 3-bet range. And then you can go levels on levels on levels just with this as well. Players knowing what others perceive of them and then using that, and then players knowing that they blah, 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 blah. But back to the action here.
And that was the 2 Austrians as well who clinched, so they might know each other, from before with playing styles and stuff. Gets folded around to, well, it goes fast again. Piotr lets it go in this. Do we have? No, it's Charles who raised it up with King 10, and Pavel in the big blind chooses not to defend.
We barely got that hand in. I mean, that hand must have taken under 30 seconds. I would love to be playing at a table like this. For a TV table, it's actually very good as well. Maybe slightly slower, but you'd rather have too fast than too slow for sure, especially with routine decisions. I'm sure if they have something to think about, they will think about it.
Yeah, and I mean, even though this is a great structure in the main event, 45-minute levels, still, if you consider yourself a good player, which most poker players do, I mean, you want to see as many hands as possible, and this is for everyone's benefit. And I was really, I mean, with Rudolph, when he folded to Roland's 3-bet, he did it lightning fast. It didn't like pretend he had a difficult decision. He opened, he tried to steal, and he gave up. So, I mean, you don't really need to act like you have a difficult decision every single time you raised and done it as a steal. You don't really have to waste time to think. Every poker player knows that everyone tries to steal every once in a while. You're not going to give anything away. Kosa has opened, Ace-Jack to 1,800. And again, we get quick folds.
Yeah, back-to-back walks for the opener here. This time, nobody's showing up with anything to play against with Kosa. Meanwhile, Kosa still has the most at the table. I believe he started with about 118,000, a little bit under, and now is up to 121,000, so just a few big blinds added. Not a lot of movement in general quite yet, but that can change very quickly. It's been a case where players are deep, and there's just really been one player at the table at a time getting cards that are playable.
So 151 big blinds for our chip leader, which is, well, actually he can take the rest of the day off and still make it to day 2 with a great stack. But of course, I don't think Mr. Kosa is going to do that. Now he's gonna open 10-7 suited. He's been pretty quiet until now, so he might get believed. Opens from the hijack. Rajewski calls with Jack 9. Also suited, and also suited for Fraucheck with 9-8 of diamonds on the button.
Could be an interesting squeeze spot for him, actually, depending on the dynamics from before we arrived and depending on how he feels, how much risk averse he is with a single bullet.
The problem is he kind of have to thread lightly because of his stack size. He's got 27.4 behind after the 1,800 he called. And Freud is getting a wonderful price in the big blind with 7-6 offsuit. Flop, deuce, 4-3, clubs. And Freud has the only club. Also got a gut shot to the straight.
Not really the flop anybody's going to be very happy with, though, so any bet will get there most likely.
Yeah, this is the big blinds flop, no doubt about it. But the thing is, 3 clubs, even though he has a 6 of clubs, he's probably thinking someone else has a bigger club than my 6 when there are 3 other players in the hand. We know that nobody has a club. Let's see what he does. Yeah, he bets 4.6
Well, this should
on
get
the turn.
job done.
Yeah, deuce of diamond on the turn, and Freund takes it down.
So followed basically everything you said there. You don't want to donk bet that kind of flop, especially multi-way, even though it does hit your range. Once that low card pairs, it even hits your range even that much harder, where you should be checking the flop, and then you can rep it on the turn like you did. And the worst hand wins.
I see in the chat someone has already requested the password for the free roll, Jason. I'm just gonna.
Should we make them guess, because it's guessable today, actually?
Yeah, it is, but I mean.
We can't be mean, but it's also in the graphics every now and again.
Yeah, it will come up on the graphics, to just pay attention, but we will also remind you about it. And I think I'm just going to go in and register right now to see if the password is correct, or if I remember the password correctly.
I believe it is the country that we're actually located in. I think maybe gave enough spoiler away there.
I believe you are right.
So back to the action here. We have Kosa now, after opening a few times, deciding to open with his 10-9 and gets a few callers already. Where did this action play a little bit differently? No, that we have a 3-bet here actually by Charles here to 3.7k.
Mifsud with 6-4 suited. And call from Kosa with the 10-9, same suit as Mifsud. And Rajewski with ace-deuce suited, he calls.
The problem with the 3-bet is it was just a little bit too small to not have players call with these kind of hands.
5 ace 9 top pair for Rajewski, pair of 9s for Kosa. Not much there for Mifsud, but he's got some backdoor possibilities.
Plus, he could put a lot of pressure on players with the worst hand here, being he was the 3-better. The 3-bet wasn't that big. It screams these very high pocket pairs. I would expect at least the ace-deuce to stick along, but he may get Kosa to fold by betting here. We'll see what he decides to do, though.
Oh.
He gives up on the hand.
Yeah, Kosa was kind of faking a consideration. Maybe I'm going to donk lead, but he then checked, and Mifsud with a quick check behind, jack on the turn.
So now Kosa can be repping aces as well, considering he's the only one, he's 2 of the only ones without the ace, but in general he could be because he was the opener. you don't expect too many aces other than these weird ace-deuce suited hands to be flatting and then flatting a squeeze and a call.
10,000 from Kosa. Rojeski with the best hand.
Wow.
He lets it go. And Mifsud has already folded. So nice play by the chip leader Kosa.
Yes, probably now thinks that his 9 was actually good and he was betting for value there, but turns out he got a better hand to fold. And it was very interesting that after calling a 3-bet, you flop top pair. There was no action. You should feel fairly good about your hand when you have less than a starting stack left in your hand. To give up at that point, then maybe not calling pre-flop. If you're just playing to hit a flush or a 2-pair, then you should be folding there.
So more than 4 times the starting stack for Kosa after just, well, less than 6 hours effective play.
Not a bad day's work.
Must be nice. Okay, I'm gonna try to get into the free roll now. But if you didn't catch it, the password is Slovakia.
With a capital S. If the password is case sensitive, which I believe it is, it would be capital S and then the rest of Slovakia lowercase. So it's a bunch of rags already. It's folded all the way around to Milsad in the cutoff, and he folds as well. So it's going to be another one of those hands. It's a great time for Steek to be entering the free roll. It folds all the way around to the small blind, who basically limps and then check called a bet from the big blind. Mifsud getting a little bit cute in back-to-back hands, but does flop the middle pair here with the 6-9-4 of hearts. Does continue and does have the best hand at this point in time. And takes down the pot. So Mifsud is definitely here to play, mixing it up. Going to be hard to predict how he is going to play his hands for sure. And it looks like we may have Steek just entering the free roll. How many do we have in there so far?
I am in, and I was number 15. So, I mean, it's really good value right now. We are expecting more entries.
And how many prizes does this free roll pay? It looks like 24 if I'm reading correctly.
You are absolutely right. 24 players, and the first prize is a €100 festival ticket. Also prizes, I mean, summer festival tickets, €50 tickets, €30 tickets, €20 tickets, €10 tickets, and €5 tickets. So real value in the free roll today. We are going to have one every single day. And I believe there is a bounty on my head. I will post my nick in the chat, but I think I'm going to wait a little bit longer until we get more players so everyone gets it.
Yeah, it should be that there's only a bounty if we reach a certain number of players in the free roll too.
No, that's not the way Coolbet does it.
No,
if they promise the bounty, you are going to get a bounty no matter how many entrants. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be something nice.
Well, then I'm going to quickly establish residence in Norway so I can download Coolbet, collect the bounty.
Yeah, we'll see, Jason. Anyway, back to the table where Fracek has opened the ace-2 suited, gotten called by Jonsson and Kosa. Flop 5-7 queen, 2 clubs. Fracek still is like has the best. No, he does not. Kosa has a pair, which is always better than ace-high. He checks, Fracek checks, and Jonsson checks. Turn is the ace of diamonds.
I'm not surprised the flop checked around, but now I would expect Fracek to be betting this turn. It is scary, so maybe he wants to do some pot control, but then he's going to have to fold to a lot of bets on the river. But he does indeed check. And this is a pretty dry river.
Queen of spades. Board paired. Kosa checks. He
Now there's no point to fraud check betting because he's only being called by something better than him after the queen
Yeah.
pairs the board.
the way
Maybe
the
some sevens are going to call there, but
yeah, the way the hand has been played, you might get value from like a 7 or maybe even a 5.
or pocket pairs as well.
True. And he does bet, but small, 2,500, I think it looks like. Yep. Jonsson folds. Let's see. Cheap leader Kosa, he's got tons of chips. Does not look like a guy who likes to be bluffed. And he calls.
So you're exactly right. He did get value out of the 5, so exactly the hand that he was looking to get called by.
That's it. Okay, I'm going home, Jason. That was my
Yes.
one time. Yeah, I'm done.
So 500 euros worth of tickets. That's quite a nice free roll.
And the password is Slovakia. We are gonna keep an eye on the chat, so if you have questions, you can post them there, the chat on YouTube. But if you, I think the chat is probably gonna be pretty active in the days to come. So if you want to make sure that we read your question, I mean, we can't promise to read everything on air, but if you want us to read it, post it in the comments below the picture, because there it's easier to keep track of everyone.
And Tati Lind in the chat. Hey Tati, how's it going? Miss you out here. I know you do like Bratislava, but I'm sure I will be seeing some of you later in the year. Tati was actually just at Banco Casino for an event.
Yeah, the Swedish
Yes.
championship, I believe. I know Tati. I played with Tati.
Who hasn't played with Tati over the years? Even I played with Tati, and how often do you see me playing?
Yeah, you're right. You usually work. So again, another race and take it fast hand, played by these 8. I do know. We saw Project take down his first pot not long ago. He actually won the WPT 500 in Barcelona a few years back, and that's his biggest cash for 215,000.
He seems like both the Polish players seem like they've probably put in their share of hours playing online, just with their quick thought processes and decision making. You know, even on those 3 bets and the folds that we saw, it's usually a sign of somebody that's logged in a few million hands that things become a bit more automatic, whether the cameras and lights are rolling or not. That all goes out of the window for, let's say, your first live poker experience. Then you may have, you're taking things slowly just to make sure you're not throwing in the wrong chip denominations, that you're able to keep track of your opponent's chip counts within a certain range. You know, there's other things you have to take into consideration. So Kosa back at it, but this time with a nice hand with the king-queen.
I think it's King 9 actually, Jason. I know
That's king 9?
Yeah,
Okay.
the graphics. It's kind of hard, so we might make some small mistakes every once in a while. 3 diamonds in the flop. 3-10-7 or trade 10-7.
Both players may think they have a live flush draw here.
Jevsky with the best flush draw. He checks. Also has a gut shot. And Rosa with king high. He bets. I think Rajewski has to call one street here, 1.6, and he does.
Yeah, I don't think a fold was possible. It was either going to be a call or a check raise.
4 pairs on the turn with another 7. Rajewski checks, hoping he will get a free card. And he gets it. And diamond on the river. So the thing is, what does Rajewski do now? Does he bet or does he check call? Seems like he wants to bet.
And if he's raised, he can get away from it. If Kosa can turn his showdown hand into a bluff, but that's not the likely scenario. It's too strong, and it's usually going to be just a call. I was more curious if whether Kosa was going to try to get a smaller diamond to call if it was checked over to him. But I do like this bet because you're going to get pretty much all those smaller diamonds to call. Maybe if he had like an 8-9, he's just going to cry call just to see what you had.
Oh, and Kosa lets it go. That's very disciplined.
Yeah. Maybe he's seen some very tight post-flop play from his opponent before the feature table began. It's a good chance that these two have been playing since the beginning of the day. It was a very quick decision, though, so it seemed like he knew what he was going to do before the bet was even laid out there.
And sometimes you are wrong, but this time he was right.
Yeah. Very nice read, very nice play. And it makes sense to some degree. There's perhaps some diamonds that he's beating. You know, it's basically how many bluffs do I think my opponent has there type of thing. I don't think that a bet is coming from, let's say, the 6 of diamonds. It's either going to be no diamond or something like a full house and or a good diamond.
Again, folded quickly around to Kosa in the cutoff for deuce offsuit. And he lets that one go. Rajewski with 8-3. No. Tracek has 10-3 in the small blind.
Are we going to see an exciting walk?
I mean, Fracek doesn't look like the guy who gives walk.
Okay.
In plural, by the way. And he limps in Mifsud with 9-4. He decides to defend. No, he lets it go. No, he raised and got a quick call. That was what happened.
Quick fold, you mean?
Quick fold, yeah. And Charles Mifsud, or Brandon, did you say?
Yeah, it's Brandon. Yeah.
Straight from a deep run in the EPT Barcelona, I believe he finished somewhere around 20th place.
Oh, wow. In the main?
Yeah, in the main event, yeah. And he has a lot of caches, both in Europe and in the States and in Asia, so he's really experienced. And but I did a little checking before the tournament started. He's actually never won a tournament.
Oh, wow.
He might, of course, he probably in some home game or something he's probably won, but and probably I'm pretty sure he's won plenty of tournaments online, but live he still misses that first place.
The first Hendon Mob cash, anyway.
King Queen for Kosmich opens to 2000. Kosa folds. Rajewski folds his a6. Fracek folds the button. Mifsud with a suited king in the small blind. Yeah, might be tempted.
Is tempted.
He calls Freund with ace-10 suited in the big blind.
If it wasn't an early position raise, we'd probably be seeing a 3-bet here quite often, but I think we'll likely... Oh, but it's going to be a 3-bet anyway.
8,500 it looks like.
Spot on there. And it's going to be hard for either player to call. That should get the job done. It is possible, I suppose, King, Queen calls there, but...
And Kosmich, he folds Mifsud. He folds his king, or does he? Probably doing the math. And he shoves 45,500.
Wow.
Oh, and look at Freund. Look at Freund.
What's he trying to represent, though? I guess aces, really, because, like, what is flatting a raise and then 4-betting over a cold 3-bet?
Yeah, because the thing is, when he just calls there, if he has aces, he doesn't really want to let the big blind in. He just preferably be up against one opponent, not two with his aces. So I think this is what Freund is actually thinking about right now.
Showing a lot of heart, and this is why I wouldn't have been surprised if like the 9-4s, 10-3s were in the muck when he was in like the big blind, because we've seen him do this at other events as well, and so I'm sure he's been doing this before the feature table where something that isn't necessarily in the playbook happens.
Freund tries to extract some information. I think he asked the question. Unfortunately, we can't hear what the players are saying. And he lets it go, so that was kind of risky from Mifsud. And still for a lot of big blinds as well. But he got it through.
It's maybe more of a day 1A kind of move than, let's say, a day 1E, F, when you don't have as many chances to rebuild the stack.
Yeah, because you have a good point, Jason, because we have to remind the viewers that this is a re-entry tournament. You can re-enter as many times as you like on all flights, so there's plenty of chances. And Mifsud, we know he has a lot of cash from before. He might have a strategy that he's going to play 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3 bullets to build a big stack and just go for spots whenever he sees them. And this was definitely a spot. And he got Charles to fold. No, he got Freund to fold. So we're not going to criticize too much. Javier Sierra on YouTube, he says, "Go Chilean players."
Yes, we're going to have some Chilean players on the feature table throughout the week, so please stay tuned for that.
I mean, tomorrow I think we are going to have 3 players from South America on the final table of the Nations Cup.
Oh, wow. That'll be a lot of fun then. It's always fun watching players from South America play. They always bring so much like positive energy, a lot of emotion, so expecting quite a nice final table there. How long before the free roll begins here, Stig?
It starts in 10 minutes, but there's late reg for the first 10 levels, so plenty of time to get in there, and the password is Slovakia.
That's 5-minute blind levels, I assume?
Let me check for you. The blind levels are 8 minutes long.
Oh, wow. So it's like an hour and a half almost of late reg you guys have. That's quite good.
Meanwhile, Fracek, who opened King 4, got called by Freund with pocket 9s, and Jonsson has Ace King suited. And 3 bets to 6k. Fracek folds. Freund, I don't think he's going to fold pocket 9s. That would surprise me.
Doesn't call there.
Yeah, he likes to call with Jonsson having the effective stack. And Freund still best on the flop, 7-3-7. It's a good flop for him, he checks. Let's see if Jonsson decides to c-bet or not. He does. 5,500. And Freund calls. Three of spades. Double paired board. Freund checks again. Does Jonsson give up, or I mean, he's got 26.2 behind. There's 25.4 in the middle. Has he set up for a shove here? Stack to pot ratio? No, he's just going to go a little smaller, 10,000.
I like this because you could slow down with some showdown value on the river, obviously, and it's enough. If the double barrel does look quite strong, it's probably not going to get 9s to fold here.
No, and he gets put all in by Freund when he bets 12,000, not 10. He's only got 14.2 behind here, so still, he does not want to be squeezed out by another ace who might take this spot. But it's, I mean, this is not easy. But he kind of put himself in this situation with the stack to pot ratio.
I think you're behind just about everything now, because even if it's another ace, it's a good chance then it would be like a suited ace that is also drawing to a flush draw, assuming that flush draw would be live like it is in this case. You're really not getting enough pot odds to that king or ace, and even then...
No, I'm not saying he gets pot odds at all, but it's his tournament life. But it's just the situation that you know that you might be up against another race who thinks it's a double pair board. I'm gonna put you all in, and it's a bigger stack. And of course, that's what he's thinking about now, because he has still not folded.
He's basically calling for a chop at best, though.
Yes.
That's like, obviously we see that it's not a chop at best because his ace and king are both live.
Yeah, and there is a river, so I mean, he might get lucky. And he decides to go with it, and he gets the bad news. He needs an ace or a king to survive.
6 outs left in the deck, 1 card to come, about a 7-1 underdog, but we've seen stranger things happen in poker.
And it's a jack, so we lose Jonsson for now. It's a re-entry. There are 5 more flights after this one. He can either hop straight into this one. He could take a couple of hours off and play day 1B, which is a turbo version at 9 o'clock today, Central European time. And then he has the same 2 chances both tomorrow on Wednesday and on Thursday. I think Freund, well, I played with him yesterday shortly, and he's not an easy player to play against. And I don't think he's going to get any easier now that also he has a massive stack. He's closing the gap to our chip leader, Kosa. Oh, he's actually passed. He's passed with 3,000. So we have a new chip leader.
You know what I'm rooting for? This 250,000 chip pop between the 2 players. Let's see it happen.
Still, Kosmich has a lot of chips. So does Mifsud. Double the starting stack.
And it looks like we have a new player in seat 5. A Norwegian player, actually. Elias Orton. Does he look familiar to you?
In seat... Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. He slipped in here not long ago.
He was coming in during the elimination hand of Janssen. He was sneaking in as that river card was coming out.
You're absolutely right. Rejewski, who opened pocket queens, got called by Jack 10 in the big blind. Kosmich, he checks the flop 7-4-4. Check, and Rejewski with the c-bet quick fold from Kosmich. How did you pronounce the Norwegian name again, Jason?
Is it Orton?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. And the first name?
Elias.
Yeah, it's close enough. It's the English way. In Norway, we say Elias.
Elias.
Yeah, but just go with Elias. It's, I think, easier for everyone.
Yeah, we're probably going to make fun of each other a little bit with pronunciations. I'll get railed on with all the Norwegian ones and the simple American ones. Like he says, simple Norwegian ones. Stig is going to get a little ribbing now and again.
We will definitely butcher some names during these next 5 days.
Getting closer and closer to that 100 entry figure mark. We're up to 86 now. Just 53 remaining, so we've lost already 33 entries.
Meanwhile, Rejewski, who raised King-Queen suited. Mifsud, also with 2 spades, 6-5, he called under the gun +2, and then we got, well, it's folded around to Kosa in the big blind. He's got suited King 8. And flops, not flush draw.
No, I think it's King of Hearts, 8 of Diamonds for Kosa.
Yes, you're right. It's, again, it's the graphics that are a little small. So
Still very defendable.
no flush draw for Kosa. Rajewski's, who still has the best hand with the second pair. That's 2200. Gets a fold from Kosa, and well, it's a pair of 5s from for Mifsud here.
Yeah, I mean, he is in position, even though it's a bit sticky, because now if it was checked over to him, he can take down the pot, not necessarily, and then he can obviously improve the trips in 2-pair, but doesn't have any red cards in his hand, and now we see that his opponent improved to 2-pair, so any move he had in mind would not be a wise idea, at least from a results-oriented point of view.
But Rajewski with a sneaky check here kind of opens the door.
That was a small bet, it looks like.
No, it was a small bet, yeah. You're right. I thought he checked.
I think you need to bet there at that point because it's still so many draws. You do have a very strong hand with 2-pair, but if a jack or a 10 or any red card comes out, then you need to try to get the value now. I know you're bloating the pot and you're playing it out of position if those cards come up, but it's still better to take it down now or get value for it now. Either way is okay.
Free roll about to start, just a couple of minutes away now, and I'm in it. I don't think if I pronounce my nick on Coolbet, I don't think anybody would understand anyway. So I'm just gonna write it in the chat.
I could try to pronounce it.
Yeah, do. And there we go. It's posted. No, that was wrong.
Is that the password to your Coolbet account you just posted?
Oh, yeah. There we go. No, I did it kind of right. Almost.
Sangfugu.
Ah, close.
So we have an open here by the very active Misid with the King Queen suited here more than standard. And 10's opting to just call by our new player and Elias Orton. And a 3-bet with Ace Queen. So the pot quickly jacking up. It's going to force Rajewski to fold his 6s.
I don't think either Mifsud or Orton is gonna be so quick to fold.
It depends. Once again, Freund, we've seen him be active. I mean, I wouldn't expect the King Queen suited to turn their hand into a 4-bet. That's really the only option for him is to 4-bet or fold, I think. Just calling is not really the best option. But Orton, with the 10s, it's almost like if your opponent has been 3-betting at all, you have to call or 4-bet there. And he does need to play it a little bit safer with a call.
8 King 9 in the flop. Orton still best. And he checks it. Freund has the Ace of Hearts. 2 hearts on the flop.
A bet of around 7,000 wouldn't be surprising to me.
You're
like
close. Very close. 6.5.
Because this is the flop that you kind of want to see when you're 3-betting, right? You want to see this king with 2 low cards. It hits you so
And he
much
gets
better.
the fold, Jason, from the better hand. Maybe a little tight from Orton.
It's hard playing those hands out of position. It's almost better to 4-bet than it is to call. It was basically then just set mining his 10s if he's folding to a single bet.
And now the free roll has started. And I will play. I already timed out the first hand because I was watching the poker being played, which should be my main focus. But so if I time out every once in a while, please excuse me.
If we weren't violating any rules, we could set up an automatic timer just to shove your stack in every 4th hand.
And like I said, there is a bounty on my head. I don't know what it is, but it's probably going to be something nice from our friends at Coolbet.
And the blinds have gone up, Stig, so we made it through the first 45 minutes. We're now at a small blind of 500, a big blind of 1,000, along with a 1,000 big blind ante. So everybody stacks effectively shorter, but we do have two players with more than 100 big blinds still at the feature table. So we should continue to get some action. And as the blind levels go up, you will see some more hands that just go by quickly, but then you'll see actually more complex play as well. So should be interesting over the next few hours.
Kosmich, who has raised his deuces, got called by Rajewski with queen and jack, and Fracek in the big blind has jack 9. He defends. Flop 6 queen ace, or ace queen 6.
So Repjeski trying to rep that ace, it looks like.
I think it's Kosmich actually who was the OR.
Kosmich, I'm sorry.
But Rajewski with the second pair, and that's the best hand right now. 5,500 is the c-bet from Kosmich. And he gets both players to fold.
Easy game. Oh, you timed out again there, Stig.
Yes, I did. Thank you. No, I don't know. It's like, of course, it depends on your stack size. But if you are gonna call pre-flop and flop second pair, I personally like to take at least one more street.
Yeah, assuming it's not like a pot-sized bet on the flop, then I agree with that. I find that a lot of players' flop continuation sizes that were a bit larger in live poker than online poker. We didn't see that just before. It was a bet of 650 into 2,000, which was like an online sizing more than a live sizing.
Could even call it like a GTO sizing. Become pretty standard. Meanwhile, Freund, he opens 7-5 suited from under the gun +1. Folded to Rajewski, got ace deuce now.
So I like this. Now that he's gone some chips, he's opened up his ranges. These low-suited gappers, when you open them from early position, are easy to get away from if you're facing some resistance. If not, you can represent a very wide range and occasionally hit Yahtzee.
And occasionally you run into pocket queens, like Fracek has in the small blind. He's got 26,800 behind here. Close to 27 big blinds. I love this level, by the way. Free bets to 9,000.
I thought we were going to see him shove there. I know it's a little bit big for a shove, but there was a caller mixed in there too. Either way, it should work.
Yeah, and he gets the folds. Saw also Mifsud there with a suited ace, just let it go pretty quickly. Ace 5. Which, if his opponent was deeper, I think he would definitely take a call with, or maybe even 4-bet. Ace, well, small suited aces has kind of become the new trend hand to 4-bet, but that's of course when players are deeper. The effective stack has to be bigger.
And when you have a lot of players that are capable of 3-betting light, which isn't always the case in events that attract a healthy mix of recreational and semi-professional players.
Kosa opens 8-6 suited, 2,200. Fracek with the ace queen on the button. He 3-bets to 6,000. If suit folds, Orton folds the big blind back to Kosa. He wants to know how much Frauschek has behind here. He had that look.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't tossed this away yet. We haven't seen him really playing games, so I guess he's really thinking about whether he can get his opponent to fold if he 4-bets, or whether he's priced incorrectly to 3-bet, whether he can outplay his player post-flop well enough facing a 3-bet.
But he gets the fold. I have to apologize for the players at my table in the free roll, which you can still register to for at least an hour and a half or more. And the password is Slovakia. And just go to Coolbet, find the Coolbet Open free roll, and I'm there. I apologize for having been sit out a lot of hands now. I know that's not when people are hunting my bounty. That's not a polite thing to do. The positive thing is I have less chips than most of you, so you can actually knock me out. Meanwhile, Kosa with the pocket fours.
Going with a different raise sizing we've seen. Oh, it is 2.2. It was just 2,500 he put out.
Gets folded around to be sued, and now it falls a button. Freund with the 10-9 in the big blind. He defends. So you might get your wish, Jason, because now we have the two chip leaders who are clashing here.
And oh my, this could be actually that kind of flop. We have bottom pair for Koza, and we have a gut shot with 2 overcards by Freund. He's going to at least have to call a bet if he doesn't want to even just check raise here, because this flop does typically hit his range even better, and he has that kind of hand with lots of outs coming on the turn and river, even if he is called. So let's see how this works out, though.
5.9 in the middle. Kosa, he bets. Looks like 2,000. Okay, 2,500.
It's a good yet scary flop against the big blinds range. Obviously, you're over the moon about having that bottom set, but you're not out of the woods yet with the 2 clubs and all that straight connectivity going on.
Freund, he calls. Ace on the turn. Freund. Oh, now he might get away from this. He checks.
Yeah, it's a very bad card actually for Kosa, because he's repping all the aces now. The strength of his hand is going to be potentially revealed with another bet, but he has to bet to protect his hand at the same time.
Goes pot, I think.
Yeah, close to 10,000 bet, and a snap fold there by Freund. Understanding that he was probably only drawing to a 7 and maybe only 3 of them.
So I guess Kosa is close to being back to chip leader now, but it's close between these two players.
We at least got to see them tangle up in a pot. We got to see what it means to be playing deep stack poker. Did you get to play a hand finally? Because it looks like you have more than starting.
Yes, I won a hand, actually.
Did you just shove pre and everybody folded?
No, I did not. I saw a flop and put in the c-bet and got folded. Or I didn't get folded, but I got folds when I actually wanted to call. But we are not going to focus too much on my play, at least not yet.
But if you want to join, Stig, come on Coolbet. There's the free roll that started at 7 o'clock. Late reg is at least for another hour. There's 500 euros and free tickets with a 100 euro ticket up top there. So quite nice prizes. Top 24 players get paid. Last I looked, there were about 50 or so players, and I think there's a few more now. But absolutely free to enter. No gimmicks, no strings attached, and there will be a bounty if you eliminate Stig.
Frauschek opened ace-5, got called by Freund, who has king-queen offsuit, and Kosmich in the big blind calls with jack-8 suited. Ace, king-6 on the flop. Top pair for Frauschek. Second pair for Freund. Not much for Kosmich. It's a club. But just one, so he needs backdoor or runner to win. Fracek bets 2,000 with the best hand.
Let's see if Freund wants to stick around to see the turn. Indeed he does. Should be an easy fold here though. With the Jack-8 suited, just with the backdoor club draw, backdoor Broadway draw.
Freund 2-pair on the turn has the best hand now. And checks.
And that would have been interesting if the Jack-8 of clubs stayed in the hand. It still might be interesting between these two. Fracek may still feel he's ahead and need to really protect himself on now what is a scary board. Should be able to bet fold this as well. He can think if he's ahead and if he's pushed back on re-evaluate.
Goes check. And 10 on the river. The board even more scary now. And I mean, Freund, he has 2-pair, but 4-2 straight. And they check it down, and Freund takes it.
Yeah, that 10 killed any chance for Freund to gain any value from his turn 2-pair.
Okay.
Did something happen?
Yes. I got put. I'm all in. I might lose here, and I'm out. Got rivered by straight. Mama Gorg. You can expect a present from Coolbet. Probably in the mail. I don't know what, but. You will get a nice gift from Coolbet for knocking me out after 14 minutes, Jason.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you re-enter for going out so fast?
No.
Level 2, I believe, as well. So this free roll actually is very well structured, so even though you can listen to Steek, learn from Steek, just do not play like how Steek did in the free roll. Play it nice and easy, 8-minute blind levels, 24 prizes paid. You don't need to be impulsive and overplay your Cowboys like Steve did.
I was going to say, in my defense, I had kings, Jason. And he called me all the way with... well, actually, he had some nice draws. But we'll leave it at that. Still plenty of time to enter. And, I mean, even though my bounty is no longer available, there are plenty of nice prizes. I mean, $100 festival ticket for first prize. And only 64 entries so far, 29 players. No, 30 players now actually gets something.
Oh.
So Slovakia is the password, and you'll find the tournament on the Coolbet client. Coolbet Open free roll. Meanwhile, it's Mifsud who's opened the ace-6 suited, gotten called by Freund and Kosa, and the flop comes King Jack 4. So second pair for Freund. Bottom pair for Kosa, ace high for Mifsud.
A bit of an ambitious defend there by Kosa, but he may be able to steal this away even though he has the value.
Goes check on the flop, 8 on the turn.
No, he doesn't want to try to steal it away. I guess feeling that nothing that is beating him would be folding to him.
Checks around again. And now I think maybe Freund might bet when he hits another jack on the river.
Yeah, maybe he should feel good about his hand after it's checked around to him for a third time. Hits the trips and is betting big. That's an overbet, I believe. Well, it was about 8,000 in the pot. He bets 10. Kosa actually thinking about, is my 4 good here? But he should also be thinking he has another player behind. We can see that he is ahead of Mifsud.
He lets it go.
Moveset taking his time here. Trying to put the story together. What kind of hands would be checking flop, checking turn? Obviously it would be hands like we see here, hands that are even better than this.
And lets it go. So again, a nice spot for Chad Freund.
Looks like we have a few more people asking for the password in the live chat. Once again, the password to the free roll is Slovakia with a capital S. You can still get in for another hour. There are under 100 people in it. Over 30 prizes, I believe, are on tap right now. 500 euros worth of prizes.
Gotchek, who opens king queen, gets folded to Orton. No, he lets his ace go. Too risky with his stack size. Freund also with king queen. In the cutoff, he elects to 3-bet to 5,500. Kosmich was considering what he was going to have for a late night snack before he folded. Kosa is out. Rajewski in the big blind, 10-5 not defendable in Rajewski's mind. And I kind of agree. You're out of position, and I mean, even if you hit top pair, you might not be good. This is a marathon, not a sprint. This is the main event with 45-minute levels.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised to see like even that 4-deuce called earlier in the big blind and a multi-way pot. It just can never lead to anything good. But
well,
I love these leveling wars where both players have the same hand, and now it's just going to be a matter of who bets it, or will it be a chop? I kind of hope that neither of the players hit anything, because that's where the leveling wars begin.
Well, a couple of 5s and a 7 in the flop. Goes check from Fracek. Freund takes its time now, considering the sizing. That's 5,000 into 13.5 and gets a quick fold.
The backdoor diamond draw probably helped a little bit there. If there was a diamond in his opponent's hand, maybe we would have seen a call. And we're up to 88 runners according to the graphics, and under 50 players remaining. So we're probably looking at 3 or 4 tables of players bagging chips by the end. We'll get a few more in, as Steek predicts. What was your prediction? 120, I believe.
No, I think I said 110.
110?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we'll probably get somewhere near there.
So this is level 8 out of a total of 14 who they are going to play today, but late reg only for the first 12. I mean, only in like 12 levels is a long time.
Yeah.
And we are going to be broadcasting the rest of the day 1A. So a total of 14 levels, so a lot of poker you can watch in the coming hours. Meanwhile, Orton with, well, I'm not going to say small stack, because he has a little less than the starting stack of 30,000, and that's almost 30 big blinds. So he's by no means short, but still he's one of the shorter stacks at the table. And it's kind of often demotivating when you have like big stacks around you. He has big stack to he has chip leader to his left, he has a big stack to his right, and then you also have Kosa on the other side of the table who has a monster stack at this stage. And that's sometimes that can influence players.
Yeah, that can be intimidating, but on the other hand, those are kind of the spots you want, especially when it's a big stack to your right, especially on a re-entry event. You can be taking those higher variance spots, and you want players that are active and with chips to have that combination so that you can run a starting stack into a quadruple stack in just an orbit or two.
Well, this time he's opened King Queen, folded all the way around to Rajewski, and now on the button he folds. Fracek in the small blind folds a6, and Mifsud with Queen Jack offsuit. He defends. So 2 players to the flop.
Should we be rooting for a queen high flop here?
No, I'm never rooting for stuff
mayhem.
like that, Jason.
That's only me. I'm the only evil one in the room.
6 deuce 4. Not even close.
I like these flops too because this is the kind of hand that the worst hand could take it. I was not expecting a donk bet here.
Look at this. Mifsud bets 4,000, leads out into Orton. And that's a big blinds flop, Jason, and Orton lets the best hand go.
Very nice awareness there. I wouldn't have been surprised to see like a check raise in that spot too, but I guess you don't want to be putting yourself into an even higher variance spot, which that would be happening on his stack size.
But not only the free roll you can enter today, there's also a free spin offer to those who are interested.
Are we going to do that?
Yes, if you deposit 10 euros, then you get 50 free spins on Cool Racer. I'm not going to do that.
I need to find somebody else to give 5 euros to split the 50 spins and then degen 10 euros and have some fun. I do like some of the slots games that I know are on Coolbet actually. But 10 euros worth of slots is my speed. I don't have a separate slots bankroll.
No, gamble responsibly. I think that's moral. Folded round to Fracek on the button. Pocket deuces.
Deuces never loses.
Well, sometimes they do. And sometimes you have 26 big blinds on the button against bigger stacks in the blinds. And it's always a little scary to open the button because so often you get put to the test in this spot. So he elects to limp the button actually.
Especially when you have Musid right next to you in the small blind. He's one of those players that's certainly capable.
And he is not only capable, Jason, he actually does it. He just shoves it all in with his pocket threes. And he had another, well, not short stack, but one of the shortest on the table in the big blind. So, of course, it's a risk. Sometimes the big blind wakes up with a hand. This time Orton did not, and we got a quick fold.
But Fracek will be happy that at least he didn't put in a raise. I think a shove would have gone through. You're not calling usually with threes. That would have worked, but it's still too wide to shove, and I think actually Mifsud's shove, because it was effectively an open shove, being that it was a limp pot, was a bit too wide to risk 44 big blinds, or even if you're just thinking about the button open, to be risking 26 big blinds.
And we have a new player in seat 7. That's a player from Iceland.
Gunnar Bergeson.
Yeah, so one Icelandic player out, and we get another one in. Gunnar Birgisson.
I think we have a quota. We need at least one Icelandic player per feature table. I think it's fair.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I think we have a few dozen Icelandic players floating around. That bumped into quite a lot over the last few days.
A lot of Icelandic players who qualified for this Coolbet Open, and in the Nations Cup, which was online, Iceland was actually the country with the most number of total participators.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So the smallest country had the biggest number of players, and that's impressive.
They have a very vibrant and active poker community that travels. I've met quite a few over the years, mostly at the Coolbet Opens, to be fair, because the Coolbet Open is very attractive for the Icelandic and Norwegian communities especially. But it seems like it's different Icelandic players every single time, with some overlap, of course.
Top pair for Kosa on the flop, Queen 6-5. Gets 2 pair on the turn when it checks around.
But Freund's with that open ender to Broadway.
Not much for Rajewski with his ace-9 though.
If we see a 9 on the river, we could be seeing those fireworks I was talking about, maybe even with an ace.
5,000 from Kosa. After Freund checks, Rajewski he folds back to Freund with his open ender. And he calls.
And it's a blank 6 of clubs on the river that may even stop Kosa from betting, but I think it'll go check bet fold here with top 2 is still good enough to bet.
I think so, because Freund defended the big blind here, and it's not likely that he has an overpair to the queen. So I think Kosa thinks it's safe to bet, and he gets a quick fold. So only 10,000 who separates the two chip leaders at the table right now.
I have to say we've seen some pretty good, solid poker over the first hour of the stream.
Yeah, nobody has been really out of line. We had Mifsud who made a pretty big shove. That was kind of risky earlier on with the suited king. But apart from that, everyone has played... well, not that that wasn't a good play. He got his opponent and better hands to fold, but still, it's been solid from most of these players.
Yeah, and I would say that's even probably strategic. He did the same with the 3s. I don't think, based on what we've seen with his results and seen with his, general demeanor this week and at other events, that he's going to stop at 1 bullet. If he loses, I'm pretty sure he's right back in tonight or even later in day 1A or wait to day 1C. But the mentality and how you approach hands, and you take those minus EV spots that are high variance that potentially can catapult you because you have the ability to do so if bankroll is not a factor.
Speaking of Mifsud, he opens here. From the cutoff, Odin folds the button. Freund folds the small blind. To our friend from Iceland in the big blind. Looks like he has defended. 10-8 jack. I'm sorry about the graphics. We don't know what the players have right now, but this is like when we were young, Jason, when we had televised poker. We didn't see the whole cards until the final table.
Yes, that's true. And then you didn't see pretty much anything. You got to see at least the flop like we just did. So we got to see the flop turn a river and showdown hands. But and it would zoom into the chips, so we'd be able to see. But here we get to see now the cards. So it's pocket 6s. No, is it?
Queen 8 from Mifsud, so he has the best hand on the board, 8-10 jack. Birgesson, who defended with ace 5, lets it go when we get the c-bet from Mifsud.
Now we could see an advertisement coming up for the festival series. So those guys are in town. They partner with Coolbet, so you'll see more action here in Bratislava near the end of the year when the festival series comes to town, and Coolbet's running qualifiers for that as well. But that'll have a 500,000 guaranteed main event. That'll also be a lot of fun here at Banco Casino. Here we got the C by seat. So it's still Freund and Kosa neck and neck. And we have a few short stacks now, but nobody that's really in super jeopardy that needs to be shoving at the moment. Everybody has a different point where they start shoving. We've said apparently he's at 45 big blinds, but some of us are at 15 or 10 big blinds.
Yeah, and I mean, it wouldn't be way out of line to shove over an open with like 26, 27 either, but sometimes that's, you can even 3-bet and fold with that stack size.
Let's say you're playing a $1 rebuy on Coolbet. Then you can be doing that, right? So it's like a matter of, like, I guess overall how much you want to win. Like then you're really just playing for the win when you're playing that low. So perhaps it's really trophy equity, you know, like not looking at it from like a chip EV perspective at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and like I said earlier on, I mean, Mifsud, with all his results, all his cashes, which amounts to a lot, still misses that tournament win live.
Well, there are dozens of trophy events here at the Coolbet Open, so hopefully he gets one this week in Bratislava. He is an interesting guy. Bit of a globetrotter.
He is. He folded this hand with pocket eights and 24,000. He opens. Freund. Ace King. Oh, this is probably going to be a clash.
It depends on what somebody else wakes up with. That's really the only thing that might save Orton here based on his stack and who he's up against and the positions of both players. It just is such a spot where Freund can and should be 3-betting.
And he does
right?
to 6,500. Button and small blind folds. Still have Kosa in the big blind with King 4 suited. He lets it go back to Orton now. I
won't be surprised to see a fold.
No, he
shove
goes
is
all
the
in,
move.
gets snapped by Freund. So it's a flip for Orton's tournament life. And now he has to fade.
And if he doubles, he's an amazing
Oh, Queen
shape
Jack
there.
7. Some more outs for Freund and hits the
Oh,
ace on the
no.
turn. Needs an 8, Orton, and another race is overkill. We lose Elias Orton on level 8 on day 1A of the main event.
Maybe we'll see him back in, though. We have some time today. If not today, we'll probably see him back in later in the event. But I would have played it the same way. If it's 7s or 6s, it's a different story. But 8's too strong of a hand against somebody that should have a wide 3-bet position. Just unfortunate that he actually had a hand, and then more unfortunate you can hold on your weighted flip.
And he has plenty of chances, like you said. He can hop back into this fight, day 1A. He could wait until 9 o'clock Central European time and play the turbo version of the main event. And then he can do it all over again tomorrow and Thursday if he wants and needs to. Fracek folded an ace into the gun. Mifsud raises 4-3 suited under the gun +1. Birgesson calls with Queen Jack in the cutoff. Kosmich has folded to Kosa in the small blind, has Jack 10. He calls. And Rajewski gets an insanely good price in the big blind. He has 8-7, and he calls.
So we saw some 4-way action earlier today, and we haven't seen it for a little bit of time. But interesting flop here. We have Kosa with the open ender. We have Björnsson here with a middle pair, and even bottom pair here for Rajewski.
Checks around, and a 6 on the turn. So a gut shot from Mifsud now.
I like this bet after checks around. Even if you're called or even if you're raised, you still have enough equity to continue along in the hand. And depending on who even calls, you could be just adding chips to the pot that you could take down at the river even if you miss. And if it's Burgesson that calls, it's going to be basically a pot-sized bet for Burgesson left behind.
He does make the call. And a king on the river. Pairs the board.
And the third diamond as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bosa just shoves here. It's not going to work, but I like the play. His diamond draw would have been completed. He is repping that he had some kings.
He gives up. He checks to Birgersson. With 19,200 behind here, he decides to try to extract value from his pair.
Interesting here. It is a small bet. It's not going to do any good here, but I guess he's trying to hope for some crying aces or worse queens or even the 7 or 6 to call there.
And he gets the fold. And that must feel good for Birgersson. Up to 38 big blinds now. And it's always like that when you fall below the starting stack of a tournament, and it's kind of those hours that you're under, even though you're not really that short, it just feels bad to be below. And once you get up above starting stack again, it's like, well, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, everything is, I mean, what do you call it in American or English? Peachy? Is that what you say?
Everything is peachy.
Everything
yes.
is peachy, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny when you get down to like 25 big blinds on a day one. It feels like the world has crashed on you. And when it's like a final day, 25 big blinds, you're kind of near the average at least, and you feel like you have some playability, right? It's like a completely different story.
And that's an important lesson to learn. Actually, what Jason is saying here: be patient. You have plenty of time. Kosa opens the button, ace-6 off. Rajewski with 6-3 suited in the small blind. He calls. Vracek 10-4 suited, same suited as Rajewski.
It is actually a hand he's priced in even off his stack size.
And he calls.
Once the 6-3 is called there. Even if not, though. And does flop top pair here.
On the 3 deuce, or sorry, the American way of saying it is tray deuce 10, right?
You could say 3-2-10, that's fine.
Checks around 4 on the turn. Rajewski might be tempted now.
If not, we know Vracek should be betting here with the 2 pair, but there's diamond draws. He has to be concerned with Rajewski still in the hand with a lot of straight draws. Even Kosa, we could see, has a 5 to the straight and would with any ace, but it's the 6 that he's actually got the straight to.
Andrew Rajewski, he leads out here, which is perfectly fine after they check the flop. Sometimes it's fine even though you're first to act after the flop as well, but goes 2.2.
Now Vracek can't be playing patiently here. He needs to be concerned despite having top 2 pair with having 2 opponents on this kind of board.
And he raises actually to 6,000 and gets quick folds. It's kind of risky. I mean, what does he get called by? Of course, some strong draws. The problem is, what does he do when somebody jams over? I mean, at that point, if like Rajek had made a straight, which, I mean, 6-5, not impossible. But still, you don't want to give away free cards either. So I guess I'm not saying it's not fine, but still, there is always a risk.
By calling, though, you're going to get another. You're basically going 3-way to the river. That's the issue with just calling there. And I think if someone has a straight, based on your stack size, based on it being day 1A, then you shake their hand and say, "You got me."
Birgersson goes 3x and bets 3,000 with ace-10 under the gun +1, folded all the way around to Vracek in the small blind, and he looks down at pocket queens.
I won't be surprised if he shoves here facing a 3x, but it looks like he will be reaching for a more standard sizing, but probably checking what he has in his stack. 32 big blinds is still big to shove here. But we haven't seen a 3x sizing from anybody at the table yet. Burgesson is one of the newer players at the table, but he's been around for a couple orbits now.
Sizes up 3 bets. Looked like 8.5 or somewhere around there. No, 9.5. Mifsud with ace-8 suited.
That would have been funny if Fracek just decided to see if Mifsud would wake up with a hand like this, because if he flatted, that would be a squeeze from what we know from Mifsud.
Mifsud eyeing the stack of Fracek, sees that he has 22.5 behind. Already 14.5 in the middle. And he shoves!
Does he?
He shoves!
Oh my, showing a lot of heart, but it's a bit mistimed here.
Yes, it is. We know that one ace is gone when Birgisson folds here, because I think he's gonna fold, or not. Takes his time.
And he hasn't been on the table that much to know that Mifsud has jammed 2 other times before at the feature table. So typically when you're 3-bet and 4-bet shoved, ace-10 is a snap fold.
He folded and gets a snap call from Fracek. But I mean, what if Birgisson had gone over the top? What would Fracek do with his queens, the way this hand was played? But still, we'll never know.
Oh
Fracek!
my.
Oh!
Wow.
2 flops the flush, and now Fracek was drawing dead, and he's out.
Wow. Quite unfortunate there by Fracek. Made the snap call was correct. We were just talking about the 2 aces. We weren't talking about the clubs, which all came on that flop. Mifsud, though, showing a lot of heart. Wasn't called the first 2 jams. Won his 30% there. Wasn't the huge underdog. And now we'll see how he plays with nearly 100 big blinds in his stack.
Yeah, and he's still excusing himself for his play. No, I mean, it's like... It's always risky, but I mean, what do we know? He could be a guy who kind of is used to flopping good, Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Svein Olaf.
Yeah, like Svein Olav. You are absolutely right. So look at Freund now, 167 times the big blind. And I mean, if you just joined this stream, the starting stack was 30,000, and that was just... well, not even 7 hours of effective play on day 1. Must be nice. Have you ever flopped nut flush with the straight flush draw, Jason?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That was just a question. So will I. I mean, if you play enough poker, you will eventually.
I got it all in last night with top 2 pair, and then hit my river to beat a bottom set.
I thought you were telling a bad beat story now when you started out that way. No. Rajewski.
I can have some run good as well.
Rajewski with ace-4 opens the cutoff. Mifsud thinks, no, I'm not going to play for a while now. I don't want to be rude to the other players. So he folds. He's folded to Freund in the big blind. He's got 10-8. Wants to know how much Rajewski has.
I like the call.
Yeah, he called, yeah. Doesn't flop much. Goes check though. Rajewski, who decides ace high still has showdown value. He opens the door for Freund to make a play now. And he does, bets 4,000. I think Rajewski probably will call this street when he decided not to c-bet the flop. No, he does not. That kind of surprises me.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to do that once you check the flop and you call the turn, and then you have to hope that it gets checked on the river. You know, it's there's really no card in the deck that's going to make you feel all that cozy at that point with your ace-4.
But in that case, when you open ace-4 from the cutoff, you often get called by the big blind. And I'm not saying you should see bet any flop. Like I said, I think he checked behind with showdown value with ace high. And then you face a small bet on the turn, which the big blind most often times will do. And you still decide just to fold it. Is it plus EV to open ace-4 from the cutoff with that stack size, if that's the line you're going to take?
Probably not, but probably it's not too far off one way or the other.
And I mean, queen high flop is a flop that you can safely see bet when you open the cutoff.
Yeah,
I think at
my
least.
c-bet range is a bit wider than even that. Like I'm continuing pretty much most of the time, depending on the player, obviously. But in like a vacuum situation like that, if I'm opening and it's a single call and it's a queen 7-5 rainbow flop, I'm continuing in that kind of flop.
And you can bet really small as well. You can go like 1.5 and still kind of get answers.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's still here. Mifsud, who called Rosa's open with Queen Jack suited, King 9 suited for Rosa. Freund has Jack 8 suited in the small blind. He comes in and flops 2 pair Freund. Okay, so now we know he is the player who usually flops the world. But top pair for Mifsud here.
We may have some of the fireworks, just not between the two players I was expecting, but we have the 3 chip leaders at the table, all in the hand, and Mifsud likely thinks at this point he's ahead, and even if he's check raised, there's hands like 10-9 and other hands that would be potentially doing that in this spot. I don't think we're going to see that with the 2 pair, but let's see what happens here.
He bets a third pot and gets a call from Freund with top pair. Rosa, he folds. 6 on the turn. Freund checks his 2 pair again.
And I think Mifsud has to... No, he does
I checked
check
behind.
it. And then look at that. It's actually checking behind likely saved him because... I mean, this is a scary board for both players. It's going to go check most of the time. If Mifsud does bet, he should get called here, but we've seen stranger things happen. But you shouldn't be that concerned about 7s.
He goes for value with his top pair, and he's already been called by Mifsud. No, by Freund. So check call was the line from Freund all the way with his 2 pair. That pot could have gotten bigger, but still 24.9.
Oh, and look who we have here in C3.
Oh, it's none other than Øystein Brenden from Norway, who's had an incredible year.
Yeah, he's. I've seen him in quite many places over the year, and let's just say the smiles have gotten bigger and bigger as the year has gone on.
Yeah, the whole thing kind of started with a 3rd place in the Norwegian Championship last fall. And that was a field of, well, a lot of players. I think something like, I don't remember exactly, but at least 1,100 players or something, somewhere around there.
And a lot of talented players, too. I mean, you had even Espen Jorstad, the 2022 Main Event winner, was in that one.
And no, he was in that one, yeah, but a lot of talented players, you're absolutely right. And he's had tournament wins in Malta that's not too long ago, and also some other really good results. I think he had some good cashes in Nottingham earlier this year as well, so an amazing year for Øystein. But now we are going to see what Birgesson decides to do with his Queen 10 suited. He calls from the small blind after Kosmic open, no, excuse me, after Freund opened 9-6, and Kosmic who's been quiet for a while, looks down at 2 9s, and he 3-bets to 10,200. Freund, he is out of here, and Birgisson, I know it's tempting with Queen 10 suited, and of course you can flop good, but still you're gonna play the pot out of position, and you only have 30 big blinds behind.
You shouldn't ever call here if you want to shove. If your opponent is able to 3-bet fold, potentially you can talk yourself into that, but there should really only be one play at this point.
And Gunnar Birgisson, he comes to the same conclusion as you, Jason, and he folds. But he was tempted, and I know the feeling. I mean, you've been waiting for a while, you haven't played a hand for a while, and then you call from the small blind, and you have Queen 10, and the big blind's 3-bets, and you're thinking about it. You might flop good, but still, in the long run, it's not worth it. So
No.
good fold from our friend from Iceland.
So unfortunately, it doesn't look like Oystein brought a lot of chips to the table, but he has more than a starting stack. It still has almost 30 big blinds.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when Eystein arrived, but I know it was today. So he might just have bought in maybe after the dinner break or something.
He also likes to bag a big stack on opening days. From what I've seen from him, he's like a go big or broke type of player. Kind of what we're seeing a little bit out of Mufsud today at the feature table. And typically once Oystein does have that stack, he knows what to do with it.
Yeah, and after winning the main event in Malta in May, he can afford a bullet or two.
Yeah, maybe even 3 or 10. What's the most bullets you've fired into a main event, actually? Or are you too embarrassed to say?
Yeah, I'm not sure if my mom is watching or not, so I'd rather not say. Kosa, who decides to raise it up here after Kosmic, I think, limped with a6.
Yeah.
And then he gets the fold. And that kind of surprises me. That was a battle of the blinds, right?
Yeah, it surprises me too, unless Kosa has just checked back quite a lot. If that's happened before, I don't remember it folding around to the small blind, at least since the stream started. And then really any ace in a blind on blind situation, you should just call there, I think. I mean, the small blind can even be raising there depending on how you want to play from the small blind, and then can fold if you're 3-bet actually, but even then, if you're playing against very aware players in the big blind, it's they should be 3-betting you light, and then that's why I like the limp, but I would like to have a call and just see a flop and take it from there. But it turns out it was a very good fold because we see he was dominated by ace-9.
Freund opens a6 from the hijack. It's called by Kosmic, who has jack-9 suited on the button. Kosa folds, and Rajewski in the big blind 9-8 offsuit. He decides to defend. Shortest stack at the table right now, Rajewski, who checks the flop to his king-8. He has second pair. He has the best hand right now, but as we see, Freund with a nut flush draw. Checks to... hold on. Freund does not check.
Yeah, it looks like he bet 3,000 there.
He did. Gets the fold from Rajewski.
Probably should get a fold here as well. Yep.
Yes, he does.
So it doesn't need to see the flush to take down the pot. Obviously, it would have been bigger if he did hit his flush. If he got to see a Turner River.
Yeah, he kind of, by leading out there, he kind of tries to decide his price for seeing the turn. And of course, sometimes somebody raises you, but I think with the nut flush draw, he wasn't going anywhere. And depending on the stack sizes of your opponents, you have some different lines you can choose from in that spot. But it worked out fine anyway for Freund. Even got a fold from a pair. And there has been some folds at this feature table that have surprised me a little bit. Freund, this time ace queen, opens it up again.
It's better to be making the mistakes in terms of overfolding than it is in overcalling, and that's very often what we see on day ones. Very often your opponent actually does have it, you know, you need to gauge which players are capable of doing what, which players are willing to bet 10 bullets and which ones are just playing 1 bullet, and adjust your strategy accordingly.
But you have to find the balance, because it's dangerous to never call either. But now Rajewski looks down at pocket tens after Kosa 3-bet king queen. 18,200 back to Freund after Brendan folded, which he has.
I'm curious what Freund is going to do here, because if he wasn't 3-bet, he's just getting it in automatically. But the fact that he was 3-bet, he's not so concerned about the extra chips he has to put in there, but is concerned about Kosa behind him 3-betting that button. Even with Kosa having a semi-wide 3-bet range at that point in time, it shouldn't be that wide considering Freund opened from early position. In a way, Kosa may be saving Freund. We would see that he's actually behind. One of the queens is covered there.
Oh, look at this. Reaching for chips, and he puts in the 5-bet. 32,000. Kosa, well, 24.5 to call into 60,000.
By now, Kosa really should be putting Freund on even a much stronger range than ace-queen. That's probably the worst hand in his range, being that it is a dead pot with those tens already. So he has to have a good enough hand to beat those tens, and he does indeed get out of the way. He'll be happy to see that he was up against ace-queen.
So a flip for Rajewski's, well, not necessarily tournament life, but day 1 life, day 1A life. Safe flop, safe turn, and a safe river, so he gets more than a double up.
So it's happy days there for Jeffsky. His tens hold. It would have held against the queen king as well. Yeah, now really in the thick of things with that double and a half. Must be at around 75, 80,000 in chips instead of hitting the rail.
I'm not sure, because we unfortunately can't hear the players, but I think he asked Kosa, would you have won? And I think he was hoping Kosa would say yes. But alas, but still, it must be really nice for Szymon Rajewski now, going from less than 20k to 46 point something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think even a little bit more.
And Kosa, he was the chip leader when we got this table as a feature table after the dinner break. He's not chip leader anymore, but still he's the one who's been most active pre-flop, and no surprise that this man is up there as well. Freund, who still is chip leader even though he doubled up Rajewski. Birgesson, pocket eights, he opens. Kosmic folds. Kosa, I don't know what that was, but either he was scratching his beard or he was being really rude.
I hope he was scratching his beard.
8-7 suited in the cutoff. He's got 3 players behind.
If it was a deeper stack situation, I wouldn't mind seeing something.
Oh, and he does call. No
Yeah, I'm
need.
not sure I like this against a short stack, especially against a player who hasn't been that active. We did see him 3x with that ace-10 earlier, then folding it out of the way. I can only think of one other hand that Burgesson has played, though, since he's been here, and he's been with us for nearly an hour now.
But he got the fold from Rzeski, and that means he has position after the flop, which comes ace 5-10. That's not a dream flop for Birgesson, and he decides to check, and now he actually gives Kosa a possibility to take this down. So instead of c-betting on an ace-high flop, Birgesson checks his eights, and does that mean that he's just given up? We'll find out now, because he's up against a bet of 4,000 from Kosa.
I'd like to see him read the situation that how many aces is Kosa not 3-betting with and just flatting, and then why would he be betting this flop? And coming to the conclusion that, you know what, he's not doing this with a 10, probably ahead.
And he gets the fold.
But it's easy for me to say that looking at the cards, but yeah, I'm not sure I like the check. You know, if you're going to open with eights off a stack like that, you can't just be waiting for a flop that's all under 8, because that's not going to happen all that often. Or if you're just hoping to flop an 8, yes, of course, that's happy times, but it's not going to happen more than 1 out of 7 times. So in which case, there's really not too much shame in jamming around 20 big blind stack. I don't know. I really would have liked to have seen a bet on the flop, or if your idea was to check the flop and then just check raise flops or check call flops, I think that's better than check folding.
Birgesson is still thinking about that decision. I think he's forgotten that he's first to act. Or he is a little frustrated because now he limps 5-3 suited.
There are players that can play very effectively limping, but it's not a strategy that usually pays off doing from early position. I mean, we've seen guys like Dominic Nietzsche do it quite well, but it's not a strategy I fully understand, despite it being successful for some players.
No, and he's got 25 big blinds behind the limp here, and often at this table we haven't had one limped pot, and I mean, it's kind of like just throwing money out of the window, because you probably get raised. Sometimes if you're lucky, you see a flop after the limp, and he's gotten raised, and already Rzeski called Kosa's raise, now Brendan with pocket kings.
It's amazing how a limp just automatically changes the dynamic, because if he just folds, then Koso's raise sizing is smaller, then Oystein can't think of shoving, but right now the shove is the automatic play, and he does get it in.
32,000. Birgesson is already folded. Kosa should be out of here, and so should Rzeski. Well, Kosa. No. No.
I was about to say it's not so bad that everybody folded. He increases his stack by 1/3, but it's even better news if he gets a call from 2 undercards.
This is not gonna happen. This is just Hollywooding from Kosa, and he folds. Rzeski is out of here. So Brendan up to 43.8 after that hand. Wouldn't have minded getting action.
Still, I like the shove. You know, it's fine to just increase by 1/3 of your stack there. And if you're going to be shoving like hands like Jack 10 suited in those spots, potentially, I don't know if you would, but let's just say that his shoving range is going to be wider than kings, then you might as well include kings in that as well. Any 4-bet is going to look suspicious, so you might as well make it look the least suspicious with the shove.
Okay, Kosa takes a break after Kosmich folded.
Maybe if it was suited.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we've seen indications that he likes to play suited hands. Rzeski folds. Brendan with 9-8 and a bigger stack in the cutoff. He folds. Mifsud hasn't played a hand for a while, and he doesn't get to this hand either. 9th tray, and it goes in the muck. Ace King suited for Freund in the small blind. And we know we have a player in the big blind who is steaming a little bit still, I think. Maybe not steaming, but he's a little hot.
But it's not the kind of player where I think you could be setting a trap with just a limp with the ace king, because he's not going to be falling into that trap per se. So I do like the raise.
Freund, he raises, and Birgisson, he's disciplined enough to fold 7-5 suited.
And then if he has a hand like ace queen, ace jack, even much worse aces, then stacks are getting in based on that. Where if you're just limping and raising and then 3-betting, it doesn't really work against a player like that, because very often it's just going to be a limp pot going into the flop. Meanwhile, if it's Mifsud in your big blind, we've seen him raise anytime it's limp to him, including jamming once from the small blind when it was limp to him from the button for, I believe it was like more than 40 big blinds at the time. So that's all player dependent.
Kosa first to act in this hand. Folds King 9. Rudevsky, he's out of here, I assume. I feel like I know Rudevsky a little bit now.
He has some personality and spunk. I like the way he tosses his cards away.
But that was first after he got the double up.
Yes.
Brendan, he gets a chance with Queen 8 suited, and he opens. Folded to Birgisson in the small blind. He's got Ace 3 suited. He calls, and Kosmich with Queen Jack. In the big blind, he decides to defend. So 3 players to the flop. 5, 6, 8.
Oystein, who made a little bit of a wide raise there. It was suited getting top pair on an otherwise scary flop. I was thinking while the flop was coming, I would have maybe surprised that Burgesson called rather than fold or 3-bet shove there based on his stack size, but it's not going to cost him too much. There's really no reason for him to continue with his backdoors.
Checks to Brendan, he bets 3.6 and gets quick folds. Meanwhile, the free roll is still going on, and you can still late register for another 15 minutes. What you do, go into the Coolbet client and look up Coolbet Open free roll. There's a $100 festival ticket to the winner. Lots of tickets all the way to 23rd place, and some beautiful cents from 23rd to 35th place. And the password is Bratislava. No, it's not. It's Slovakia with the capital S. So another 15 minutes of late reg in the free roll, and just 116 players from the start. Now they are only 52 and 35 places paid. So get in there if you haven't already registered.
Who's winning at the moment? Let's give them a shout out.
Villeven.
Villeven.
I think that's the way he spells it. Oh, no, Villuven.
Well, best of luck to everybody that's in the free roll. Unfortunately, you won't get to knock Stig out today. He is already out of the free roll. We want to rub that in a little bit because I can't play it.
Yeah,
so
and
he might as well not get to play either. But tomorrow, I think he'll be back in. Today was too quick for him, so maybe there'll be another bounty on his head tomorrow.
yeah, it's. I'm sad to say that Mama Gorg, who knocked me out and got the bounty, he or she is unfortunately out as well.
Oh, but they did collect the bounty. But meanwhile, look at this. We have an open here by Burgesson. Kosa just jamming it in his eye. I mean, it isn't really as big as it looks because the amount of big blinds. And Burgesson is actually thinking about it here. He only has 15 big blinds behind. He's been at the table long enough to know that Kosa is capable of 3-betting with hands that are worse than ace-jack. He should be doing that, in fact.
And still, it's the situation. He opens the button, and the players often can jam on you when you have 17 big blinds behind with a lot worse than ace-jack just because of the situation that he opens the button.
It's really the only reason to be opening rather than shoving on these kind of stacks is you actually want to be shoved upon. You want to be able to get a double up spot in this point where you have a lot of equity.
And he shakes his head and come on, Birgisson.
Is Kosa doing it that fast with an ace king, ace queen too? You know, I don't know. Sometimes I question, you know, I take a look at how fast others are acting and then I use that incorrectly later too, so I don't necessarily recommend using it as a full tell, but...
And he makes the call and it's the correct one, but Kosa with 2 live cards.
Yeah, it's really a coin flip in this spot. Ferguson can't feel all that comfortable. I do like the fact that he called. They'll be in great spot with a little more than a starting stack if he can get his ace-jack to hold here.
And the king on the flop, 2 spades. That could be some help. He also has a gut shot. So 2 pair for Kosa would give... ooh, that's not a good card. Well...
6 outs in the deck. Any queen, any ace.
And an ace on the river, and Birgisson doubles up to more than 41,000.
What a river there. I mean, I know it was all in pre-flop, but it's nice to have that drama. We have that slow flop and then the turn making matters a little bit worse, and then hitting that 6 outer on the river to save his bullet life. I think we can call it that now because we don't know if it's his only bullet or not. And not only saved it, but is over 40,000 in chips.
And he made the right play. In the long run, if you open ace-jack with the 17 big blinds behind and the big blind shoves on you, I think it's profitable in the long run to always call because of the situation. And he came to the right conclusion, got a terrible flop, and that's the worst. You make the correct play, and then you just get slapped in the face directly on the flop. But then, when you hit on the river, nothing is more beautiful than that.
Imagine, though, if this hand played out where Kosa just made the conservative play and called. It's going to go check on the flop, or it could go check bet raise, or it could go check bet call, but then it's going to get shut down on the turn before it even gets to the river, most likely. Like, the hand plays out completely different with a call, and that's what makes poker fun. You know, you can look at any situation, play it out 100 different ways. And the action in the side room over here where the feature table is gotten a little bit livelier.
Yeah, and it will be still players arriving here for the Coolbet Open series, even though we're on day 3. But it's the first day of the main event flights, and this is the very first one out of 6. Freund opens ace 8, gets called by Birgisson, who has, well, now he has plenty of chips. He calls with a 10-7 deuce suited. Kosmich with a queen 9 suited calls the button, and we get Kosa from the small blind with king deuce, and Drzeski in the big blind has 8-7 off, and he calls as well. So 5 players to the flop.
Yeah, I didn't think we were going to see that anytime soon.
Flush draw for Birgisson on this flop, top pair for Freund.
An open ender for Jevski as well, so a lot of players hitting a piece of something.
So Birgisson has straight draw as well, 8 for straight. Kosa checks, Rajewski has checked, 3.5 from Freund. With what is the best hand right now? Kosmich also has a pair on this flop. Birgisson, what do you decide to do with your draws? He just calls Kosmich with second pair. He folds, disciplined from what I think is the oldest guy at the table. Kosa folded, Rajewski with an open ender. I don't think Kosmich is going to be too mad at me for saying that he's probably the oldest player at the table.
No, I don't know how close it is even.
No.
So I'll make it a little bit worse. And now he can look at me.
Yeah, Rajewski called as well. And another ace on the turn. So Freund knows that he's probably best first to act. Checks it. Birgisson, are you going to bet again? You don't have a made hand, but the pair is... Then the board is paired now. That makes it a little more scary, and he checks. Rajewski does not have a made hand,
Oh
but
my!
now Rajewski hits. He has a pirouettes now, but Birgisson with the straight and the best hand.
No, Freund with the best hand with the full
No,
house.
Freund, I mean, with the full house, of course, but that full house gives Birgisson a straight.
Yeah, so it's going to be some fireworks
Wow.
going on. It's going to be nearly impossible for Burgesson to get away.
And he goes 16,000 into 24.2. Oh, Birgisson, this is so hard to get away from.
I guess he could be worried about. He's not really worried about the ace-8 as much as he would be about, let's say, 6s or 8s or 9s for that matter.
But
and
remember,
he's ahead of a blank ace, so there's hands that he's ahead of that would still be betting here.
yeah, but I mean, Freund checked both the flop and the turn. So I would say this is almost impossible to get away from.
The question I think he's thinking is whether I should call or shove. Like, I don't think a full button is there.
No, I think you're right.
And I think you kind of just have to call, because if you shove, you're...
He shoves,
Well,
and he's going to get bad news. Rajewski has folded, and Freund has already called. And we unfortunately lose Birgisson.
so after winning that flip with the ace-jack against king-queen, he decided moments later to play that 10-7 suited, and that got him into a little bit of trouble, but at the end it was really just a cooler, and whether he had like crumbs in his stack or lost his stack is kind of irrelevant. It's very hard to get away from, and we hope to see him later in the week, so hopefully he'll get back in, or maybe he's one of the players that we'll see in one of the other events that we're commentating.
Yeah, Gunnar Birgisson with a roller coaster of an appearance on the feature table anyway. He found himself pretty short and got the double up, and a few hands later he's knocked out.
Meanwhile, Freund had a 225,000 in chips after that hand, so that has to be, if it's not the chip leader of the overall tournament, it has to be pretty close. I mean, that's 7 times starting stack already, which is quite impressive.
Yeah, in tournaments with a deep structure, like it is in Coolbet Open, I mean, if I double my stack during day one, usually I'm pretty satisfied. Everything over that is kind of a bonus. And now this guy has 7 times the starting stack. Folds 10-5. Kosmich is out. Kosa with Jack Deuce on the button. No, he decides to fold. Doesn't even try a steal. Maybe he knows who Øystein Brendan in the big blind is. I'm not sure. Let's see what Rajewski does. I think he limped with king tray. 7 tray for Brendan. And he checks.
So Øystein can be a little feisty in the blinds at times, but not with the 7-3.
No, and top pair here for Rajewski. I don't think Brendan is going to do anything else than fold when he's up against a bet of 1,200 from Rajewski.
That's the difference between having Brendan and Mifsud in the blinds for you, because if he went that king rag, he would have been raised and would have likely folded, because it's just not strong enough to see a flop, especially off that stack size. In this case, the pot was small, but he still just took a single bet to take it down, and you're never disappointed that you're not getting any action when you flop top pair with king deuce.
If you still want to join the free roll, you have to hurry up. There is another 3 minutes of late reg, and the password is Slovakia with a capital S. And there's a €100 ticket for the winner. 42 players left out of 125 who's registered so far. So the password Slovakia with a capital S, and you'll find it in the Coolbet client. The name of the tournament is Coolbet Open Free Roll, and we are going to have one every single day, starting at 1900 hours Central European time. Freund opens 10-7.
Yeah, and Freund now can open very widely. A mistake is not going to hurt him too much. Of course, you don't want to compound mistakes after mistakes. But when you're doing that under the gun, it doesn't look like you ever have 10-7 suited where you can have that certainly opening from other position. It does flop the best hand, but we have now Brendan with the bottom end of that open-ended straight draw.
Mifsud, who defended the big blind with king deuce suited, doesn't really hit much. He pairs the board on the turn though. But Freund is still best with his pair of tens.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Oystein let out here. I thought that we might see that on a blank kind of turn.
He leads out 4,500 into the two other players. Gets a fold from Mifsud, but Freund, he calls. And a 9 on the river pairs Brendan. That's not really good news because Freund with a bigger pair, and he bets again 7,500. I think Freund is probably just going to call here. Is he contemplating folding? No.
There's almost no king queens in Brendan's range, and a lot of cards that you would be value betting on the turn, you would be shutting down on this kind of river. So we'll see what Freund is thinking about that.
Yeah, queen 8 though could be there.
Queen 8 certainly can, and queen 8 of clubs most especially. But even a jack 10 is doing this. There are some hands.
And Freund calls and sees the good news.
I thought maybe by Brendan getting a little bit of showdown value there on the river would check and try to just hope that his opponent checks back, and if not, potentially think about whether he wants to call or not.
But still, he bet the turn, and by betting there, you kind of dictate the size that you're willing to pay. Okay, sometimes you are going to get raised. Other times your opponent, if they have you beat, like in this hand with a pair of tens or something, they're just going to call. They're not going to do anything fancy. So instead of checking and might facing a bet that you feel you have to call, you bet 7,500 and think, okay, if he has a 10, then he has me, and I don't lose any more than that anyway. But it could maybe have gone even a little smaller.
I don't have as much of a merged range in that spot as,
Yeah.
as you and Mr. Brendan have. If I'm not in the small blind or the big blind, then I think it's much different. Because I'm betting then turn on that kind of hand, and then I complete it. If it's a complete blank, then I like it as well.
Yeah, Rajeski with a nice hand, Jack 10 suited, he opens the cutoff. Then he folds Mifsud, he calls with Queen 8 suited. Freund, the chip leader in the big blind with Ace 4 suited. He likes just to call. And the flop comes ace high, top pair and nut flush draw for Freund. Pair of queens for Mifsud, backdoor flush draw, goes checks quickly around, 6 of hearts on the turn.
That did check quickly around, and it was a dream flop for Freund, but now less dreamy on this turn.
And he checked again. No, he bet 2,500. Rajeski called with his gut shot. And Mifsud, he folds, and then another race for Freund on the river. Has the best hand now. Might it all.
He does call, so he did get some value there. That's very interesting.
Yeah, but it was not big.
I mean, there's certainly a lot of capable players able to make bluffs in that spot, even on a TV table, but never mind being on a TV table. But it isn't really the ideal spot for that. And it looks like we're on break, so...
It does. We'll be back in 15 minutes here from Bratislava in Slovakia.
ktorý chodí sem z času na čas. Taký, no. Akože, keby mi povieš meno, tak si ho neviem vybaviť. Tým, že ho teraz vidím, tak viem, že... Zdravičko.
Som Peťka.
Hej, hej, hej.
To celý stôl nám prehodili sem?
No, tie isté city máte tam.
Toto je výsledek. Toto je moje.
Malo by to tak byť, hej.
Chcem byť sajt.
Sorry. I think this will be yours, no? What's your name? Severson. Yes, this is yours. Áno, blindy.
Oh my god.
To isté určite prišlo, no.
Okay, gentlemen, before when we start, please all electric things, mobiles, everything put on the table here.
Jak sa budem hrať? Môžem sa hrať?
Sir, phones on the table there. Okay.
Bohu mi nedopočítate, potešil som. Ani ja vás nepoteším. Vidíš to? Tak, dík.
Yes, yes. But I get Banco, I can do whatever I want. 45 minutes. And you know there is one deal. Yeah. Now here, go for 45 minutes. If I want, I might lose some.
You was the big one before, no? Okay.
Hello.
Button je 8 a 2 nehrá, lebo je nový hráč a je medzi blindami, takže small je na 3 a 4 je big blind. Začíname. No, len nakloním aj dáva. Call, teďka. 6 pas, 7 pas. 8 tiež. 3 tiež. Check. Heads up. 4 check, 3 check. 3,000. 3,000. Pass. Šest race, 3,200. Free punch 7 pas. 8 zahodil tiež. Dvojka dá. Call, dvojka. Štvorka, raise all in. 5 pas.
How much is it? 50 something. Like 35. No, it's okay. Voitte pyytää tarjoilijalta.
Pas. Tai pas.
Tai tuo mun lasi vettä. Mä oon siitä kakkosta.
Pas. 7. Awesome race. 3.6. How much? 3.6. 3.6. 3.6. Dvojka, dvojka. Peťka tiež.
Ihan hirveä kokoisia stäkkejä täältä. Tai no itse asiassa ei oo. Ei oo.
Big man.
kuolleet on niin delay kuulemma.
Somebody mentioned before.
Jsem zahodil, dvojka tiež, trojka tiež. Čtyri race. 3 400. 5 pas. Šestka tiež. You put 300? Sedem race, 11,000. Log. Dvojka race 3200. 3.2. Pas. Peťka tiež. Šestka tiež. Call. Osem call. Dwójka, petka, gdzieś. Szóstka, gdzieś. Dziewięćka, gdzieś.
Well. Wages up. Wanted to see the flop. Would have been
Cztery pas. Petka, gdzieś. Szóstka, gdzieś. Sedem, gdzieś. Osiem, race, 36, 3.6. Dwójka, pas.
It's 10.5. 10.5.
Race, this is a fold. 10,500.
Queens?
Huh?
Pocket queens? Ah.
Race, spread 46. Szóstka, pas. Siedem, gdzieś. Osiem, gdzieś. Trójka, gdzieś. Koło, czwórka. Heads up. Czwórka, check. Petka, bet. 4000. 4000.
7,5 tisíce. Štvorka. Peťka. Beto 7,5 a on dal hodinu. Dobrý, ahoj, dobrý, pán komentátor. Šestka hold, dneska pasa. Osmička pasa. Dvojka rejs, to je 3,5. 3,5.
I saw you laugh. I'm probably not gonna be at least aces still.
Dneska rejs, 3700. 3,7. 8 fold, dvojka pás. Trojka pás. Štrka all-in. 5,6 za hodinu. Jednička. Pas.
Possibly cost him some money, because what does
I like it
he-
though. I mean, I don't like it in this spot, but from what we've seen of Severson, he's been a quite active player. So if he's raising a few every time that it's limped in the small blind,
and then you can start with a meta, because he knows that I know that he knows that I know, and pocket sevens is so strong in this spot.
so then you go back to level 1. I have pocket sevens. I'm four betting or 4-bet shoving even.
And
He
he
is.
does. And puts Sukas to the test now. Sukas kind of has to fold, and he has already folded. So quite aware of his own image as well, Seversson. I believe we can already say, after just seeing him play a few hands.
Yeah, it would have been interesting actually if Sukas actually raised. We probably still would have seen a 3-bet by the sevens, and then it would have been up to Sukas. Am I being 3-bet light? And if he 4-bet shoves, he maybe gets the sevens to fold. Everything can play differently if it wasn't just a limp.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think all the money could have gone in the middle in that spot with this dynamic between the small blind and the big blind and those two hands.
And then if Sukas gets away from a single 3-bet, he's actually donating less chips than he did with 3-bet folding.
And here we go again. Leap away with pocket fours. Opens. Pullover. Decides just to call with the ace queen. But yeah, that's from the hijack. And they are playing short-handed as well. So kind of affects the dynamic as well. But I'm a little bit surprised not to see a 3-bet when they are playing short-handed here.
I think he would have 3-bet shoved if he was slightly shorter, but maybe doesn't want to put a good portion of his stack in on a 3-bet. I'm just trying to think of the reasons just to call.
Yeah, and when I say short-handed, I mean we have one seat open, but so we're playing 7-handed, so it's not really short-handed, but shorter than full ring.
But look at this flop here for Cartes. If the Jack 8-8, he has an open-ended straight flush draw. Nobody else really hitting anything. This may go a bet by Lipovic. And I have to practice saying his name, but by our Norwegian friend here.
I've struggled as well. Lipovoy or Lipowatch, it might be. So, but anyway, he c-bets 5,600. Pullover calls.
That's an interesting call with no diamond in your hand.
And Cartes, both the other stacks smaller than his, so he does not have the effective stack. Lipovoy, slightly bigger than Pullover.
And he's out of position. I would like to... Wow!
Oh, he just folds.
Unless this board is not right, which is possible if a card hit the muck. Yeah, there's a queen.
There's a queen.
That's
yeah,
okay.
that makes.
I had
yeah.
a feeling, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. It must be though that the Jack of Diamonds was the first card that came out. Basically, it's the burn card.
Yeah. So there was no open-ended straight flush draw for Cartes.
That changes everything we said about this hand, in fact, because ace-queen now is super strong and makes perfect sense that Eric called with his ace-queen, where we were surprised that he called. That makes sense that he's going to try to get some value now, after it was checked over to him. And Lipovoy should be folding his fours here, but we'll see. We know it's queen 8-8x on the board. Wasn't a 4 on the turn. Deep in thought, though, about his fours. Is he going to... Something just happened here. I don't know if it was a call or a raise, but the fours didn't go into the muck.
Well, I guess if we can see it from the top here, there might be...
Oh, it is a 4 on the turn.
It is a 4 on the turn. Wow, and it's an all-in on the call.
Wow, so huge cooler here.
Queen or 8. That's the cards he has to fade with his set of fours. No, with a full house, of course. And
it's a 2 of diamonds
no.
on the
Oh,
river.
Wow, no help for Pullover, who's out.
Quite the cooler there.
And Lipovoy now with, well, he's closing in on the chip lead at this feature table. They're just going to do an exact count because there were quite similar stacks between those two players. But the graphics were right. Lipovoy had slightly more, and we lose our player from Estonia.
It's quite unfortunate. I do like the call on the flop. I'm not going to go back on that just because a 4 came on the turn and just, you know, you're basically got so cooler there that the 4 just seems like such a blank. And if your opponent has an 8, is really what you're worried about. You're hoping he was either bluffing or has a flush draw or a worse queen. Anyway, Pulvier can get back in just like anybody else can. It's maybe a little bit late to get back into day 1A, but he has a blind level and change to still do that. He may even be hopping into day 1B, which began moments ago, about 15 minutes ago, with 20-minute blind levels, or there'll be 4 more opening fights across the next 2 days, so no shortage of chances. If he was playing since the beginning of the day, it's doubtful that a player is going to immediately hop in with all the other opportunities out there.
Daniel Melius Lipovoy now plays more than 90,000, which is 3 times the starting stack in this tournament. From being, well, he was kind of in that zone where you don't really have that much room for play, but now he does. And we have some big stacks at this table as well.
I think I finally saw him crack a small smile there, so that's maybe now he's in his happy zone. He has some chips. Based on how we've seen other players react to him, I think that we will see some activity from him now that he has a stack.
It's usually called chirping chips.
Chirping chips?
So now we are playing short-handed.
6 max poker.
Some players love it, others hate it.
For a cash game, I love 5-6 players. That's like the happy zone. For a tournament, I've done well online in these 6 max events, but I always feel like completely out of my comfort zone, but which is maybe why sometimes you do well, because you're thinking harder about things that are more routine when you're playing mostly full ring.
It's a beautiful thing if you are the big stack at the table. If you are the short stack and you kind of have, well, like some of the players, like a little more than 20 big blinds, I hate it. It's the worst.
But for like a PLO tournament, I prefer it actually to be 6-handed.
It costs you 3,000 to play around now, and that's a lot if you're playing like 20,000.
On the other hand, you need to build stacks, as you mentioned, so it's either now or later. Even with 45-minute blind levels at this point in the game, if you're just getting in, you can't just sit around forever. You can sit around for a little bit. If you enter now, you have a little less than 20 big blinds, about 18 and change. Doesn't mean you have to be jamming even right away, but you're entering already almost in danger zone.
Sukas opens ace-9 suited. It's folded to Cortez in the cutoff, Queen Jack. He folds. Pira folds. Lipovoy folds to Kanta in the big blind. King Deuce suited. A wise friend of mine once told me a few years back that I defend with any 2 suited cards in the big blind. But then again, he's not that good with 2 cards. He's quite decent with games that involve more than 2 cards, and also games that doesn't have a flop. He goes by Senkel online. I don't know. It's like, but
you just that mixed game fish.
yeah, mixed game fish. Yeah.
Shout out to
crit.
Senka, though. Mad respect for what he does for the Norwegian poker community. And I kid, he's possibly, I mean, he's certainly top 5 mixed game player in Europe at this stage.
And maybe not, maybe even in the world, who knows?
That's hard to say.
It's hard to say. There are some other Norwegian candidates as well, but we're not going to go into that now because Canada flopped top pair here, and he's still best.
But Sukas with the turn flush draw, so I'm betting quite big into this pot. It was a pot size bet, so putting actually a lot of pressure on Canada.
15,000, and it was Sukas who opened from under the gun.
It's very hard. I mean, even if Canada thinks he's ahead,
Yes,
he could be drawing dead actually here. I mean,
because the delayed C bet from Sukas, it can mean so many things in this spot, but finally he makes the call. And an ace on the river.
wow. So not the club. The club maybe would have helped, but I think now he can get away if Sukas shoves or comes close to shoving. Maybe he's going to try a smaller value bet, but it does check it back. That's the safest play on this kind of board. Your opponent is calling with Jack 10s that hit the Broadway, is calling with hands that they're going to call the river with, like King Queen.
And Kanda sees that he was a little unlucky on the river. And that was a big pot for Sukas.
Does not seem happy at all.
And Sukas with the chip lead, and I think that's the clearest chip lead we've had on this table, at least.
Yeah, on this table for sure, but on the last table, I think Freund left with what, about 225, 230,000.
Yeah, he was at 240 or 250 at one point, so he did well. Sevarsson with ace king suited.
Happy days when you're an aggressive player and you wake up with big slick from early position.
Yeah, I guess we suspect that he has been the chip or the table captain at this table prior to them being moved up as the feature table. And now he gets respect all the way to Kanda in the small blind. Again, king 4, but not this time. Sukas, though, in the big blind. He's got 91,000 now. So he's not chip leader at the table yet. It looks like he's going to defend. King 9 deuce, top pair for Sevarsson. Gut shot for Sukas.
It's a beautiful flop with your big slick, but you still want to protect your hand. You don't want to give a free card for the reasons that we see. There's no reason to give a free 10. You also want to get some value from those king queens, king jacks that you're absolutely dominating at this stage of the game.
Sevarsson, he agrees, so he continues 2.8. Sukas, he calls.
A bit of a wide call there, I have to say, from under the gun open.
It might be that he has a plan if he gets to check back on the 6 on the turn. He might have had a plan that he was gonna try to steal it on the river if it weren't lucky enough to hit. And maybe it was kind of a small bet, so if to call it, maybe you get a free river as well. I think that's what Sukas was thinking, but now facing a bet of 10k, he doesn't let it go quite yet.
He may have some false read here because I don't know if call is what he's thinking. I think he'd be thinking razor fold, but he does indeed fold. It does look very strong, even as short-handed as we are at the moment when the under the gun player opens and then bets flop and turn on a king high flop. And if he looks back at the stream, he'll see that he made the correct fold on the turn and didn't need to play fancy poker. It seems like a table full of fancy poker players, though, so it could get interesting.
Yeah, when you say fancy, I like to say thinking poker players.
Yes.
No, but I think you're right. Absolutely right. I think he was thinking about it as well. And because it's like he has an out. He knows he has an out. But this time, the correct decision.
The problem is if he's wrong, he really only has that 8% chance. He is getting some nines to fold, I suppose. But that's about it. Maybe some weak kings.
Folded all the way around to Sukas in the small blind. Ace-5 suited. Let's see what he decides to do now. He just limps. Tries to... No, yeah, he does. I think he tries to induce. And I think that also means that the blinds have gone up. We are now playing 800, 1,600. Or 1,600, as some people would say.
It's still the same. That's what we...
It is the same.
Yeah, it'll go up to 1K, 2K pretty soon. But we were at 816.
Yeah, we're
for a
at
time.
816.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have been the entire time. Of course we have.
Let's see if we have any stubbornness going on here.
No, Sukas, he just checked and Sevarsson bet small, and that was enough to get Sukas to fold. Had a gut shot. Had ace-high, which we know was the best hand, but he just decided to give up.
I'd be sitting there trying to figure out Severson like for so long if I was playing with him, because you don't see enough hands like what we see. And then I'd always be thinking, how can he can't always have it, and then you have to try to pick out those moments you think that he doesn't have it and try to exploit that, but then I think he would catch my hand in the cookie jar.
Kanda in the cutoff, ace-8 suited. He opens.
Let's see what his sizing was.
Yeah,
4K.
he was. I thought it looked pretty big. Sevarsson with ace-9 in the small blind, but facing such a big raise. Yeah, well, he calls.
Yeah, we thought in this case the sizing actually benefited Kanda because you would get those hands to fold from the small blind.
But Sevarsson, he proved us wrong.
Yep.
We were thinking exactly the same thing, Jason.
He may have 3-bet actually if it was smaller, who knows.
And flop comes king high. That's kind of in Kanda's favor, but we'll see what happens. Sevarsson checks. And Kanda checks behind.
It's also in the small blind's calling range as well. But
and
now
hits an 8 on the turn. Kanda has the best hand now.
And now Sevarsson may try to rep that king after all, because it did get checked, but no. And Kanda feeling that he's ahead after it checks again.
Sevarsson, he might convince himself that Sevarsson had an underpair to the king and check behind just to make sure. And yeah, he lets ace-9 go pretty quick there.
So different gears by Sevarsson, either based on where he's playing against on what's maybe going through his head and who his opponents are. Because in other spots we would have seen him 3-betting, we would have seen him bet on that turn. He did save quite a few chips probably by not betting on the turn. And ladies for Lipovoy here. He was active when we first got to the TV table, but then went card dead and decided not to go with it. Does min raise though. Two players with kings in their hand. So Sukas, though, with a stronger king, with the king-queen. Looks like he's reaching out for a 3-bet. It is a 3-bet. To 9,200.
Folds back around to Lipovoy.
I'm curious how much I'm only going to be surprised if he calls here. I'm just curious what his 4-bet sizing is going to be. But he's going to prove me wrong by calling. He does just call.
I don't really mind the call. I mean, of course, he might be scared of a flop, but not do 6-4. And the thing is, he might be thinking that he can get a c-bet out of Sukas, try to, check raise the flop here.
And Sukas is not in the best of shape, at least card equity-wise, because...
Or you could just lead out.
Yeah, we saw a king in someone else's hand. This will just get the job done here. It is kind of like when you lead out here, you're saying usually I have like the 6 or I have like a 5-7 here, that it's not usually that I have like an overpair as strong as queen, so maybe Sukas will actually call here thinking his 2 cards are live. It would help if he had a heart in his hand, at least for that backdoor flush, which he doesn't have, and that may be the deciding factor at the end.
And this looks like a fold.
So Lipovoy not 4-betting like I predicted, and then not check raising or check calling that flop like you predicted. So we're back to the players thinking a few steps ahead of us.
Yeah, it's kind of an unorthodox line, so we'll have to ask Danny what his thoughts were when we meet him later on this week.
Is he the type of player that goes into the lab and studies quite a lot, or you don't know enough about him to comment on that?
No, I don't know.
Because sometimes the lab spits out results that I just can't figure out why that is, and then I don't do it if I can't figure it out. Even if it's mathematically correct, I'll just apply it wrong.
Yeah, and that's actually a good tip for aspiring solver addicts. That one thing is to get the answer, but it's really important to try to figure out why is this the answer.
It looks like we have a little bit of a hand here, actually, Stig. We have Kanda with the trays opening up. We have Sukas opting to flat with his 9, so that invites other players to come in along for the ride, as Peter does with his pretty Jack-10 suited from the small blind. Probably would have had to fold to a 3-bet. And Daniel also coming into the mix with another suited card. So everybody with red cards in their hand.
Yeah, Lipovoy from the school of Senkel, and he's suited 2 in the big blind.
Oh,
and that's a top set for Sukas, and a set for Kanda, bottom set. But 3 clubs, we know that none of the players have a club.
Yeah, the only way those stacks aren't going in
look
is
at
if there's a
Kanda.
call here.
Yeah, he bets 10,000 and has 30 behind. So, Sukas, what do you do now? 3 clubs on the flop, and he raises. Easy folds for Pira and Lipovoy. Back to Kanda. This is not easy. He is all in and gets snapped. And Sukas is definitely relieved to see that Kanda doesn't have a club. And Kanda, look, that's, great sportsmanship from Kanda. And now he's, no, just a 3. And he's out.
Was drawing to just 1 out. If we had that club on the turn, then at least he would have had some more hope for a chop on the river. Just an unfortunate spot once you were flatted by the 9s. You're never getting away on the flop with your stack depth.
But great attitude and great sportsmanship.
For sure.
When he saw Sukas' hand, he smiled and was, well, of course he wasn't happy, but he took it like a great poker player.
It reminds me of how sports used to be growing up. When the game is over, no matter how hard you battled, no matter how much trash talk you may or may not have done, you go over and you shake the opponent's hands, and you really, whether you win or lose, you wish them a great match and best of effort.
Sukas with 80 big blinds now, 129,000. Closely followed by Sevasson, 125. Lipovoy also has slightly less than 100k. Pira, 83.1. It's kind of deep now.
Yeah, nobody's in serious jeopardy even when blinds are about to go up at the moment, which is nice to see.
And the empty seats are going to fill up. At least one of them, because now they're playing five-handed. But it takes a little while to move players now. No! And, I mean, didn't I say that the tournament directors are great here at the Coolbet Open?
May have mentioned that once or twice.
Yeah, that was fast and effective. And we got a new player in seat 1. And
he looks familiar to me. I believe I played cash games with him a few times.
Yeah, I think it's a Hungarian player.
Banyas Miklos.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
But I've seen him at Banco Casino, I believe, before. May have not been here, but I'm pretty sure.
So another nationality introduced to the feature table, and there are going to be plenty more, we know. Still haven't had any Swedes.
Do you know in the deep stack last night that the final 7 players were all from different countries?
Yeah.
That was quite impressive to see.
And finally won by Deep Singh, which I guess, I mean, he's registered as Austrian, but I'm guessing Deep Singh, it's got to be somewhere in Asia.
Maybe. I mean, he could have been born also in Austria.
Yeah, but origins, like his parents, is probably from Asia.
But they named the tournament after him. The Deep wins the deep stack.
Oh, why didn't any of the journalists think of that?
Who wrote the article for Coolbet Open this morning?
You did think of that. Oh.
It's in the article. I see you don't read the content that is written, but for daily recaps, that's a good reminder. Head to the coolbetopen.com website. There's a whole ton of information there, but if you go to the news section, you can read about what happened the previous day, each and every day. I wake up early to get that done for everybody. But that's not the only thing to see. That's just a fraction. The whole schedule is there. It's laid out very nicely for each and every day. Our stream is there, so another place you can watch it. There's also live updates, so you can see who's still in the variety events. In each and every event, you can click on a live update link, and it'll show you the names still in, who's out. If it's already in the money, it'll show you the initial payouts, etc., etc. So quite a lot of stuff there, and quite a lot more to come. Also check out the Coolbet Open Facebook channel, but we're going to hop back into this hand.
Cortez, who opened under the gun and got called by Pira with ace 3, Sukas 3 bets ace jack, and now it's over.
So back to the social media. So some of you are watching us at the Coolbet Open Facebook channel. We're paying attention to the chat to some degree on the Facebook YouTube channel. They're both great places to check out some content. There's videos up on both places. Photographs by a number of photographers I've seen up there. Primarily, shout out to Dominic Demchek, who is the photographer at many events here at Banco Casino. That's doing a fantastic job, and expect nothing less from Dominic. And Dennis is also doing some reporting on the Banco channel, so you can check out their site as well, the bancocasino.sk website. But all of a sudden, we went down to 31 entries. I don't know if it's being updated manually, but we're down to 1/3 of the field, so that means that the average stack is more than triple the starting stack now.
Which again goes to prove that you should not really care about the average stack, because that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's you have to think in big blinds. How many big blinds do I have? This is a tournament with deep, good structure. So the average, I mean, does it really matter? How many big blinds is the average stack at this point?
It only really matters when there's a few tables left, to be fair.
It's true. Sevarsson in the small blind against Cortez. Battle of the blinds, not a big battle, but Cortez with top pair, he bets. Sevarsson has second pair, and I don't think he's gonna fold
I think
to
he has to call.
2,400.
Yeah, he does call.
Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Sevarsson checks again. Let's see if Cortez goes for more value.
I don't mind the check back here because it disguises at 7 also to some degree. It disguises the fact that you have top pair. I know you want to build the pot. Maybe you'll get a call from an 8 still.
And he does check
he
back.
also has that diamonds. He just had too much in his hand. Didn't complete anything, but still is ahead with top pair. More than happy to call any bet by his opponent.
10
And if
on
it's
the
checked,
river.
maybe he'll look for some thin value.
Sevarsson checks again. Cortez, now he has to decide whether to go for value or not.
It's not as easy as it seems. There's not really any two pairs that are checking after it was checked back on the turn, I don't think. But are you getting a 8 to call anymore? Perhaps you are after it went check on the turn. So these are the things that Cortez may be thinking about at the moment. He has to think about whether the risks outweigh the rewards here.
And he does go for value, bets 5,000. And Sevarsson now with the decision.
It looked like he was reaching for that snap call and then took a step back to think about it. So I always say that you should be thinking when you have to think.
Oh, that's disciplined. He folds, actually. And I mean, it could have been a different situation if 9 and 10 hadn't come on the river. I think he would have called with a pair of 8s. But I mean, 2 more overcards that are in Cortez's range was kind of the thing that led to his fold. But I think you were right when you were seeing that he was about to snap call, and then he thought twice.
And although we appreciate the quick actions, especially pre-flop, where often you know what you're going to do. When you're facing some significant, this wasn't significant, but anytime you're facing action, it never hurts to take 10 seconds, even longer if you need to think. Nobody's going to be upset with you for doing that. They may be upset if you're doing it every single time pre-flop. That's the only time.
Peter with ace-queen suited opens to 4,000. Folded around to Sevarsson. He's gone. Cortez in the small blind. 9-6 suited. Of course, tempting, but still out of position. And he knows that if he calls, probably the big blind comes along as well. He could flop well, but still he's kind of like 37 big blinds. No, that's Pira, and he's not the effective stack. Cortez has 27. And, well, he makes the call. Another 3,000.
I thought maybe he was thinking about a 3-bet there.
Yeah. Banyash with Jack 7 suited in the big blind. He calls.
So now if hearts comes, it's going to be big problems for Cortez.
Yeah, but still a lot of hearts out there. Just one heart, and Pira with the top 2.
You certainly can breathe a sigh of relief. Now the question is, can you get any value here?
Oh, he can if he checks it and lets player maybe bluff at it, and full house on the turn.
He just has to hope there's a player on that club flush draw or that would overplay a queen. Neither is the case, and nobody is falling for the bait, it doesn't seem.
Yeah, also Banyash also checks. So what do you do now? It's like to check one more street. You want to try to get value from a full house, and you're not going to get it by checking. So he bets, and I think this hand is over.
Yeah, you're not getting much to call. Maybe just a queen or a club draw.
And it's always a little annoying when you flop top 2 and turn a full house that your opponents have nada. But hey, still got chips. Got the call both from Cortez and Banyos. Excuse me, Banyas, not Banyos. Lipovoy first to act.
Wearing the lucky Coolbet shirt, I see.
Yes, he is. And the wristband that tells us that he is one of the online qualifiers. He won a package to Coolbet Open. And not by being lucky, by being good at playing poker.
He seems to know what he's doing at the table.
Yeah, there has been satellites running for this series for a long time online, and there are a lot of qualifiers here in Bratislava. And we have a new player at the table, and that's Shahar Levinger.
But it's Bantash here waking up with the Cowboys from the small blind.
After Levinger, who opened Jack 9 suited.
We don't know anything about Levinger yet. We do know that he can open wide apparently off a 25 big blind stack. But do we know that he can call a 3-bet with that in position? And it is a 3-bet by Banyas there to 14,500, so about 7.3 big blinds.
Folded back to Levinger, who lets it go. I think he is one of... I might be wrong. I think he's one of the Israeli players we have there.
So it might be Levinger then.
Yeah, it might be.
But yes, he is from Israel, Shaha Levinger. So for the second time, we have an Israeli player at the table.
And has 22 big blinds right now,
So
after we lost a small one.
each of the 7 players from 7 different countries. So we have Banyas in from Hungary. We have Pira from Finland. Lipovoy from Norway, Levinger from Israel, Sukas from Greece, Savarson from Iceland, and Cortez from Chile, who's in the red shirt there.
I'm impressed, Jason.
That I didn't completely mispronounce the names, or that I can understand what the flags mean, including the one that doesn't appear at all. That I
About
just
the
knew that
national, I
one.
thought you knew this off the top of your head. It's like, I was just amazed. And then you blew it by admitting that you actually cheated.
When I'm live reporting, I could do that like anything, because I'm constantly looking at names, numbers, hands, things like that. But when you're commentating, you're looking at one table at a time. You're in your own little microcosm of the tournament.
And this could be an interesting pot because Banish opened the button with ace-4, got 3-bet from Lipovoy from the big blind. And this is again the dynamic between the button and the blinds, but Banish, he makes a disciplined fold. No, but I like Livinger's attitude. He comes to the table, sits down, there's a hand played, and directly after that hand he opens Jack 9 suited from early position, lets himself, introduces himself to the table.
Saying I'm here to play. So the next level in the system, I thought it was going to be a 2,500 big blind. I stand corrected. It's 1,200, 2,400, so it's similar. So they're not going to clear off the 100s until after the break. And then there'll be a chip race for the 100s, and then the final 2 blind levels, we stated correctly, are 1,500, 3,000, and 2,000, 4,000, before the surviving Day 1A players can bag their stacks into Saturday's Day 2, where they get to play 1-hour blind levels until a winner is crowned on Sunday.
Cortez looks down in the ace-4 suited. 3,000. No, 4.5, of course. 3,000 would have been not enough. Banyash with Queen Jack suited, pretty hand in the cutoff. Still with capable and aggressive players behind, he decides just to call. Gets the fold from both our Finnish friend and our Norwegian friend. So heads up to the flop. 8-4-6. Bottom pair for Cortez. That's the best hand right now, but Banyash with a flush draw.
Better equity for Banyash with the 2 overcards and the flush draw at the moment. Also has an opponent betting into him here, so it's a question of whether he just wants to call or whether he wants to raise.
Cortez goes for 4,000, third of the pot. Does not have a made hand yet, but gets a pretty good price. But
I like the raise here.
Yeah.
Well, and you got to be willing to get it in if you're raised over the top.
and still, you might get better hands to fold.
Even in this spot, I mean, it is a better hand, but it's technically he's ahead. You're happy just to take it down and not have to realize the equity of your coin flip. Just take 100% equity at this stage of the game.
And Cortez has the effective stack as well.
I wonder what he is thinking about at the moment, because he doesn't really, yeah. It seemed like the obvious play would be to fold there, but I guess even if you think you're ahead, like it's like there's so many cards that just going to put you in this really awkward spot out of position.
I think he was thinking about the fact that he got raised on that board by a player who called from the cutoff. I mean, what could that player have when the flop comes 8-6-4, was it?
They can have a set of sixes.
Absolutely.
They can have any ace with diamond, as we see with even worse diamonds, like connector diamonds, like Queen Jack.
Absolutely.
Probably a Jack 9 of diamonds, even as low as that, maybe even lower. 10-9 of diamonds.
No, but he was definitely thinking I might be ahead here, which he was. But still, if I'm ahead, what am I up against?
Yeah.
Probably a draw with overcards to my pair. So
Nobody's led me to believe that there was going to be a raise in that spot with like a backdoor flush draw only and overcards, right? So it just seemed like it had to be a fold there, but we don't know what happened before they got to the table, and we had the benefit of seeing everybody's cards.
Lipovoy raises the button. Small blind folds. Sukas with Jack 8 in the big blind. He defends.
So 2 of the larger stacks at the table tangling it up here.
3, 4, 10. Nothing for any of the players. So Lipovoy, if he finds a c-bet here, it's kind of a scary flop to c-bet, but still with queen high. But he actually decides to check here.
And that opens up the chance for Sukas to wrestle this one away.
But Sukas doesn't take the opportunity he was given, and they both check. So Lipovoy obviously thinks that his queen high has showdown value. Not anymore. Jack on the river.
And while he might get some calls from some aces, it's not going to be with some queens.
And that's a heavy bet.
And Lipovoy can't raise over this.
Bets pot Sukas. Close to. And Lipovoy folds.
we see another banner there for the Festival Series on November 27th through December 3rd. You can qualify for that as we speak with feeders and satellites running at Coolbet. There's a lot of big things happening at Banco's Casino. It's not just the Festival Series. I saw that they're hosting another tournament soon. Might be Banco Masters with like $250,000 guarantee. I know a lot of players are now calling Bratislava their home because of all the great action here at Banco Casino. Meanwhile, the big slick here for Levinger. After playing a little bit wide the very first hand he sat at the table, he was quiet after that.
Raises to 4,000 and Sukas in the small blind with ace 10 suited.
This could get him in trouble. I mean, you might be thinking you should be 3-betting here. He's probably looking, he is looking at the stack size of Levinger before doing that. You don't want to have to 3-bet fold your ace-10 suited, but you don't want to actually have to call for 40,000 either. But he does decide to 3-bet and 3-bet big. This is saying that if you jam, I'm going to call you in a second, whereas he can fold to the big blinds jam if he had to.
And all in and the call. And it's for Levinger's tournament life. Suka still with 100K behind here.
So Levinger, the new player at the table at risk, is a heavy favorite, but we've seen stranger things than 2-1 favorites hold.
And 2 clubs on the flop. Not flush draw for Sukas. Turn is a jack. And a 3 on the river. And Levinger gets the double up, but I guess he had a couple of nervous seconds there.
I was on the edge of my seat after that flop. You see those clubs, and being it's like live stream, you always think, like, as you see these cards sometimes in slow motion when you're playing your own events, the club is definitely coming. But Levinger gets to stay with us for a bit longer, and a big smile on his face as he now has a healthy stack.
Oh, it's so nice to dodge in those spots.
The worst is when it's like ace-king against ace-king, and then you have to sweat that. You know, it's
sweat the four flush. Yeah, it's terrible. It's
at least here he was sweating a double versus just sweating a chop.
Absolutely, and well, still Sukas back on the back in the saddle. I guess it's called back on the horse. Maybe I don't know what's
back in the saddle again.
I guess that's when you are back in the saddle, but you have to get back on the horse, right?
You have to get back on the saddle to get on the horse.
I guess that's a Norwegian saying that
Yeah.
I tried to translate into English, which was not.
It's similar
correct.
though. It is back on the saddle. It's the same thing. It means we're going to give it another try.
Yeah. We have this saying, if you fall off a horse, get back on it, something like that. Yeah, but gonna leave.
Probably if you fall off a horse, you should go to the hospital and then rethink about whether you should get on a horse again, to be fair. But
yeah, but
you can go with your method.
That's the origin of the saying, because if you don't get back on the horse, you're never going to ride again. And so you have to... okay, now forget it. Well, okay, was that a walk or was it race and take it?
I think it was just a walk.
Yeah, I think so too. Haven't seen too many of those.
And here we go. Here's another one of those events that we're talking about. So this is, I think, the Slovakian Poker Series. Whereas it's Slovak Series of Poker, I believe, is what it stands for. And they're having a 300,000 guaranteed main event with the 250 buy-in later in the month. So you may, if you're here for the Coolbet Open, just stay out to the October. Why not? They won't mind you to do that. Or better yet, come back next month and there'll be a nice high-value tournament for you to play at Banco Casino.
Yeah, there is a lot of stuff happening in Bratislava. It has been for for a while now, close to a year. Meanwhile, Sevarsson opens the button with 9-7. Cartes looks down at ace-9.
He was so stoic, I felt that the screen was frozen.
Yeah, now he has Banyash in the big blind as well, but he lets ace-9 go. And Banyash decides to defend with 10-7 offsuit.
And
So
it's
he has
actually far ahead.
Yeah, he has Sevarsson dominated. And, well, I guess...
Oh, no.
No! Oh, 2 pair for Sevarsson, 2 pair for Banyash, and Banyash is ahead and checks.
This could get ugly and ugly fast.
Yes, depending on how Banyash decides to play this one. Sevarsson with the c-bet, 8,000.
Almost a pot-sized bet on the flop as well.
Yeah, he goes heavy. Heavy enough for Banyash just to call. The thing is, if he just calls here, he kind of has to check the turn, and then he might get a check back.
I like something close either to a min click or even, you know, just shove here, you know, because as draw heavy as it is, but it's a bit too big to shove, so the like raise back to like 20 would make a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, and of course you are in these situations, you are always like sometimes, well, if you're not thinking the worst, Jack 8 is in the opening range of the button, but still it's not really likely. So here's the race to 22,000. Sevarsson wants to see Banyash stack.
I think if you run into the 10-9, Jack 8, or even like a, you know, set, but...
And it's the dynamic, it's the button against the big blind. So hard to really put a player on a specific hand.
And it sounds like he just announced he's all in.
Yes, he put Banyash all in, and Banyash has already called. And
just needs to fade 2 outs.
He's in a great spot to get a big double up here. $10 on the turn, that seals the deal. He was actually, now that was, it's like just unlucky with that spot. And Sevarsson, from being the chip leader for a long time now, sends the chip lead over to this man, Miklos Banyash.
And this is what happens sometimes when you're playing a lot of hands. You'll go through these swings and you'll find yourself sometimes in these spots. Very often in that spot, if he's playing around with that, he's going to be up against flush draw with some overcards, those kind of hands as well. It was unlucky, but you can avoid those spots just by cutting also some of those cards out of your opening range.
So Banyash playing 139,000, that's 69 big blinds. And Sevarsson down to 49.4, 24 big blinds. But Cartes still the shortest stack at the table.
And pretty soon the blind should be going up to 2,500. So we're going to be seeing those short stacks under 20 big blinds. Both Sevarsson and Cartes really going to be in more of a push-fold situation than what we've seen them. The other players also will have shorter effective stacks, but will still have quite a bit of playability. But we're at 1K, 2K now, and the final level of the day is going to be 2K, 4K. So the job of the players is still to maintain and accumulate chips.
Folded around to Sukas, who looks down at ace 10 offsuit. Was that a call? No, he raised to 4. I guess he said 4.
Yeah.
Looked like call. Sevarsson still a little shell-shocked from that last hand. Gets folded around to Pira in the big blind. 6-5 offsuit. He decides to defend. And flops an open-ender here.
And Sukas should be betting this kind of flop opening from the hijack because of that king.
And he does. It goes small, 2,500. Pira calls. And hits on the turn. Now he has the best hand. And he checks again.
But if he's facing now big action by Sukas on the turn and river, which would be hard for Sukas to pull off, then he would have to get off his hand, assuming he doesn't improve to a straight.
And Sukas checks behind. And another king on the river. Well, let's see what happens. But Pira checks. Sukas checks behind with ace high. And Pira takes down a small one.
I think at the river there's no point on either player betting, so I like the checking. You're not getting called by really. Are you going to be called by ace 10? That's the kind of hand you want to be called. I don't think you're going to be called if you bet out your 6-5 there.
No, Pira's plays, I mean, I guess the only play. The thing is, I think he was prepared to call a bet on the river.
Yeah, after it was checked on the turn, most likely.
Yeah, when the board pairs with the king, it's... I mean, sometimes you're unlucky and your opponent has played the hand unorthodoxly, but still, in the long run, to call the way that hand had been played. I think that was his plan.
We've been stuck at that 94 number. I think what's happening is that we're getting players to join day 1B. So while the next hand is going on, I'm going to quickly see if I can get an update about what's happening early on in day 1B now that it's been going on for about an hour.
Banyash, who raises the button with pocket deuces, gets a call from Pira in the small blind, queen 10. Lipovoy with jack 3 in the big blind. He calls. So 3 players to the flop. Queen high. Top pair for Pira. And he checks. Lipovoy checks.
I'm surprised that Banyash checked there.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I think a lot of players will see bet on that flop with the pocket deuces or any low pair, just because it's like you probably, if you are ahead at this point, there's 2 more streets that you could that they could hit to be ahead of you. So against 2 players, I think I would have seen it as well. 7 on the turn, board pairs, and Lipovoy tries to steal this one. 6,500.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Pira didn't bet out his queen at that point after a check through, but after a check that it's Lipovoy trying to rep the 7, rep a queen, but it's not going to work at least on the turn.
Banyash folds, Pira he calls. And 9 on the river. Pira is still best. He checks. Lipovoy, do you give up now? I mean, you know you have to bet to win. 25.8 in the middle. And no, he gives up. He checks behind.
Yeah, you just have to hope that a 5-6 was calling you there and that your jack might actually be good in that spot, but it's not the case. And otherwise, if you bet, you're likely getting called by anything beating you.
So a nice spot for Pira, who's up to more than 100,000 now.
And so far there are 26 players in day 1B. Somehow 2 players already hit the rail, but when I look at one of the names, I'm a little bit less surprised, being that Frankie has been firing quite a few bullets in some events this week. So as of now, he has not hopped back into day 1B, but we'll likely see him back in the main event. Ane Bezdek is also in the main event on day 1B. Another Coolbet veteran over the years. But now I'm going to go back into day 1A and let's see what we got going on here.
In the meantime, Baners has opened 9-8 suited. Second hand in a row, and well, look at Pira. He is a non-believer. That's a 3-bet. Lipovoy folds, leaving it in the big blind. He folds back to Banyash.
I'm loving the level of aggressiveness we've seen lately at this table. Is he going to 4-bet?
No, it's just a call. It's always a little uncomfortable when you 3-bet the baby ace and get called. And I mean, that flop is kind of scary, but it's also scary for Banyash, so this might work out in Pira's favor.
It's definitely a better flop for the 3-better than the one calling the 3-bet in terms of range advantage.
And Pira, he agrees with you, so he is gonna c-bet. Doesn't need to go big here. And I don't think he did. Looked like 7,500 or somewhere around there.
It's a case where you know that if you're getting a fold that you had the best hand, but you don't want the, you want the fold anyway because it's just ugly playing ace-6 in general, and then playing it on that kind of flop, you're just happy that the hand's over regardless of being ahead or not ahead.
So Piras keeps building. 2 in a row now for the young Finn.
I know a lot of the Finnish players, but I can't say he is one that I've ran across at least playing, but I don't think in coverage either.
No, but he's from, like I said, he's from a younger generation, Jason. And you know how I can tell that? Apart from the way he looks, of course. He has 4 names.
Ah.
Yeah. Oskar Jukka Tapio Pira. I remember the good old days when people had 2 names.
At least in the United States, most people have, let's say, 3 names, but we very rarely use the second name. And if it is used, it's like maybe like with initials, like a JP kind of thing for like a John Paul.
Yeah, I don't think Oskar uses all 4 names when he introduces himself to people either, so.
But it's different with, let's say, people from Spain, where they are using all 4 names.
Levinger with the Queen Jack against Sukas with Jack 7. Top pair for Sukas on the flop 7-6-3. Check from Levinger. Has the backdoor flush draw. 2 overcards to the flop. Sukas. He bets pretty small, 2,500. 3 maybe? 3.5, yeah. And Levinger knows that Sukas knows that that's the big blind's flop, so he calls. And he gets a flush draw on the turn. Trips for Sukas now. Check again from Levinger. How big do you think Sukas is going to size now? 19.6 in the middle.
It should be around 10 to 12. There's 2 flush draws out there, so you wanna not bet as small as what you bet on the flop. The flop bet was good as well. And it looks like he agrees.
Oh, he goes even bigger.
What is it, 17?
18.
So nearly a pot-sized bet. Just wants to shut down all the equity there. That's what that's saying. Where if you bet a little smaller, you could be getting people to call in a minus EV kind of.
Oh, look
spot.
at this. Jason Levinger, he calls with a flush draw. He might convince himself to think that if it's a queen or the jack, it's good. 9 on the river. Now it's a pot of 55,600, and Levinger, yeah, he doesn't even attempt. He just gives up, and that's kind of good, I think. And all in from Sukas, and this is over.
Yeah, it would have been very interesting to see the jack in particular with the full house and then the very strong 2 pair.
Yeah, I mean, implied odds or not, it was a paired board, and if he hit this flush, he couldn't really be sure he was good, and still to pay 18,000 to hit a flush that might not be good. Sometimes it's gets expensive to chase your draws, and this was one of these times.
Yeah, especially out of position, you're not going to realize all that implied equity that you might have with the flush draw, and even if the bet sizing was a bit smaller at the like 10 to 12 range that I suggested, it's iffy to call there.
Juho Erinen on the chat. He
Welcome,
says,
Juho.
Oskar Ipira for the win. But it's no doubt who has the most friends watching right now. And that's Cortez. Yes, Jorge has it.
Vamos, Jorge. But meanwhile, even though we have all the Jorge hands, it's Levinger here with the big slick on the button. A suited big slick nonetheless.
Gonna try to get some of the chips he gave to Sukas back. Sukas with 10-8 suited in the small blind.
I don't think he's going anywhere. It's a question of 3 better call. It looks like it's going to be a call.
Yeah.
This may not be a hand you want to defend here.
Oh, and Sevarsson, I'm actually happy to see that he can let it go. I think just cool off. He was the chip leader. He's still here, and he's still a double up, and he's right back in it. Not flush draw for Levinger. Not much there for Sukas on the deuce 6 deuce flop. Checks to Levinger.
Despite that, maybe Sukas has a plan to take it away on this kind of flop, but I think once again, it just seems like this should just be one to get away from.
Yeah, it's hard. If it was in the big blind, maybe, but the small blind with deuce 6 deuce flop, it's really not your flop either.
Yeah, if it was a 2 of diamonds in there, then maybe you can consider doing something fancy, whether raising or calling.
So Jorge in the big blind now. He has a lot of nicknames as well. It's not just Jorge or Cortez. He goes by.
He goes by Jorge Cortez.
Yeah, but what is it? They call him Jorgito, and
that means little Jorge.
That means what?
Little Jorge.
Little
like
Jorge.
It's
Oh,
like an
okay.
affectionate way of saying Jorge.
Ah, nice. What about Puro Cortecito, Uncle George?
Where is that? You said that too fast.
Okay, I probably misspelled
I'm
it.
pretty sure Uncle is.
I know what Uncle is.
He's using some English.
I was wondering about the Spanish part. Well, anyway, Sevarsson against Cortez, and it's the battle of the blinds. None of the players hit the flop ace 4-8. Severson checks, Cortez checks behind. Or has he? Yeah, because we got a 3 on the turn. Severson checks again. And another check. 6 on the river. It's Severson has the best hand now.
He deserves one.
Yes, he does. Not that Cortez deserves to lose one, but he was in the big blind anyway. And Severson, he just was coolered half an hour ago. And Cortez lets it go. Close to 10 hours since the day started, and still a long way to go for these players. And I'm sure a lot of them are starting to feel it now. I guess some of them probably have played some of the side events prior to the main event starting today as well, on either Monday or Tuesday, and those have lasted for a while, so I mean, it's easy to lose your concentration a little bit, but Pira, he looks fresh and rested.
And it's possible some of these players also late registered and got that rest, but yeah, for most of the players it's exactly like that. And it looks like the blinds did go up right before this hand.
Playing
So
1,000, 2,000, 2,400. Banyash defends the big blind with king 4. 7 ace queen, top pair for Pira. Check from Banyash. Bet from Pira, and Banyash, he folds. It's never going to get any excitement in that hand. So, who do you think is the youngest player at this table?
Pira.
Yeah, it's probably Pira. But who is the oldest?
That's a good question now.
I'm just setting you up for offending someone now. You know that, right?
So I should just say Pira, and then I'm covered. Because I've either already offended him for being too young, now I could offend him for being too old. He may look like he's 23 years old, but he's really 67.
No, I think he actually might be a little older as well. Just young looking.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lipovoy with the 10s and Levinger here.
Yeah, with the 6s under
That's
the gun
just
plus
call.
1. Yeah, just a call.
But that's strange. You can't really set mine off this stack, and the position you're in isn't good. But you can't 3-bet fold either. Therefore, I talk myself into a fold, but it's we'll see how it works out. He will be actually being able to play this hand in position, so from that aspect, it did work out.
And when Jason says he can't, you understand what Jason means. Of course he can, and it's up to him, but from a math perspective, it's probably not lucrative in the long run. If it was deeper, maybe. Still, he doesn't see a 6 on the flop. Instead, it's 4 queen 8. Lipovoy is still best. Pira, who defended the big blind, has second pair. Lipovoy, that's 10.5. Levinger folds his pair of 6s to Pira.
It's a nice probing value bet. Is what I like to call this, because even though you're getting those queens to just call behind, you will get a call from 8 some 4s. And as we see, Pira does indeed call, but now
And
Pira,
he hits.
I mean, Lipovoy probably won't be going at it again. Even I'd be saying that even if it wasn't a 7 on the turn, any card on the turn, really, other than a 10, he's not going to necessarily feel that good about.
No, Pira could easily have a queen here, which he would have played exactly the same way. But look at this, Pira, 39.6 in the middle. No, excuse me, Lipovoy. He bets 16k.
So now it's a question of what Pira wants to do here. I mean, I'm not talking about folding, but whether he wants to call or raise. The under the gun player could have those ace of diamonds kind of hands.
He shoves on Lipovoy, who has the effective stack. So this is actually for Lipovoy's tournament life. Daniel Melius Lipovoy.
Pira not giving away any information here. Oh.
Just counting, Jason.
Yeah, but he was shaking his head as if he was going to fold, and then he went to reach for the chips there.
Yeah.
I mean, his read would have been correct on the flop. Pira doesn't give away any information with his demeanor. He looks the same as he did after the flop, as he did check jamming this turn.
Still has more than 20 big blinds if he finds the fold here.
Like, what is Pira capable of doing this with that you're ahead of? Like, you're probably correct. You're thinking he doesn't do it with a queen, and he doesn't have a queen. Would he be doing it with just like the bare 9 or an ace 9 of diamond kind of hand?
And he finds the fold.
So he got there at the end, took his time. Once again, we mentioned this was a massive pot of 167,000. He had his whole tournament life at stake, so take your time, think it out, count your chips like he did, and try to make the best decision that you possibly can.
And everything has gone Oskari Pira's way the past few hours. He's gone from being one of the shortest stacks at the table to being the chip leader with a clear margin.
I think his luck turned ever since you went and decided to pronounce all 4 of his names.
Oh, I wish I could claim that one, but that was actually long before I...
But they're in the future. Where are we in the future? Who's in the future? Somebody's in the future here.
Yeah, let's not go there, Jason. It's too late. Cortez hasn't really gotten any opportunities for a while now, down to 37,700. And of course, when you look down at Jack-8 offsuit in the cutoff, you're thinking, well, now at least I can try, and now he's gonna be probably forced to fold. Banyash with pocket tens on the button.
I don't like the raise off the stack size at all. 17 big blinds.
No, but it's so easy. He's been kind of card dead. The other players have played, you know, big, massive pots. He just hasn't been able to get in there. So I understand the frustration and that he feels he has to try. And he folds to the 3-bet from Banyash.
But his entire table is quite active, and they're 3-betting. I mean, they're not actually 3-betting wide for the most part. We've seen like 1 or 2 that have been on the wider side, but it's just the cards, but it could be perceived that way without knowing the cards that, yeah, every time I open, I'm going to get 3-bet. On this kind of table, especially being semi-short-handed, maybe I should preserve my stack. Losing 2 blinds is maybe not as good as gaining, 2.5 big blinds at this stage. On the other hand, he proved he can raise fold off that stack, so maybe when he gets a hand that he's going to min raise off a 15 big blind stack, then he can get it all in.
Let's this one go. Banyash folds. Chip leader Pira on the button. Pocket nines.
And nobody's going to believe him.
I think you're right. And that's one thing he has to take into consideration as well when he opens the button, which I just assume he's going to. Well, Lipoboy, he's a believer. 5-3 suited. It's called Sla in Norwegian. It's a very popular Norwegian hand that a lot of Norwegian players have lost a lot of money on. Levingir defends the big blind with 9-8. Little does he know how dominated he actually is. Or did he 3-bet? No, he just called. Pira right on Levingir and wants to know how much he has behind. 8, King 6, Levingir with the second pair. Pira still best with his nines. Goes check check. 4 on the turn.
Levinger may actually bet for value here at this stage, thinking after it went check that his 8 is good. And the problem with this bet is even if you think you're ahead once you're called, you still don't know if you're ahead or not because of how draw heavy this board is.
Pira calls. And King pairs the board. Both players with 2 pair. And the thing is, this might... Levinger might think, well, now I'm pretty sure my hand is the best one, even though he has to take into considerations hands like, well, pocket pairs.
Better 8s as well.
Yeah, true, and he checks. Let's see if Pira goes for value now. He might put Levinger on a 6 or an 8. Maybe even a stubborn 4.
I think once that second king comes on the river and it's checked, you have to feel you're good. And even if you're shoved upon over, you still have to think that you're good.
13,000. Living with 44. I think maybe he thinks if I don't call here, I'm so open to being exploited in this hand.
It's actually a very good card for him in general. Like it's because once he bets, he is being called by all those draws, and this wouldn't have completed any of those draws.
Oh, and no, he taps the table and lets it go.
Very disciplined there. Very understanding of the situation, and that's not as easy as it looks based on how that hand played out to fold for the reason I gave, that king was very dry on the river. So if when you look back at that, you can know that you saved yourself the chips. You would have been at around the starting stack if you called there.
It's a good fold, but I mean, sometimes it's a good call. This time it was a good fold. So Pira, 183,000. Banyash also with a good tendency. He's got 125. And Cortez, the shortest stack with 13 big blinds. And Sevarsson, he's been very quiet after the cooler against Banyash.
But look at this, the pocket rockets.
Yes.
Any sense of quietness will instantly go away when you wake up to this hand.
Cortez folds an ace Banyash is gone. Pira, Jack tray, he folds. Lipoboy folds.
Oh my, is it going to be a
Levinger.
walk?
Levinger, he's gone. Sukas, do you defend 8-6? No, he doesn't.
Wow.
He just folds the race and take it for Sevarsson, and that's so annoying when you've been so patient and finally you wake up with aces and you get no action.
It's sometimes a very bad beat to get those aces under the gun too. It's
Yeah,
unless
and
you've proven that you're actually an active player from under the gun, it's so much better to have it like in later position when somebody else is likely opened.
and he's been handcuffed for so long, he hasn't played a single hand, and of course the other players are going to notice that you've been quiet, so he's just unfortunate. Banyash with the kings now. Pira folds. Lipovoy looks like he has a hand.
He at least has a suited ace, so he's either thinking about probably 3-betting or folding.
Oh, let's go. Levinger with pocket fours on the button.
This could spell trouble for him based on his 15 big blind stack. It's either a shove or a fold, and he does fold.
Yeah, it's an early position raise from Banyash, and
But what's going on here? Everybody waking up with pocket pairs.
yes, for nines for Sukas in the small blind, he just calls Sevarsson with 5-3. Okay, he gets a really good price here, and he decides to defend with well, Slä is actually short for the snake hand in Norwegian. That's what 5-tray is called in Norway.
But what a flop here for Banyas. I mean, he's not going to get any love if he bets it, but still, you got to be very happy, and he does need to bet it if it checks over to him now.
And it has been checked to Banyash.
Even with top set, it's a scary flop with the two clubs. The ace-queen is actually ahead of your top set, but
Oh, he goes 7.2, and the other two players fold.
so exactly half the pot. He could have bet a single bet, and it would have done the same thing.
Yeah, against two players, it's not unreasonable to go half pot. Against one player, maybe you go like a third, or sometimes even less. And of course, depending on the player type you're up against and the tendencies you've noticed, you can of course go bigger as well, but Banyash folds. Pira looked like he thought about it for a second before he released Jack 10. Lipovoy folds. Levinger now in the cutoff. King 10 off with less than 20 big blinds.
You may just shove. It's about 16 big blinds. Still don't have to shove at the stack depth. I do like that he opened.
And Sevarsson with ace queen.
Yeah, it should be a shove here.
He's all in. Cartes is gone, I'm assuming, and I think Levinger is probably going to fold as well. And he does. Now, there was a period where, you know, even 20 plus big blind shows wasn't that unusual from late position, because it's unexploitable. You can't be exploited. That's the good thing about it. But I think, well, the last year or two, people have come to the conclusion that you can still open those stack sizes as well, without just open shoving.
Yeah, definitely that's the case, especially when you have like a deeper structure with 45-minute blinds, hour blinds. If it's like a hyper turbo kind of structure, then shove away. If it's a satellite, which usually have faster structures, but that's not the reason why you're doing it, also shove away. And those 20 and under kind of spots. Otherwise, some people start at 15, some people start at 10. For me, that's kind of event table dependent. I'm playing quite a lot these days online again, and really does vary when I do decide to start shoving, but then I try to keep it consistent with the entire range.
And now shove away Cortez looks down at King 10 suited from the small blind against Banyash's big line and gets the fold.
Yeah, he was down to like 12, 13 big blinds. That's whether you're old or new, way of looking at the shoving, when you should be shoving. I think that fits in everybody's amount of big blinds.
And buys himself another round.
Except for those with a nice limping strategy with those 10 big blind and unders, but we went through that before, that I don't know how to do that myself and feel comfortable that I'm doing it profitably.
So, in the words of Jason Glatzer, when unsure, shove away.
Yeah, shove is can be unexploitable, as they say. It's just maybe not the highest EV move. That's the only thing that you're losing out by going from 15 to 20.
But there is a difference. I mean, I've talked a lot about this on the Norwegian stream. I mean, poker is like chess. You have the optimal play, the best line that you can take. But still, that doesn't mean there aren't other lines that are good, just not as good.
Yeah, that's the case. So it's still going to be profitable from a chip EV perspective with certain hand holdings, but it may not be as chip EV positive as it would be to just simply raise and play post flop, or get it in if you're 3-bet, you know, depending on what your holdings are.
Banyash and Pira going at it here. Banyash, who has the flush draw, and now he has a pair when the turn comes 3 of clubs. Pira, who called a small c-bet with queen high, or not c-bet because this is a battle of the blinds. Pira checks, Banyash has not checked. The graphic has mixed up the two players. I hope the graphic has mixed up the cards, but Banyash, I think it's Banyash who has the flush. This is actually not correct positions either. It's cut off against buttons, so it kind of changes everything. No, it's not.
Assuming the cards are correct, Pira is not giving up on his queen high, thinking if my opponent is just bluffing me with something like a 5-6, you know, then I'm ahead of anything. He's not probably doing this with an ace, so either he has something or he doesn't. In this case, we see he has quite a lot.
And he gets the call, and the cards were correct. Flush for Banyash. And if the graphics are correct, Pira called with queen high.
It's the same as calling with ace high, so you may be saying, why is anybody ever calling with queen high there? It's if you haven't think your opponent can potentially be bluffing there and enough frequency, then you call with your queen there. It's players would say that's fairly standard. You know, if you're going to do it with an ace, do it with a queen in that spot.
And of course, it was a button raise from, or not. I didn't pay attention pre-flop here, so it was either a button limp or a button raise with 5 tray suited, 5 tray, I should say. Again, and Pira defended the small blind, so that explained it. I was a little confused, as I often am. Now, Levinger, pocket jacks under the gun.
There's no good way to play the jacks except for just jamming it in.
Well,
He has that
he
stack.
begs to differ because he raises to 5,000. So
If he had a little bit less, then I would fully agree with my statement. But even that, he's off a 15 big blind stack. Under the gun.
all Cortez with the aces.
It wouldn't have mattered how we played this. The stacks are just getting in. It has to be 3-bet.
We still have players behind. Cortez is all in. Wow, Chile. Folded quickly around. We wait because Lipovoy has ace queen. And he has 44,200.
This is sick. This may actually save Levenger if Lipovoy gets into the mix here.
And he's all in. And it's a snap call from Levinger. So Cortez can triple up.
Or did Cortez get out? Did Levenger get out of the way?
Did he fold? Yeah, he folded and.
No, he didn't fold.
No.
It was a mix-up here.
Yep.
His cards are still there.
Yep.
So there is a three-way, and our hero, although all three of these guys are heroes, but the chat's hero, Jorge Cortez, in an amazing spot to triple up.
Yeah, and it's for Cortez and Levinger's tournament life here.
Well, who has who covered here? It looks like
And
Lipovic.
Lipovoy has both of the other players covered, and Levinger has Cortez by not much, 700 in chips.
Okay, so Lipovoy will have, regardless, 6 or so five or six big blinds, and obviously can have a miracle board.
Yeah, I think the dealer mistook Levinger. I think he thought Levinger had folded when he had actually said all in or call.
Yeah, it looked like he said call when we had the camera
Yeah.
on him, and it looked like chips went forward. So
And the
it's good
cards-
that they're straightening this out because that was his intention.
And the cards were retrievable. Here's the flop, and it's a queen for Lipovoy, but he's still behind Cortez. Diamond on the turn, diamond on the river, ace of diamonds in Cortez's hand. He gets the full triple, and Lipovoy knocks out Levinger. Oh, that's just brutal.
So no bad beats, but unfortunate for Levinger. He jacks would have won in other spots there, would have won against the ace-queen as we just saw. Just unfortunate for him. He ran into Jorge's pocket aces, but I'm sure there are many watching that are going Vamos Jorge in the chat right now, or Jorge Ito, whatever you want to call our hero from Chile.
More than triples up, actually, and he's been so patient. They're just gonna check the stacks and make sure that Levinger, he has to be out, right? Or did he have the jack of diamonds? So no, but still, I think he had less chip. No, he had more chips than.
He may be still with like a big blind or something.
Yeah, no, he's out, unfortunately. So that means that we lose Shahar Levinger, but he has still plenty of opportunities if he wants to get back in the main event. But look at Cortez, 42 big blinds down, more than 100,000. And this is one of the best feelings in poker.
Meanwhile, Lipovoy still has some chips and a chair. It is a spinnable stack. He doesn't have to just jam the first two cards that he sees. Even though it is a re-entry, they can still even re-enter now if they want, although players that are doing that are more likely to hop into the day 1B or wait till tomorrow's day 1C. We haven't seen that 94 number move in quite some time. It's still basically 2/3 of 550 that you're throwing away by not playing a short stack correctly.
Pira on the bottom with Jack 8. He has to take into consideration that Lipovoy is in the small blind with 8 big blinds. But that does not stop the chip leader. And if you reverse that thought, you can think, well, he might want to wait, but he does not wait. He gets it in with king 5, Sukas with ace 9.
So a little bit wide there by Lipovoy, but it's very understandable, especially when you have re-entries possible. Sukas, though.
And Sukas, this is risky because it looks like he's just gonna call. And, well, we know that Pira is not gonna raise here, probably, with the Jack-8 suited. But
it's an interesting call. I like it better than raising, obviously, but it's even if you're ahead, you know, you're going to be far ahead of anything. But Piro also feeling he's priced in and makes the call as well. No, he folded.
No, he folded. No, he's still in, I think, and he flops a pair, goes check check. Turn is. I apologize for the graphics. Goes. The turn is another queen, which, by the way, is a heart. But that doesn't really matter. Does not look good for Lipovoy. He is going to need a king on the river.
I like this bet here on the turn. After it went check on the flop and check again. Even though you want to get a player out, it's not that important on opening day. You want to get those chips. Better chance at winning them.
And he gets called by Sukas. And he hits on the river. And checks. And quick check by Pira behind. And unfortunately, we lose Daniel Melhus, Lipovoy. Taps the table. And again, we see good sportsmanship. I would expect nothing less from this man.
At least we hope he had a good experience at the feature table. Not much he could have done differently. And another player that's obviously here at the Coolbet Open for first having a good time and second for a chance at winning a trophy.
Well, I don't know. I think he's capable of doing both.
Yes, you can have both, but to have your priorities correct. You have fun even when win or lose, you still have fun.
He's a good multitasker. So, now we are down to 5 players. 2 quick knockouts, and we will get at least 1 new player to the feature table. Oh wow, a lot of action the last few minutes now.
Down to just 25 players, actually, so 4 tables in action.
Yes, there might be some entries that hasn't been registered yet, but I think it should be pretty close to correct.
It was at 94 for a long time, so where it looked like you had a chance for your 110, and it looked like my 100 was going to be okay. We just players not entering on level 11 and 12 with so many other options on the final day. On Friday, we'll definitely see some late entries on day 1E and day 1F.
So 1 more player out, and we will be down to 3 tables, and it looks like something is happening now. They are probably in the process of breaking one of the outer tables, it looks like. So we are gonna wait for that.
So we must be down to 24 players because we've been 8 max during the latter stages of the day. And it doesn't look like we're getting any new players coming in.
While we wait, if you are here in Bratislava And well, maybe you took a day off, maybe you are in your hotel room right now, but you still have 7 minutes until Vedde's home game is starting live at Banco Casino. Starts at 11 o'clock. There's, I think, 6 levels of late dredge on that one as well. And it's 100 and... Oh, I have to be careful. I think it's a 115 euro buy-in. I know it is. I just had to think about it twice. And I can promise you that's going to be fun. Probably Daniel, who's just knocked out, I think he goes straight into that tournament.
Hopefully Ilva doesn't do the same thing just to play the tournament. She's one of the 24 players still remaining, actually, in the field, so that would be a bit embarrassing just to go play the Vede special.
I know she wants to, but she's probably going to wait.
So interesting spot here. We have an open here by the very active Banyas, and then we have a 3-bet by one of our new players in Zivkaski.
Yeah, we got a new player to the table, and it's Pavel Sikowski. And
No, it's just a call. It wasn't a 3-bet.
Yeah, he's from Slovakia, so he's local.
Pretty decent flop for both players, if I'm reading the cards correctly. It's Queen 9. Okay.
Yeah, I think with the 2 open seats are probably going to fill up pretty soon. But it looks like we weren't down to 24 quite yet.
And Anu is still in as well, so another familiar name. Joel Samarin is still in. I'm looking for former Coolbet Open main event winners, and none of them are still in, but I'm not sure if we got any of them to enter. Finland's Aki Nevalainen is still in as well. So maybe we'll see some of the players I just named join. I don't know who yet is coming to our table.
In the meantime, Sinowski introduces himself to the table by opening ace-10. Cartes in the small blind looks down at ace-queen suited. And this shortly after he tripled up. Decides just to call. Banyash in the big blind with jack 3 offsuit. He folds, so heads up to the flop. Queen 8-7, top pair for Cartes. Who checks to Sikowski. That's 6,000.
Let's see how extended Cartes's trap is here.
Just calls. Another queen on the turn. Sikowski checks. Mr. Cartes checks.
And now a full house for Cartes.
Yeah, and 2 pair for Sikowski.
It's going to be hard for Sikowski to get away from the hand if Cartes bets, and he should after it was checked back on the turn.
Oh, he checks again. He checks again, and what do you do now, Pavel Sikowski, being put to the test here? 27.8 in the middle. No, he checks back.
Nice.
Oh, he's going to be happy to see that he checked back. Of course, not that he loses the hand, but that kind of feels like a victory right now.
Yeah, because you have to call any bet, and you are getting some value from some hands from the blinds if you are betting with your ace there.
So missed value for Jorge Cartes. But he was probably hoping that Sikowski would bet, and that's the reason. But sometimes it's better to just go for value in these spots. And I mean, ideally, you want to try to stack your opponent with a full house like that. And that's hard to do when you check.
I like that he checked the turn because he got the continuation bet by his opponent on the flop. You hope that he has another barrel on the turn, but then I know a lot of players have a stop and go strategy, but typically once the turn is checked, then you should try for that value on the river.
Yeah, he kind of has to check the turn, so it would be very strange to lead out. But not, what's the English word? Implausible? Is that a word?
Not
No,
impossible?
no, no. Okay, so implausible is not a word.
Improbable?
No, that's no. Forget it.
Should I just start listing every word that starts with I until we get there? It's not an igloo.
Yeah, we have time. Come on, we're gonna be here for a couple of more hours until we're done for the day, and then we'll be back tomorrow, and on Thursday, and on Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday.
Tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun, actually. We haven't really talked too much about that, but that's going to be a lot of different nationalities for a special final table, which you know a little bit more about than I do. You had the sneak peek as far as who is on that, but you did share before that there were 3 players from South America coming out all the way to Bratislava to play in this.
Yeah, that's true. We have, well, they have so many names, but it's Javier Guerrero, it's Luis Arenada, and it is Sebastian Olvares. Those are the 3 South American players. I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I think all 3 of them are from Chile. And then we also have Hjörtur Davidsson. I'm guessing he's from Iceland. We have Stig Solskjær Johansen from Norway. We have Tavi Valsson from, I think, either Estonia or Finland. No, I think he's Estonian. And then we have Jaakko Hakan from Finland, I guess. And we also will have another Swedish player, which is, well, it might be decided already. I'm not sure. I think they were going to play their qualification today. Meanwhile, it's Cartes and Sikowski once again. Once again, Cartes with the best ace. Has the exact same hand as the last hand here, Cartes. 26.6 in the middle. Goes check, check again. And 7 on the river. 4 to a straight. Sikowski checks. Cartes checks behind.
Very interesting there. I mean, Cartes was the aggressor pre-flop. I guess he's worried with the straight potentially being completed there in the river, but strange not to go for it on the turn more than the river.
I'm pretty sure this is an English or American saying. Better safe than sorry.
Yes.
Yep. And I can understand it, because he got the triple up from being short. And he all of a sudden he had more than 100,000. He was sitting comfortably. We are getting close to the end of day 1. He can easily fold his way into day 2. He hasn't done that. He's played a couple of hands a little carefully, on the careful side, but at least with minimum risk. And tournament poker is, when it all comes down to it, it's about survival.
But you can't really fold your way into day 2 either. Like, it's
Well, now he can.
he can, but it would cost quite a lot, because the next blind level, each orbit's 7,500, so figure you have 3 orbits per blind level, and then the following one is going to be 10,000, so it's going to cost you half your stack.
I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying he can if he
Physically,
wants
he
to.
can get away with
I'm not
it.
saying he has because he has played these hands where he had ace queen. But we are on a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes for the last couple of levels of Coolbet Open Main Event Day 1A. 2 levels remaining of day 1A in the Coolbet Open main event, and now we also know that there was a total of 94 entries on day 1A, which is really promising when we think about there are still 5 more flights in the main event. So it could be a record number, Jason. This is Wednesday. We always know that the numbers on the later flights, when we're getting close to the weekend, those are bigger than the first one. So this was kind of even more than I had hoped for, even though I said 110 players or entries.
Yeah, it's been quite the turnout. 94 entries is nothing to laugh at on a day 1A with a 300,000 guaranteed event. Right on track to hit that guarantee. I think it'll be smashed. I don't think it's going to be close, but we'll see. I'm not going to be the one covering the guarantee, obviously. If it's the other way around, then that would be a good situation for the players as well. But looking at this TV table, don't mean to interrupt the flow. While they're setting up, I do recognize some faces over there, and one of those faces is in seat 3, and that's Anu from Finland, and she's been playing a lot of these 550 type of events lately. Very strong mind. Has been playing quite a bit of PLO as well. And then we see Brandon sitting down 2 seats over. We saw him earlier on the feature table, showing up with the Malta flag, but really a man of the world. And in seat number 2 is a good friend of mine for probably about 12, 14 years. We've known each other online when we were both playing online poker quite a lot, and that's Jeroen Arts from the Netherlands in seat number 2. Definitely has a very strong mathematical and exploitative understanding of the game. We still pop up on the same tables once in a while and then get together for a chat, usually on the break. Wind up throwing emojis and things like that depending on where we're playing, but a very good guy and very good player. Don't have too much information on the other players, but I believe you have a little bit of information on the player in seat number 8, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, actually, yeah, Sebastian Olivares is one of the 9 qualifiers to the Nations Cup final table, which we will be airing tomorrow at 4:30 Central European Time. That's 16:30. So he's one of the 9 finalists. He's qualified in, won a package already, and we're going to play for pretty big cash prizes on the final table tomorrow. So as a bonus, he's close to reaching day 2, but still 2 45-minute levels to go before he can bag and tag.
And if you're wondering what's going on here, while the players appeared to be playing musical chairs before sitting back and where they were, is that the floor has requested all players to hand over their phones. It's a security precaution, but it's also to not allow players to have an unfair advantage in listening to the stream, even if they're not watching it. They're more than welcome to step away from the table. If a friend is watching, you can still get some information, but this just limits that direct ability and also takes away any security concerns that there might be.
Also at the table, we have 2 Icelandic players, Jottur Davidsson in seat 4, and we have Kjartan Sævarsson in seat 6. We are not 100% sure, but Kjartan Sævarsson might be related to the Sævarsson we had at the feature table just a few minutes ago. Not confirmed, but probable.
And another Israeli at the table too. So we have David Elka with close to 89,000 in seat number 7. So quite a nice contingent from Israel based on what we've seen at least today. And we do have one local player in Andre Sintula in seat number 1 with 67,500 in chips. But it's Anu, my good friend, with the short stack with 8 big blinds. So I'm hoping that she can spin it up. I will be openly rooting for her whether I'm allowed to or not. And same with Jerome.
It's okay. It's okay, Jason. You're allowed. So Anu Kristina Lilja, the Finnish representative at the table right now, starts with 7 times big blind. I saw her actually earlier today. She was playing in the big poker room upstairs, and she looked to be going well at that time. A lot could have happened in between those hours that have passed, and it obviously has. But she is still smiling, like you said. And here we go, last 2 levels of day 1A. Here we have Mr. Andrei Sintula in seat 1. He folds. Jerome Arts folds to Anu. Queen 3 suited. She folds. Has a couple of hands, or 3 hands, before she has to post the big blind. Folds also by, well, Davidson with King Jack. He races to 6,000. Blinds up, of course. 1,500 to 3,000 with 3,000 big blind ante. Folded to, it looks, no, okay, so the big stack of Sebastian Olivares covering the square that shows the players where to put their whole cards.
Elka taking his time, and maybe didn't hand over his phone either. Looks like it's going back in the pocket there. But it's very interesting here. Like, it could be one of those leveling wars with King Jack against King Jack. And it looks like he already did something, so I don't know if it was a call or a 3-bet.
Now I think David Elka called from the small blind, and Olivares, he folded the big blind. Jack high flop, so King Jack against King Jack, both with top pair. Davidson with a spade. And here we just get it in.
Wow.
Here we just push.
I was not expecting this kind of leveling war. Once the jack came on the flop, I'm figuring it's going to be a chop pot most of the time, but this time maybe not.
That's a huge overbet. Bets 82,000 into, and he gets called by top pair.
There must have been this kind of move before by Elka.
Oh, wow.
Because he didn't waste very much time in calling there.
Look at the reaction of the other players. So no spade on the turn, and this is not going to get any more exciting than it was. But still, that's like, wow.
Yeah, what is Elka ever getting called with there? I mean, I'm surprised the Jack King, like, he should be getting, with that kind of bet, some of the hands that are beating him to fold. Not queens, kings, or aces, but maybe a Jack Ace. I don't even think that's folding there, so maybe you're getting Jack Queen to call if you're getting Jack King to call. I don't know.
Am I mistaken? There was just an open and a call, right? There was no 3-bet or 4-bet before the flop. It was just a regular open and a call, and then just bomb in front.
Yeah, craziness.
And call. It's wow. I've commented poker for a while. I actually don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Okay, we are gonna go to our friend Brandon Mifsud. Wakes up with pocket kings. He had a really good appearance earlier today on our feature table, and he's maintained, not even maintained, even built his stack the last 3-4 hours. And he's the chip leader at the table, probably somewhere on top 5 in the tournament, maybe even higher.
Yeah, it has to be higher with 20-something players left.
You never know, but still, there are not that many super short stacks, so we assume that he's probably at least top 3. Cintula with ace 9. He's thinking about it after we'd called with king queen off.
3-bets it.
Oh, wow.
A good portion of his stack, but it's more than a third of his stack in with that 3-bet as well.
Only 36,500 behind. Back to Mifsud.
Does he just jam it?
Yeah,
he does.
He goes all in, and Cintula put in a big portion of his stack.
I mean, he kind of needs to call once he does that, unfortunately, but maybe he folds. It's very close mathematically, actually.
Yeah, he still has 12 big blinds behind here. So, I mean, the message is, I mean, how clear can it be? You're up against the monsters. The question is my ace good if I hit it? And he decides to fold. So, I mean, instead of 3-betting, I know it seems tempting to squeeze there with an open and a call. but still ace nine and your stack size. That I think the stack size is important factor here. That's you put in so much of your stack and you feel forced to fold to the 4-bet all-in, and now he's down to 12 big blinds.
But meanwhile, Brandon, over 100 big blinds. Having 300,000 at this stage in the tournament is something special. So I'd be surprised if not only he wasn't in top 5, but if he wasn't overall chip leader.
Yeah, he's got 10 times starting stack, and I agree. So Lilia now getting close to the big blind. She has to post 6,000 the next time.
Did she just fold King Queen? I know it was under the gun.
No, it was not King Queen.
Okay.
It was King. Yes, I think I don't remember. I just saw the King. I think it was 6 or somewhere
Okay,
other.
that makes sense. That's a fold.
So if Sintula had known that the 2 kings were folded, I don't think he would push King Jack. Well, maybe because not many players behind. So
yeah, I think you push King Jack even if you know 3 kings are already out there.
Yeah, I think so too. That was a small blind. And now, our new Kristina Lilia in the big blind has put in 2 out of the 7 big blinds she had before this hand.
Okay, let's go, Anu. Let's go.
Let's wait. I can do that math. Then she has 5 behind, right?
Yes.
Finally, yes, got it right.
But it doesn't mean she has to call off everything here. There's still a fold range with 5 big blinds. Anu, though, may want to gamble, though, regardless, because it is re-entry.
That's a good point. And there are 4 more flights that you can enter into. I think it's too late to enter into... No, maybe not. Maybe you can just make it the turbo version, day 1B.
Yeah, I think you can squeeze it in still. So it's 12 blind levels of 20 minutes each. So doing the math on that, it's... yeah, you have a bit of time for that, actually. It'll be like 1:30-ish.
Sevarsson has raised ace-5 suited. Folded to Sintula on the button with ace-10. He calls. Arts with pocket kings in the small blind.
Trying to hold those emotions in, immediately staring down at the chip stacks of his opponents, though, to get an idea of how he should play this. I think it'll be just a standard sizing 3-bet. Doesn't need to be a shove.
No, and he makes it 15,000. Lilia with ace-5 suited.
Was it only 15? No, it was 18,000.
Ah, 18,
But
okay,
still
yeah.
6 big blinds from... He's in the small blind, right? Yeah.
He's in the small blind.
I would have liked to see it a little bigger, but still it's good.
And we know in this spot that Lilia should fold. I mean, 2 other aces out there, and okay, she's got the ace-5 suited, but still, it's so hard to fold this one. And I'm not even sure that she should fold it with the open and the call and the squeeze, but she does. And
I
she's
think with
still
so
alive.
much potential dead money in there that you kind of need to.
You kind of have to.
But I understand the fold as well, with all the action in front of you.
So Arts takes it down after the other 2 players fold. So Lilia in the small blind now. That's another 1,500. And even that hurts at this point. But after that, she's got 1 more round. But that's it.
Yeah, that's it. As I said, you can fold this time around and get your next orbit in, but...
And she has no fold equity at all. So she knows now that she will be called, if not by any of the other players. The big blind has to call no matter what when she gets it in. Folded quickly around.
Every table we've had has been good with that pre-flop. We were getting the quick folds when there's something to think about.
And that makes me really happy to see them play fast. Not, you know, this unnecessary tanking, stalling, you know. They kind of have, it seems like everyone kind of has a thought of what they are going to do, and they follow that plan and just play it like it's supposed to be played. So much more effective.
So back-to-back pre-flop pots for Jerome. This one was a little cheaper, just taking it with the ace rag. No resistance, taking the 2.5 extra big blinds into his stack.
So Anu is still here,
And having fun.
still smiling.
She's met Jerome before too, so it's not that they've just met at this table.
No,
They've been at the same events recently. I think even here at this casino they were at the same event recently.
yeah. I talked to her late last night. She had a wonderful day yesterday. She decided not to play poker. She went to Budapest for the first time and spent the day there. Took a train. It was like an hour and a half, she told me, and had 3 hours in Budapest, had lunch, saw all the sights, and came back here in the evening.
And what did we do yesterday? I mean, I did play cash games, but I should have gone to visit Budapest for the first time.
Yeah.
That would have been a better use of my day.
Yes, she spoke warmly of it, so that made me think, all these places we travel to and how little we actually see outside of the card room. I mean, it's actually a shame.
But I'm glad at least Anu was smart enough to do that. When you're not in the mood, it's a long week. You don't have to play every day.
Elka opens ace 10.
I was like, why the fuck do you remember my middle name? It says it on like the poker, like the little paper thing, but like, come on.
Players are definitely visibly having the most fun at this table. Which is kind of funny considering we're near the end of the day where things can be a little bit tenser.
Sintula calls. Lilja folds. Davidsson folds. So does Brandon. Sud, and now we have, well, Kjartan Sæversson defends the big blind with 7-6 suited. First to act on the flop for Jack 7. Second pair. Sintola with top pair. Sæversson checks. Elka just jams 84,500
What's going
with
on here?
ace 5 into Sintola's top pair. Sintola has 36,000. He just saw Elka do the same with the top pair a few hands ago. King Jack against King Jack.
This would answer whether he
And-
got a call from King Jack. King
And he
Jack.
calls. Sæversson is gone. And this is a great spot for Sintola to more than double up. But Elka is not drawing dead. An ace would do it. He has runner. 3.
Back doors are now closed.
Safe for Sintola, and the deuce on the river. And he triples up almost. Well, I'm exaggerating, but he got some extra money as well, and it's up to 97,500. A lot more comfortable now.
I'm not sure what was going on there, but it does answer a question about the previous hand with the King Jack. Could he be getting any value out of something that might call? And we just saw Queen Jack call on a similar flop, so that answers that question. But do not get it at all with the Ace 10.
But I think if we try to figure out what David Elka is doing here, I think it's the end of day 1. I think he's just going for it. I think he wants a big stack to day 2. And seeing as this is a re-entry tournament with several flights, you have a lot of options. I think he decided, okay, last 2 levels, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna either have a big stack into day 2, or I'm gonna try again one of the other flights.
But then shouldn't he potentially be just shoving a hand like Ace 10 pre-flop, let's say, or that King Jack if he's going to be shove happy to do it then?
Yeah, I think you have to ask Elka that question.
So I'll be right back. I'm going to go 30 minutes in the past and go to my time machine and ask David, what exactly is your shoving strategy like here?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get an answer that you actually understand. Nifsud with pocket tens on the button. He was a master at smashing flops when we had him at our feature table earlier today. He just limps in on Elka's big blind. I have a feeling that he was trying to induce. And I said he was a master of smashing flops. Flops a set. Not much there for Elka, who checks. And tries to make it as small as possible, 3,000, and snap fold from Elka.
We've only really seen one miscue in the two feature tables that Brandon has been at, and it's not only that he's hitting flops. I mean, he is playing speculative hands at times and getting away with it, but he's also getting a lot of premium hands. So it's, even though he's very active, it's really hard to put him on a particular hand. Obviously, he was on a different table before, probably not playing with these players as often, but they're probably getting the same sense that we do seeing the cards than anything else. He's playing a lot of cards, but every time he shows down, he has something.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And still, he is active, and that also means that he gets action. And when he gets big hands, like you say, then that's how you take more than 10 times starting stack to day 2. And now, Lilia with ace jack, all in, 16,000. Not much. She will get called by. No, she got a fold from Vidma Olivares. And I think that is probably, without knowing all of these players, that probably one of the few players that she would get folds from with that race.
It's actually a correct fold, believe it or not, that because the very, very bottom of the range should be a fold to a 5 big blind shove. So it's not, I mean, you can call there. It's not going to be minus EV by a large amount to call anything with a 5 big blind shove. But unless it's a bounty tournament, it doesn't have to, you don't have to call there.
Sintula, who got moved to another table. So it means there are 22 players left on day 1A.
I guess there's 21 left if, well, it's possible it's 22 if 2 bus sets at one table, yeah.
I think it's updated. Elka limps in with 9-8 suited, ace-queen for Viedma.
I won't be surprised to just see something close to a jam, if not a jam, you know, just because of Elka's stack. Or he may just want to call a flop knowing that Elka can just randomly jam any flop. Yeah.
And he puts Elka, well, not all in, but
a big
because we have players
stack
behind, a big portion of his stack, yes. Probably just to ensure himself that it wasn't going to get 3 bets by Arts. And Elka, he makes the call.
And if we see diamonds, we could see problems.
I think if we see an 8, we're going to see problems.
Oh,
if we
yeah.
see, okay, well,
is Elka gonna jam?
Well, he can't jam in front, but Viedma gives him a possibility to do so. He does not jam, and he fills a straight on the turn.
Now if he jams, it looks so fishy, and it's like he can take advantage of his image.
Viedma first to act again. Are we going to see delayed C-bet? 34,000 in the middle. And Viedma Olivares puts Elka all in, and he calls. So Elka has to dodge a king, and the king only.
I don't think we've seen any kings in anybody else's hand, so all 4 are live.
But a 7 on the river is a safe card for Elka, who gets a double up and is back up to 88,000. 62,000 for Viedma Olivares now.
Well, now we can potentially, hopefully, see some like 25, 30 big blind shoves again.
Yeah, I think the possibility is strong.
It's not something you would bet me on, I'm pretty sure.
No, I would not.
We can try to find something else to bet on tomorrow, though. We have the League of Nations, right? Tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's like Jason. I fear that you are a lot better than I am at stuff like that.
But I don't know any of the. I took a look at the list of players, and can't say that I'm familiar with this group of players because they're from everywhere across the world.
Why do I get the feeling I'm being hustled right now?
Notice I'm quiet for the first time.
Yeah, Arts is all in. He's shoved on Lilia, who has King 8 in the big blind. This might be too good to let go, but still, if she calls, it's an unfortunate situation, being dominated, and she folds.
Playing very disciplined with this tiny stack.
And she's been right.
Yeah.
Every single time. But then again,
maybe not.
Whether it's correct or not, I mean, theoretically, well, it doesn't really matter. She's still here.
Yeah, exactly. In the short run, things can be different than the theoretical super, super long run that none of us ever achieve. I don't think I'm folding King 8 there, but maybe against Jerome I might if I had a feeling that he's not going to be jamming me that light, knowing that I have to pretty much call very light.
Elka with ace deuce, folded to him with the hijack. Opens to 8,000. Viedma Olivares folds, Ars folds, Lilia has 10-6, she's out. And Jörtur Davidsson from Iceland in the big blind, he decides to defend with Jack 10. Deuce 6-8. Bottom pair for Elka. Davidsson checks.
Ooh, Elka's moved away from the jamming strategy.
I think I see a pattern. I think it's top pair. That's jammable.
Or just ace high.
Yeah, yeah. I forgot. I actually forgot about that one. Takes it down. Kjartan Sæversson under the gun, ace-2 suited, he folds. Elka is out, Viedma folds. So does Arts. And now Lilia Queen-Jack on the button. She's all in, and Davidsson with the ace-king. He's all in, he isolates, Mifsud folds. So Lilia has 2 live cards, but she needs to hit something.
Let's go, Anu. Come on.
I don't think. Well, you are allowed, actually, Jason. I gave you permission.
Yeah, so just with Anu.
Yeah, but still, for Davidsson's, he has plenty of chips, and he flops top pair, but open-ended for Lilia. 3 on the turn, and the river, she needs a 9 or an ace. A 4 means we lose Anu Lilia late on day 1A, but I know she is gonna stay here in Bratislava for the next few days as well, so we'll probably see her again.
Yeah, hopefully she hops back into the main event, and just unfortunate she was very, very patient on unopened pot, late position, Queen Jack, perfect shoving spot. She even had live cards, but even flopped an open-ended straight draw. But no love, and that's it for Anu.
Hjelte Davidsson up to 138,000. Second chippy on the featured table. And you know that if you had any friends in Iceland, Jason, you have none left now.
None.
No, you were rooting for Anu, and I mean, I know people from Iceland. They are.
But if like Inga from Iceland was on there, she would be getting the same love. Then I would have like no like real choice, you know. Then I would have to figure things out. It was nothing against the people of Iceland or the people or for the people of Finland. I have much love for poker players in both countries.
I love the disclaimer. I'll look at Brandon Mifsud. He hasn't gotten to play a hand in a while, and now he gets the opportunity from the small blind against Mr. Saversson's big blind and gets the fold.
Brandon is loving the fact that it's six-handed at the moment because he's going to have a lot of opportunities to do this with his stack, knowing that players now do win a bag. They win a bag, obviously something reasonable, but they just grinded already for nearly 12 hours, and it's tough to go out like Anu just did after putting in the long day, and it could be tough to to come back the next day to try it again.
And he was kind of handcuffed with Anu being so short. He couldn't be too creative, but now he actually can when I think it's Widma who has the smallest stack with 30 big blinds. No, 20 big blinds, sorry. But he can put a lot of pressure on the other guys. Like Davidsson, who opens ace-9. Folds to Elka, who wakes up with ace-queen.
Is he jamming it?
No, he is raising it, I think. 23,000, and Davidsson with a quick fold.
So different gears here by Elka, actually.
Yeah, but those two big jams were post-flop, I believe.
Yeah, he has pre-flop though. This is the first time I think he's actually 3-bet. He's only called before.
Something I believe a player of Hjerter Davidsson's caliber is able to suss out. Looks like a guy who pays attention. So does our friend from the Netherlands, Jeroen Arts. He folds. Davidsson folds. Sud. No, he doesn't take the chance. Didn't really have cards for it either. Saversson with ace-9. He opens. Elka folds. And Vidma with the same hand. Different suits. Or suit. He has the spade. And the diamond. Saversson with the heart. And he shoves. And Seversson folds. The same hand.
The power of aggression coming through there. These are the spots I love, as I mentioned. When it's the same hand and then one player beats another, just with their betting tactics, whether it's pre-flop or post-flop. At this stage, you'll see it more happening pre-flop, but in the earlier stages or when players are even deeper at this stage and later on day 2, you'll see it also post-flop.
So a nice one for Olivares.
This is my favorite feature table of the 3, I have to say, and they've gotten more and more entertaining. The second one was certainly entertaining, and the first one we started off strong as well.
Mifsud raises ace-8. Folded to Edma Olivares in the small blind. He folds. 10 deuce suited for Jeroen Arts, and he defends.
The suited Brunson.
6-5 jack. Arts check.
Normally this wouldn't be like a hijack range kind of flop, but in the case of Brendan here, you have to say it's probably in his range from the hijack, being he should be opening a much wider range.
Yeah, and the small bet, I think it was 3,500. That's enough to get Arts to fold.
So if that graphic is correct, they're just dropping like flies now. We went from 22 to 19 in the snap of a finger. I mean, we saw Anu be one of those players, but that means two players on the outer tables also hit the rail. So it's not going to be a lot of players advancing to day 2 out of this field. We'll have to see if these percentages play out over time, but it'll be under 20% going through today. And we'll definitely lose one or two more, if not more than that. We have a little more than a blind level to go.
And okay, Arts and Davidsson sees the flop. Jack 4-9. A lot of clubs there. None of the players with a club. Davidsson with ace high. He bets and gets the fold. Now the average right now is approximately 148,000.
Wow.
And I mean, then it has to be other big stacks at the other tables as well, not just Mifsud, who has a big stack at our table.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see the end of the day chip counts. It'll be, there have to be a few stacks that are big at this point. I believe Freund still has a big stack on the outer table, but I don't know if it's at 300 or not.
Well, before the last break, Thomas Grabic was one of the biggest stacks with 260,000. That's one of the big stack or chip counts I could find. In the meantime, Mitsud is all, well, he's not all in. He puts two players all in there.
It is ahead, but he's not going to get any love from either of these players.
No, he's not.
But keeps adding to his stack, and now at 324,000. Before long, blinds will go up to 2,000, 4,000, but he'll still be over 80 big blinds at the end of day 1A. That's impressive any way you want to look at it, whether he's chip leader or not.
And it's pretty comfortable as well.
We'll see if he can keep adding chips to his pile. He entered the TV table with 264,000, so it's been a 60,000 chip increase already, 20 big blinds.
And the thing is, even though the average stack right now is 148,000, it doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily mean that that's approximately what it's going to be when day 2 starts with so many flights left to go. So
yeah, especially with the turbo flights factoring in there, because they go by much faster, which means you have a higher percentage going through, but their average stacks are typically much lower, so that gives them a lesser chance to perform well on day 2, on average, of course. Sometimes the overall chip leader comes from those flights as well. So it does go both ways, but mostly in the way that the bigger stacks will come with the flights with the longer blind levels.
and it's always, I mean, when the field is kind of shrunken down like this, it's kind of brutal to sit and play 6 max at the end of the day. I mean, that doesn't really happen in bigger fields.
Maybe they'll move to 9 after one more player and go 9 and 9. I'm not sure what the plan is.
Well, I don't think they can do it, as the other flights are also going to be played 8 max, and then they kind of, to be fair, it's like against the other flights.
Yeah, and some of the
integrity.
other flights will have fields that are even smaller than this one.
Yeah.
Like some of the turbo ones.
Yeah.
Like day 1B is not going to get 94 entries.
Anyway, 3 players to the flop, 4, 10, 4, top pair for Vietnam. Let's check to him. 2 pocket pairs as well. The 8s of Mifsud and the 3s of Elka, but I don't think Elka is going to go bananas with his small pocket. Well, maybe I should watch what I'm saying now. He's
He did check already, so
Yeah.
you're safe now.
well, he can still do stuff that surprises us. But Vietnam Olivares, he bets 9,000 into 29. Gets a fold from Mifsud with the 8s. And I told you, Jason.
It is just a call.
Yeah, it's still, but still.
It's okay, actually.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not okay, but still.
But you said something that would surprise me. A shove would have surprised me.
But it is on a very dry flop. It's like it's the pair and it's a 10. What does Vietnam bet here?
He could just be betting what he opened with. You know, like if he opened with an ace-king, he's maybe still betting that flop.
Or he might have a cunning plan when he gets the check back from Vietnam on the turn. 5 on the river. Nope. He's just going to go with the showdown value of the pocket 3s.
And I think Olivares will do the stop and go here.
That's kind of hard when you're in position, isn't it?
Well, meaning checking the turn and betting the river.
Oh, you mean Elka?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. You said Olivares, so I've been confused with names every once in a while as well. Vietnam, yeah. But he decides to fold Elka. So after
Milford has as many chips as the next 3 players all put together. I mean, the dynamic here, if it was like a final table, would be bully, bully, bully. You're not going to get away with all that on a day 1A. But expect Mifsud to continue to be active. Not necessarily to play every single pot, but increase what he'll be opening with.
And Vietnam has climbed up to 4th place on the chip count. It's kind of close between 4th and 3rd.
I thought that Brendan was opening more than 22%, but maybe not.
No, and still it's so few hands that we have to kind of get a realistic sense of how this plays out, because the cards have kind of dictated, so it's too small a sample size to get a correct assessment of how active pre-flop they have been. But I think Mifsud, well, the tendency is that he's not gonna try to bully them too much. I think it's safe to say. I think he is happy with his stack. He's of course gonna take the spots he gets, but it looks like he's not gonna get out of line, and that kind of gives him a stronger image as well. And that's something that I'm sure he's aware of, that okay, every once in a while when he's been passive, he can actually try to steal 1 or 2. So I think that's what we're gonna see. But now Davidsson has raised the hijack. Viedma is, well, semi-tanking in the big blind with King 5. And look at this. Sizes up 3-bet.
Showing he has different gears here.
And that is 19,500.
This is I just haven't 3-bet in a while. I'm going to 3-bet just randomly. Maybe has a live read that we didn't see.
No, the last time he 3-bet jammed Davidsson, and they both had the same hand, and he got Davidsson to fold. And once again, he gets Davidsson to fold. Viedma had the best hand with king high. I had the pleasure of play with to play with Viedma yesterday. No, I think it was the day before. It was on Monday, and really nice, friendly guy.
What did you play?
We played cash game for a few hours. Quiet, doesn't say much, but smiles a lot.
It might be also hard for him to chat in English. He may understand a lot and not, be able to process it enough to say in English. And unless you know Spanish, it's maybe going to be harder.
Yeah, I think so too.
Not that my Spanish is amazing, but at least I can understand probably more than I understand the Lithuanian, which is sad.
Viedma limps in with 9-8, and Arts, he raises queen 4 in the big blind. And look at this, Viedma calls.
It just wasn't that big a raise from the big blind.
No, it wasn't. Ace, Jack 4. Arts actually has had the best hand all the way. Bottom pair, he can represent the ace. And he decides to do so. Go small again. 8,000 and a fold from Viedma. We have talked a lot about this before, Jason, when we are reaching the final couple of levels of the day and getting close to day 2, that some people tend to get more passive. But I think those two players who, well, had a small confrontation right now, they kind of seem like the ones who are most interested in trying to pick up dead money.
Yeah, out of the shorter stacks, it's definitely those two. And then obviously you have Brandon, who's more than happy to keep adding to his stack, but he's looking a little bit tired compared to how he was before, so he's probably also happy if he can end the day with around the same amount he has.
Sevarsson is gonna give it a shot. Gets Elka to fold ace-9. Viedma folds. Arts with king-jack suited in the small blind.
May get him to fold too. Severson, as we saw, had like a single-digit VPIP. With Jerome going nowhere.
He calls. Davidsson folds king-6. So 2 players to the flop. Three, 8, 4. Got shots and backdoor flush for Sevarsson, who still has the best hand.
It's going to be tough for him though if he's facing a check raise by Jerome, who's more than capable of doing that with just a backdoor flush draw.
Quarter of the pot, was that 5,000? Yes, it was. And just a call from Arts. Board pairs on the turn, another 8. And it goes check again. And another bullet, 11,000 this time, and that makes Arts fold.
I thought maybe we would see a check raise on the flop there by Jerome.
Yeah, but it's so risky. Especially what you pointed out when the hand started, that Sevarsson has not been out of line at all.
After dropping like flies for a little time, it looks like we're stuck at that 19 number for a little while. We're not sure. We'll find out for tomorrow whether that's updated in live time or whether it needs to be done manually, in which case it's possible that we have a few less, because they wouldn't be doing it every second if it has to be manually done.
But it's the last level of the day.
Oh, look at that. Yeah,
The players, yeah, the players can formally smell day 2, and I mean that's step 1 on your way to becoming the main event champion in Coolbet Open 2023.
Can't win on Sunday if you don't make day 2 on Saturday.
So true. And if you make it through this flight, you have tomorrow and Friday off. You can play some of the other tournaments who are running on those 2 days.
It's also a lovely city, so you can combine a little poker. It could be even cash game days for you, which are perfect to combine with checking out Bratislava.
Arts, who flops a flush draw and gets no action when he bets. $2,000, $4,000. And they're playing 6 max.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're not seeing anybody really slow it down at all. It seems like all the players at the table are comfortable with the 6 max format. Sometimes you'll see that just waiting for a player or two to bust and then be ready to play at normal speed.
But at the same time, it costs you 10,000 every round.
One-third of a starting stack every orbit.
Yeah. Elka opens king deuce suited from under the gun. Vietma folds. Arts has folded. This is fine for Elka. Raise and take it. And that's so important to do at this stage. To try to pick up the blinds. Of course, I might not. And we have lost another player. We're down to 18 players on day 1A.
Let's see who we lost. We lost Pavel Zikovsky, who we had at the feature table right before this one. Before him, we lost Thomas Grabix, who I don't believe we had today. Anu, we did have. Aki Nevalinen, who I mentioned earlier, but we didn't have 22nd. Marcin Puslowski in 24th.
So
and
now,
Hogni Gunnarsson in 23rd, who I skipped over.
So now all 3 tables are being played 6-handed.
It's very interesting having this dynamic on an opening flight. I can't remember it covering one from the comms booth that's been that like this.
No. Me neither.
I like it quite a lot, actually. I
Yeah.
like mixed max tournaments, though. I just like the concept of them, and this reminds me of that. I'm sure you've played in a mixed max tournament or two over the years.
Absolutely.
They've kind of gone out of vogue, but maybe one day they'll come back in style.
Who knows? I mean, trends come and go. Right now, it's, well, the mystery bounties are huge right now. I don't think they will be as huge in 2 years, but that's just my guess. Arts, who opens 8-7 suited. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are fun, but I mean, kind of gambly. Vietma defends the big blind with 10-8 off. Deuce, ace, 3. Or tray. Check, bet, and a fold.
So Jerome picking up a few cheapies and chipping up quite nicely in the last orbit or two. He needed to be a little bit more timid with Anu right next to him, and after Anu went out, Jerome got busy and straight to work.
Yeah, I think he has picked up on the same thing that you did, Jason. That the chip leader at the table doesn't seem as interested in going to work to accumulate chips at this stage. He looks a little worn.
It's been a long day, though. I mean, I've seen him around, obviously, and know that he's capable of playing even longer days, but
And
still, it's a 12-hour day. Who knows if he got straight off a plane, you know, what the story is there.
and on cue, he opens 8-6 suited from the hijack, just to prove me wrong. Runs straight into ace king.
I like the open. I mean, I think it's... I'm definitely opening with my big stack with 8-6 suited.
And Viedma just jams it. Folded back to Mifsud, who folds.
How much is the jam by Olivares there?
It's 80. Oh, hold on. 80 something.
So like 20-something big blinds.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
At the 3K level, that would have been too much, I think, to jam, but it seems like appropriate here. And up to 25 big blinds now. It's a Varson that may want to get something moving. I mean, he does have double an opening stack, but is down to 16.5 big blinds.
And now, Brandon. Pocket jacks under the gun.
And nobody's going to believe him after he just opened full dead facing a 3-bet.
No, they're probably gonna think, well, he tries again. I'm not gonna let myself be pushed around, but Davidson in the big blind, he has queen 3, so he folds. So even if there were non-believers, Jason, they still were disciplined enough to just let their hands go.
Yeah, I think the queen high that we saw was the best hand out of the other 5 players.
Sometimes the cards do dictate the action. Kind of annoying for Brandon Mifsud when that happens.
On the other hand, it's you can be happy sometimes just to take the blinds and the ante with jacks. So many bad things happen with jacks over the years.
Arts with pocket 7s. On the button he opens Davidson, defends the small blind with king jack, and Mifsud with ace 2 suited in the big blind. And 296,000 behind.
Just a call there.
Yeah.
Normally the chip leader would want to play a lot of hands, but he's definitely playing the slowest at the table.
King 3-4, top pair for Davidson or Davidson. He checks. Mifsud checks Arts with his pocket pair. 8,000. Mifsud with a gut shot. Might be tempted to come along if Davidson hadn't 3-bet here. So 229,000. Mifsud folds. Back to Arts.
I guess he's thinking, is my opponent doing it with just diamonds? That's probably what he's thinking, but it comes to the conclusion that there's enough kings in there.
Yeah, or 5-6 or something like that, a draw. So he makes the fold. Well, we are not starting soon, but we are ending, if not soon. It's not going to be long until day 1A is over. Just a reminder, tomorrow we start our broadcast at 16:30 Central European Time, and we are going to show the final table of the Nations Cup, where we will see Sebastian Andres Viedma Olivares, no matter what happens in these last minutes of day 1A. And as a reminder, we are also going to broadcast on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And we'll try to get some guests in for you. It won't all just be Stig and myself. You'll have a little bit of a break from me at times, a little bit of break with Stig. But there's many interesting people we have lined up. I think Ilva will join us. We'll try to get some of the Chilean ambassadors to join us.
We do have some plans, and Sevarsson now in the big blind wakes up with pocket aces after 2 limps, and he raises to 12,000. Elka, who opened limped king queen suited. This would be a terrible spot, but he does it. He pushes all in. Mifsud is gone, and snap call from Sevarsson. So this is not for Elka's tournament life. Sevarsson, the one in danger of being knocked out late on day 1A.
And King Queen suited is still alive here. It's not completely dead like an Ace King suited would be. Oh my!
And the flop 10-7-9. Gut shot for Elka. A jack would knock Sevarsson out of the tournament. Five of spades. Yeah, not the jack of spades now, because Sevarsson with a flush draw and a 9 on the river. He doubles up. Elka is down to, well, not much, 26,000. So 6 big blinds.
Interesting play to limp shove there. I guess if you think your opponent is bullying you, then you're going to be doing that, but...
We have seen some interesting plays from David Elka from Israel.
If it's the first time he's done that, it smells like if I saw a player like that do that and I don't have aces, let's say I have something like strong like an ace queen, ace jack, I might even think twice, that he always has something like aces there, because typically you see if players are limping from early position and then 3-bet shoving over the top of an isolation bet that that they do have aces quite often.
It's so 2003, Jason.
It is, but it still applies to people that you see aren't necessarily making GTO moves.
It does. And it has actually made a little comeback in the past year or two. Hearts with ace deuce. He opens from the hijack. Mifsud on the button with ace 4 suited. 3 bets. And this with the short stacked Elka in the big blind. Sevarsson has folded. Elka has jack 7 suited. Lots of extra money in the middle. He goes all in. Back to Arts. The thing is, yeah, okay, so Mifsud can't go over here, so Arts would have been...
He was kind of priced in there, but I don't blame him. And it turns out that Elka is very live, especially with one of those aces dead. Both his jack and 7 are live, and now there's 2 diamonds here.
Oh, and 2 diamonds for Elka, has the flush draw, top pair from Mifsud. Jack on the turn gives him more outs. Jack now, or a diamond, but the 10 of spades, no good. And we lose David Elka late on day 1A. So close, making day 2, but he might have plans for another flight, or maybe even 2.
Maybe he'll hop right into day 1B, but showing a lot of heart, David Elka. We're going to miss you. The dynamic of the table may even change to some degree with his departure, but it looks like also we're on a quick pause because perhaps we're down to 16 players is my guess, because it would be, so if it was 17, it would still be 5-6-6. Play moves on. They're not going to do a redraw on a day 1A. It's not the same as when we're down to the final 2 tables on either late Saturday or early Sunday.
Yeah, and the thing is, what might happen when we are nearing the end of this level is that they'll stop the clock and draw for how many hands they are going to play at the end of the day. But still a few minutes left.
Yeah, we did lose a player on one of the outer tables around the same time, so I think they have to play this hand out, and then I'll announce who hit the rail in 17th place 30 minutes ago in real time.
Savarsson opens King Jack. Viedma defends the big blind with ace-6 suited, flops top pair, but straight for Savarsson.
Holy Broadway.
Holy Broadway, that's correct. Viedma checks. And it's totally natural for Savarsson to continuation bet here.
And Viedma may be able to get away. His kicker is bad. It's a good but bad kind of flop. You could be even more concerned about some 2 pairs, but he's not going to get away quite yet, that's for sure. Just let's see if he can do some pot control and save himself here.
Calls 8,500, which was the c-bet from Savarsson. 4 spades on the turn, 3 to a flush.
That
on
might
the board.
help Elvaris get away, actually.
Viedma has checked. Savarsson is gonna bet again. Still has the nuts. And bets 11,000.
Stringing Olivares along. This is one of those times you're screaming in my head that I should maybe fold my top pair, but then in real time making it very hard to do so.
And he calls 60,000 in the middle. And the deuce on the river.
Might even see a shove here by Severson. There's about 1 pot-sized bet left in Olivares' stack.
No, it goes check, check. I think Savarsson was kind of a little worried about the 3rd spade on the turn and just decided to make sure that Viedma wasn't slow playing. And so I think Viedma, our friend from Chile, he lost the minimum. And now we have a full table.
So we did lose one of our heroes in Jorge Cortez, who we had earlier, the one of the Chilean players that's here, alongside of Olivares, who did just lose that falling pot with the top pair. And it looks like we have a few new players too.
Yeah, we do. In seat 3, we have Frode Hol from Norway. In seat 1, we have Savar Ingi Savarsson, which we have a slight suspicion that he is related to Kjartan Savarsson. It might be father and son. We are not completely sure, but they are both from Iceland, and they are both sons of Savar. So Kjartan might be Savar's son. Yeah, well, anyway. And we also have Miklos Banjas in seat 7, who we had at the feature table earlier on today.
We're quite impressed with his play as well. I expect now some really good competitive poker with this crew based on what we've learned about them today. We do need to find out, though, before the next stream, whether the Saversons are indeed related to each other.
That should be easy. Challenge accepted.
And you have to fly to Iceland to find out that information before tomorrow.
Mifsud raises king 9 suited. Folded to Viedma, king jack. He calls in the from the small blind. Savashon. I don't dare to say senior, but it was so tempting. He has 10-9 suited in the big blind and he defends. Ace, queen, 4. Flush draw for Savashon with the 2 spades. Got shot for Viedma. He checks. No, I don't want to play. I'm not going to put chips in the middle. And check to Mifsud. Was the pre-flop aggressor. He is going to represent the 8. No, he checked. And the king on the turn hits Viedma, but it's the king of spades, which give Savashon a flush with a straight flush draw.
Happy days.
Happy days. Oh, checks around to Mifsud again, who now takes the bait. Well, actually, he hit, so, I mean, he probably figures his hand is the best one right now. Bets 13,000. Viedma with a pair of kings as well.
Thinking things over. Also has that gut shot to Broadway if he doesn't believe anybody has the flush.
But just 15 big blinds behind here. And he calls the 13,000.
Now what do you do if you're Syverson? Do you start jacking it up even more?
Well, if he just calls, it's not likely that Viedma will bet out in front.
He
And
goes all in, it
yes,
sounds
he does. Overbets the pot and gets snap folds from both the other players.
I mean, we could see that his opponents didn't have a spade, but I do like that he's protecting his hand to some degree. I'm not sure a jam is what you needed to do there, but it still would have worked out the same even if he just put in a standard raise. Nobody with a strong enough hand to continue along at that point.
163,000 for Savashon. As we see, Mifsud still the chip leader, 304,000. We also see that Banyas has protected his stack and done that well, playing more than 200,000.
Would the son of Syverson be Syverson's son?
It should be. Logically, it should be. But, I mean, it's kind of hard already with all these sons that they have in Iceland.
It's good to be a dad, though.
Oh yeah, I can. I don't know. I just I can imagine.
Could see Olivares. I mean, he's down to 12 big blinds. It's actually a fairly good squeeze hand. Better if it's suited. Better if it's a little bit stronger. But I don't blame him if he shoves. And he indeed gets his stack in.
And he might be unlucky here. Savashon with ace queen.
If you're going to be called, better by ace queen than by ace king or ace jack.
And he still has arts behind.
And also by the fact that the big stack at the table was the one to open up the action. You can't forget that he maybe woke up with a hand. We've seen him with a lot of hands on the 2 feature tables he's been at. I think Ace Queen is too strong of a hand to fold, especially short-handed on day 1A.
And I think that was a raise, yeah, and a quick fold from Mifsud. So Viedma with 2 live cards, but he needs to hit something to survive to make it through to day 2.
It's a massive pot, actually, 120,000 almost.
No help on the flop. In fact, a flush draw for Savachon takes away some of Viedma's outs. He can now not win with a jack or king of clubs. And the club on the turn seals it. We lose Viedma Olivares late on day 1A, but we will guaranteed see him tomorrow on the final table of the Nations Cup, together with 8 other players who are going to fight it out for the prize money and bragging rights of winning the Nations Cup.
So best of luck to Viedma in that. I'm quite excited to be looking at that tomorrow, just because of the diversity of the players that are guaranteed to be at the table. But unfortunately, we've lost our 2 players that were remaining from Chile back-to-back, with Cartas going out just before, and we're down to just 15 hopefuls on the day. So from 94 to 15. And I'll check out where day 1B is at. Late registration is still open on day 1B for a little bit of time, but not too much longer, being that we're on level 12 now. So level 12 will complete, there'll be a break, and then late registration will close on day 1B. But so far there's 39 players in that, with 17 remaining.
Mifsud raises king 10 suited, gets called by Savachon, the younger of the Savachons. The older of the Savachons folds ace 9 suited. Frode Hol in the big blind, he chooses not to defend with 7-3. Flop comes king high top pair for Mifsud. He was dominated. Now it's he who has the dominating hand. But 3 hearts though, so not flush draw for Savachon. 8,000 from Mifsud. Savachon, we know he's not going anywhere. Is he gonna go for a hat trick now? 3 in a row?
There's an argument to be made to raise that bet as well, but call is the safer route.
Oh, it's the younger one. Yeah, I forgot that the older Savachon. Oh, something is happening out on the outer tables. But I don't know if that was joy or frustration. Calls 12,000 and
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee on the river. Not flush, 4-2 flush, so this shouldn't be too hard for Mifsud to get away from. He checks.
Brandon just wants the day to end. He's back to where he started the day with. Not started the day, but started the feature table with.
66,000 in the middle, and he goes 25. And was that a fold or call?
Fold.
It was a fold, yeah.
You can see the frustration. You can see that he's not happy about losing about 70,000 chips in the last couple orbits. But still has a very healthy stack of 266,000. Will be one of the bigger stacks heading into day 2, regardless of where the other players turn out at the end of day 1A, assuming he doesn't change too much in stack size in the last 15-20 minutes that we have in the day. But being we don't have a lot of time, I just want to thank you for for the time that we spent today and the time that we're going to spend, it's an absolute pleasure being your co-pilot for the next few days. It's a bit more relaxing. I'm used to announcing hands, and now I get to be in the back seat and the color guy once in a while, bringing a smile on your face, and it's been quite a entertaining day. Looking forward to the next 4 days.
Feeling is mutual, Jason, and nobody puts Jason in the back seat.
I could go so many places with that comment at 1 in the morning, but we're just going to behave ourselves.
Savarsson raises ace-10. And now it's Savarsson Senior who is raising. Senior, I should say. Raise and take it. Which often is very nice at this stage of a tournament when you open ace-10 and everybody just folds.
I'm not sure who's going to get in more trouble with the Icelandic community, me for my earlier comment when I was rooting for Anu in a short stack double up situation, or you calling one senior and one junior when we don't know. We could have a junior come and say, I'm 45 years old, I'm not junior, and the senior come over.
No, I'm
not a dad.
I'm no, I not necessarily father and son, but age-wise, it's senior and junior. I mean, Kjartan is younger than Savaringi. It might be just Ingi Savarsson as well. It might just be a typo in on the chip counts, but that's what we have to work with. And I'm allowed to say that he's senior because I'm even older than he is, so I think it's okay.
I think we're both older than everybody at the table. I'm not talking about our combined ages, but individually.
So we have, I think I heard 5 hands at the end of the day.
Okay, I thought that's what we were waiting for, but wasn't sure. But 5 is a nice number, so we'll have a little bit of time left with y'all. Watch that these 5, though, they're going to play like 10-minute hands each, so we'll probably be with you for another hour. But no, based on the pace of play, unfortunately, we won't be with you too much longer today. But we'll be back tomorrow at 4:30, as Stig has mentioned. Looking forward to that. We'll see 1 or 2 of the players that we saw today in that event.
By the way, I can tell that Frode Hol, in the right of the picture, he is wearing a patch, and that is for one of Coolbet streamers' stream. It's Jevakim's stream.
Much love to Ilva.
Yeah, and look here, I mean, other players have gotten it too. Kjartan Savarsson is playing with Jevakim patch.
With who's probably playing with the Jevakim patch that's still in.
And Milos Spanish.
Ilva. Ilva is still in on the side table.
Yes, she is.
So she's probably, I hope she's wearing a Jevakim patch.
And she's distributing those patches to other players, and not just Norwegian players, as we can see. Also, Banyash.
Look at my laptop here, Stig.
Oh, you are as well?
Yes.
Ah, that's great.
It's in prime position, too, number 1 spot.
Twitch.tv/Jevakim, that's your Twitch channel.
My Stigmund fan club batch, though, has a special place at home. I meant to bring it with me, but you'll see it tomorrow. That's soon enough.
Banyash opens Jack 10. I believe this is the second hand out of the 5. If I heard correctly, might be less than 5 as well, but I think that was what the TD said. Folded all the way around to Mifsud in the small blind, and he folds. Savarsson folds 7-6.
I think it's at the stage where players are happy with what they have and they don't want to make any fancy plays at this stage of the game and rather make a slightly less chip EV move that might be safer. We saw some good hands folding in there that wouldn't have folded 20 minutes ago.
So hand number 3.
Then again, we're also 7-handed now, and we're 6 and then 5-handed for a little bit of time.
Folded to Frode Hol. He folds. King 9 suited. Did not want to risk not making day 2 with that hand from late position. Instead, it's Mifsud who limps 7-5 suited from the button. Savashon with 10-9 suited in the small blind. He raises to 11,000. Banyash folds the big blind, and he folds ace 3. Back to Mifsud. Getting a pretty decent price to call, and he does, and flops top pair on 3-7-3. So 2 pair for Brandon. He checks. C-bet from Savashon. 8,000. And Mifsud calls.
It's very hard to raise there, even though you do have a strong hand
Deuce on the river.
on the turn.
Turn, I mean, yeah, I'm ahead of myself.
So I'm predicting there's going to be another deuce in the river. But we may never know.
Check and bet 12,000 this time. Mifsud with a quick call.
By now, Syverson must know his opponent has something.
5 of diamonds on the river. Mifsud, is he now gonna lead? No, he's in position. So the thing is Savashon gonna bet again? He knows that if he is to win this one, he has to bet.
On the other hand, you just got called on a very dry flop, and then again, not afraid on the turn.
But look at this. Oh, that's 35,000, half, a little more. No, it was 35.
Really trying to rep that overpair.
Yes.
Doesn't get away with it, but understand what he did there just didn't work out.
Oh, look at the Mifsud. He didn't just call. He went all in. Put Savashon all in.
And that like few second pause was just what did he show? Showing
Oh, he
both of them.
shows both.
You could do that at the end of a day, I suppose, but now he's giving away information when he sees these guys on day 2 potentially, but everybody will have that information anyway, being that I'm pretty sure at least half these players will be watching the stream tonight or tomorrow.
And I agree with Savashon when he said, wow, when he saw Mifsud's hands, or hand, I should say, cards. Wow. That was a wow, because that's one of those situations where you might just run straight into a monster. And this time I was really surprised. Why did he go all in? He has a pair, and what do you get called by that's worse than a pair of sevens?
Maybe an ace 7, like, because you have the 7-5, so you
Yeah.
had the top 2.
Yeah,
you
but
know.
still. But if you're targeting that, you're a genius.
Yeah, and there's a lot of overpairs that aren't folding.
Remember that the board was paired.
Yeah, but there's not too many 3s that you're limp calling from the button, right? You know, so you're not really concerned about that. Whereas I think Mifsud should have been concerned that he was raised and isolated with like pocket 8s or better. Certainly he should be doing that with pocket 8s or better.
Yeah, the way Savashon played it, fired all streets. Well, anyway, I think this is the second to last hand of the day. Banyash with pocket 5s opens and folds around. So if my calculations are right, this is going to be the last hand of day 1A.
New player.
Yeah. No.
See it open?
Yeah, I've seen him around today here on the first floor in the tournament room. And he's been walking around, and
He's now been politely asked to excuse himself for the final hand of the day. What we believe is the final hand of day 1A. And let's hope it's an interesting one. Last hand was just pre-flop folding. We did see an interesting one just before with that 7-5 suited against the 10-9 suited.
It is the final hand. Frode Hol is through. So is well, so is Gjertrud Davidsson, Brandon Mifsud. Maybe I thought Kjartan Sæversson, he stood up. I thought that was too. Well, anyway, they are gonna bag and tag, so I think we are done for the day. Or are we gonna have one more hand? Really? A bonus?
It looks like...
No, it looks like we are done. So, Sæversson up to 235,000. Banyas 236.
And Brandon with the 324,000, at least the chip leader at this table. It was an up and down affair for him. He started with about 260 and change. Got up to around 340, 350, then went down to 260, and here we go.
Yeah. We are going to have one more hand. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting before we say goodbye.
No, it looks like they are counting out chips. So, yeah. So this is the end of the night. All of these 7 players are through to day 2. There are going to be 4 more flights of day 1, 2 tomorrow, 2 on Friday until we go to day 2 of the main event. But tomorrow is the final table of the Nations Cup, and we'll be back to the main event on Friday. Just to make sure we are not getting any more hands. No, we are not. So from me and Jason, I mean, I don't think we have anything more to say than good night and see you tomorrow, 16:30 Central European Time.
Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, and echo everything Stig said, and good night.
Varstu að horfa? Sástu hendina þá? Já, búinn. 321.
Fyrir Coolbet grammið.
Já, ég er aðeins.
Jæja.
Þetta
Þú verður stoltur. Skal vi sesta inn og segja þetta að geina hérna? Þannig að þið það er ekki frí á ykkur lögdæn?
Nei, svo vil ég.
Það er ekkert Íslendingamót á ykkur lögdæn? Jú, kæri, þú verður búinn snemma.
Já, ég er að fara í nokkur endur.
Nú veit ég.
55,000.
Have you already put it here?
No. The floor will bring
Klikktum á vökunni, ertu komið?
Shit.
You see my lucky seat.
You have more. You have 230. 240.
55 man. Then give me 260.
Oh my god, where are the bets? 321. So 2 more days until. What did you have in the hand? A flush? 8-9 of spades or something? I didn't have much.
You have not. I have ace of spades. Spade of spades. You have? Yeah.
take you 40k.
Me?
Yes, 40. 20. 40. 40,000. Give me 50.
50?
Yes. 50k. Here.
Thank you. 575.
Here.
25. 300.
How about you? 300.
321.
Then gentlemen, on the back, just name chip count, that's it, yeah? Put also ticket if you have inside.
You need to put our player ID or no?
Just put ticket inside. That's it.
And the name?
No.
On the back,
Yeah,
just on the back, just write name and chip count, that's it.
Yeah, because
You want to all the friends. Be first, yeah.
What's the day today? But not night and
now it's the 7th actually. Something.
now it's time, but it's previous 6.
And the chicken.
He's not a vacationist person.
Do Antoy,
I'm confused.
I think it's your country?
Yeah.
I guess. It doesn't matter that much.
I have both my country and
Where is my phone?
here is a 6 or 7.
Here.
Ah, yeah.
Don't forget
Yeah,
to
you-
put your tickets
It's
inside.
actually counted, and you cannot put it over here.
How can I count?
Nej, jag
Ja,
tänker
ja,
på
ja,
den.
det är okej.
Berlin. Just to try kita där.
Ja.
That should be the
Should be good enough.
How much do you got?
50,000. I think he was lucky to just get big line one round in the town.
That sucks for me.
Actually, I was very lucky with the tables draw because I was big line on my last. I was supposed to be big line on the last table as well.
Yeah.
Still need to double up on Saturday.
Why do we need to hold back? I mean, big back for nothing.
We could ask for smaller bags maybe. Sorry, do you have something smaller? No, but two game guys and look forward to playing you again.
Yeah, the same.
You take a behind. Like, here.
Þú kom bara hérna 5 mæbor. Ég bara fara með. Já.
Yeah, same.
Sorry. Yeah, he called. Yeah.
That he opened you to
Yeah.
I raised 3.
Yeah.
But I know you have sometimes this ace and then I am the
You don't need this?
Ticket in. Oh, so.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. We just fix it.
Ja, shit.
Thanks for dealing. Good luck next day.
Skoro to ještě zimší, jako u nás.
U nás, ty vole. 300 km ďaleko.
the kid isn't supposed to get that